in the grandstand or in the boundary bar, which is located in the Sayat unique 14 stand. So that's free water available throughout the day. I'm sure you're all aware that you need to keep yourselves very well hydrated on days like this.
Very good morning and welcome to the Incora County Ground for the latest one-day cup match involving Derbyshire and Hampshire. It's great to see Hampshire. It's only the second time I've seen them in my, this is my 7th season covering Derbyshire, and it's only the second time and the first time that I've got to work alongside Kevin James. How are you, Kev?
Great, yeah, I've been looking forward to this for a while. Yeah, I can't believe it's been so long.
But not for that reason, obviously.
Well, I can't believe we've managed to avoid each other for so long.
It's been a hell of an effort, but I've managed it up until now. But you've just got to cave in eventually, haven't you? You've just got to bite the bullet. I even worked with Churchy last year, so that you're completing the set. You are completing the set, not for the first time.
I think I've probably completed the set now.
Yeah. Yeah. Here come the Hampshire team. Do you want to run through the Hampshire team? It looks fairly straightforward to me.
Yeah, it's unchanged from the side that beat Northamptonshire, rather surprisingly, at Newport on the Isle of Wight a couple of days ago. A game we thought that was going to go Northamptonshire's way. Captain Nick Gubbins and Irene Donald, Tom Prest, Ben Brown, the keeper, then Fletcher Middleton, Felix Organ, Toby Albert, Keith Barker, who's in the side because Ian Holland, the all-rounder, has been called up or recalled to the USA squad. They're involved in World Cup qualifiers at the moment. Otherwise, Barker wouldn't be playing. Scott Curry, Jack Campbell, and John Turner.
What's the great thing about this competition, that it gives those youngsters a chance. Derbyshire have made 3 changes to their side.
35-year-old youngsters.
Absolutely. The Derbyshire have made 3 changes to the side that should have won at Old Trafford but didn't. How many times have I said that over the last 6 years? Out go Billy Godleman due to COVID protocols. Mark Watts up with Scotland in their World League Division, whatever it is. Played against the UAE the other day, got 4 wickets. And Sam Connors is away with the Lions, although that's not a proper match, so he isn't a Lion technically. And they've spelled his name wrong on the back of the shirt. In come Tom Wood, who missed out at Old Trafford, Nick Potts, who was 12th man, and Alex Hughes, who's playing his first game of the season in the Royal London. Played a bit of T20, played a lot of T20, but hasn't played in the Royal at London. And we won't be getting the 2 sides mixed up because it's a very dark blue with the yellow flashings for Hampshire, and it's a very pale blue with the chocolate amber and blue flashes for Derbyshire in a kit that I promise you, Kevin, will look white by the end of the day because it just gets brighter and brighter and whiter as the day goes on. I love it, but there's a lot of people not 100% sold on it yet. I think it's great.
Well, I have to say, I mean, I didn't know the Derbyshire colours until just now. It's one of those where you find yourself arrowing in on it for a while and saying, really?
I like it. I like it. I love the flashes on the front. The flashes on the back of the right leg are slightly disconcerting. They're not on the back of the left leg, just the back of the right leg, and it makes them look like they've got one trouser leg rolled up. If you just catch them out of the corner of your eye, which is a little bit bizarre, but there we go. The other news that you need to know, of course, is that Hampshire won the toss and put Derbyshire into bat. We all know what happened when Glamorgan won the toss and put Derbyshire into bat. That didn't go very well. It didn't go well at all. And it's going to be Keith Barker, of course, to bowl the first delivery. Well, that's run away for 4 runs. It was just flicked away by Harry Kane, who's playing against the club where he started his career, of course. He's had a pretty decent season, Harry Kane. Came into the championship side for the last 2 championship matches after Billy Godleman's form took a bit of a dive. And he's done okay. He's done okay. In addition to Kevin James, we've got Kevin Howells here today. We've got all the BBC Kevins in one building, which I always think is a little bit dangerous. They always travel in separate cars in case something happens to one of the Kevins, but I know it's spelled differently. But here's Barker again. 2 slips in place, and he bowls to Harry Kane, who gets wrapped on the pads. There was a sort of stifled appeal-ish, but nothing serious. And there's no run, so 4 without loss after 2 deliveries.
Yeah, Harry Kane, quite an interesting short career with Hampshire, really. Came up through the young age groups and what have you. He played 1 county championship game against Surrey back in 2019 and actually got 23 not out in the second innings. He looked quite a good player, actually.
Yeah, no, he's looked solid. He looked solid. He's done particularly well in white ball cricket for Derbyshire. He got a contract on the back of 100 for the seconds in a T20 match. He'd been trialling for a while. But deserves one. He dug that last delivery from Barker out and pushed it into the offside. If you wouldn't mind just completing this over for me, Kev, I'll nip off and tell Radio Derby listeners what's happening.
So from the racecourse end, it's Keith Barker. Runs away from us. 2 slips wait as he bowls to Kane. Came forward, wants a single. Goes out square on the offside. It was one of those where you push it out in the covers and you just think, well, I'll go. And even though I'm not any intention to actually run. Yeah, Harry Kane as well as well as that 1 county championship game against Surrey, which I mentioned at the Oval. Came on as a concussion substitute in that game, actually, so he wasn't originally selected. And Irene Donald was the player who had to leave the game as that's pushed out behind square on the offside. Again, there is no run. And so only batted in the second innings. He played 4 of the Bob Willis Trophy games in 2020 with a high score of 25 and departed at the end of that season. So never really got going, but Hampshire, I guess, making a decision on him at that point, but certainly still young enough, still only 23 years of age as Barker comes in again and bowls. Kane works that to mid-wicket, fielded by Toby Albert. 20-year-old player. He played a bit of T20 this year for Hampshire. And that is the end of the first over. So 1 over gone in this game. And the total for Derbyshire is 4 without loss. Doesn't need to be said, really. It's a warm day, no clouds in the sky. How many times have we said that over the last couple of months?
It's been remarkable, hasn't it? Absolutely remarkable. Too hot, really, but we shouldn't complain. No, it's not going to stop us. It won't stop me. It's the night times that I find most difficult when you can't move, can you? Before sweat pours off you. I had a curry last night.
Did you? What?
Might have been a mistake. No, well, it was cooked for me by Lodge during matches and weeks when I'm working with our breakfast show host, Andy Twigg, and he cooked me a chicken curry. Only this morning did he tell me he put more curry powder in mine than in his.
Oh, dear. Scott Curry coming in and bowling to Lewis Rees. And that's played out on the offside. There looks a bit of bounce in this track, actually. Fletcher, is that norm?
Well, they've been pretty good pitches. I think they have up and down the country, haven't they? Really, except with 1 or 2 outgrounds. They've probably scored more runs at outgrounds than they have in previous years. But yeah, a little bit of bounce. It's always been quite sporting at Derby, as you'll know. But the pitches have been generally good. We've seen a lot of runs. We saw 1 championship match with 3 double centuries.
Well, here comes Scott Curry. Right arm over down the leg side. That'll be a wide. Problem that Scott Curry had in the game on the island a couple of days ago, Isle of Wight.
Yeah, 3 double centuries is all right from a statistical point of view, isn't it? But from a watching cricket point of view, it can be a little tedious.
So 2 slips for Scott Curry as well, because of course 2 players need to be catching in the first power play. Tom Prest and Narin Donald, the 2 players. Next to Ben Brown, the keeper, that's outside the off stump again. That's good carry from a length through to Ben Brown, who's taking, he's not the tallest, but he's taking it about chest height.
You don't mind seeing that, though, do you?
No, I love that.
Yeah.
The batters will love that as well.
Yeah. Yeah, we're sort of fairly, as we look out, we're to the left of centre. We're at the racecourse end, of course, here at Derby, and we are to the left of centre as we look out. They wouldn't go much further across for a first team game now.
Good sized boundaries, don't they? Certainly square the wicket as Curry comes in again. That's bounced and hit on the handle of the bat, I think, to Rees as it goes out at 2 point. Wow, that did bounce from short of a length. These 2 sides coming into this game off the back of, well, Hampshire 3 wins from 3. They sit second in the table behind Lancashire. Hampshire briefly did go top, but Lancashire won, I think, yesterday, was it? Or day before yesterday. So they've gone back top with 7 points. Hampshire have 6. Derbyshire in 7th place with 1 win from 3. They have a couple of points as Curry comes in again and Rees just pushes that back to the bowler and there's no run.
I so seldom look at the top of tables. I find it an almost pointless exercise, although this year it has been completely different. Yeah, Derbyshire lost heavily at home to Glamorgan in their opening game last Wednesday. I think it was Tuesday, anyway. And they went down to Chelmsford on Friday and won, which was remarkable. Nobody expected that.
Good win there.
Should have won at Old Trafford.
Curry into Rees, down the leg side, that'll be another wide. Did say that Curry has a few problems with the line. He's already finding that in this first over.
And left-hand and right-hand as well. I know he's only bowled at the left-hander so far, but that won't help him, will it? So, yeah, I mean, they're a good side. They're a better side. There's no question. Brooke Guest, the wicket-keeper, has been outstanding all season. Anuj Dal's had a terrific campaign as well. Shan Massoud, as we've spoken about, has been nothing short of magnificent.
Curry in again, bowls outside the off stump this time, and it's left alone.
Well, Lewis Rees has struggled for runs a little bit in all formats, really. Hasn't had the season he would have wanted. I'm sure Billy Godalming, who isn't playing today, has had a disappointing campaign in the red ball stuff and didn't play in the T20 and unfortunately finds himself out now due to COVID protocol, so that's a real shame. They'll miss Mark Watt, the Scotland international, who is a terrific white ball player.
Yeah. Here's Curry, bowls to Rees. Rees gets a length ball. They won a single, came third of the way down from the non-striker's end. Curry's quickly across, and that is a dot ball, and that's the end of the over. 2 overs gone, Derbyshire 6 without loss. In fact, I did look it up, actually, because these World Cup qualifiers are going on at the moment, aren't they, for a lot of the associate nations. And I think tomorrow, I think I'm right in saying that Scotland play the USA, so Mark Watt will actually play against Ian Holland in the game tomorrow. Up at, I think it's Aberdeen.
They're in Aberdeen at the moment, yeah.
Manno Field.
This is as good a time as any to be playing in Aberdeen, you would have thought, with the heat wave, isn't it? I can't think of any other good reason for it.
Normally you'd be wearing the thermals at this time of year.
No, it's good that they're taking it up. Obviously, they play a lot at the Grange, don't they, in Edinburgh? Yeah. And they're looking forward, of course, Scotland to the T20 World Cup. As Barker begins a new over from the racecourse end, bowls wide of the off stump to Kame, who lets it go through. So we could keep it Ben Brown.
So this is Harry Kane's 11th match in list day. Say formerly of Hampshire. I know his dad was distraught that Hampshire didn't keep him on. I know his dad quite well, actually. Yeah. Does his dad come up here? Have you met him?
I haven't met his dad yet. No, I've had some communication with him, and I think he was supposed to be going to New Road in Worcester last week. Barker bowls. Oh, that one is going past the edge of the bat through to Brown. That was a good delivery from Barker. Not that he isn't capable of bowling several good deliveries, of course.
Yeah, unexpected call-up for Keith Barker in this competition. In fact, actually, he volunteered, as I understand it, because, I say, Ian Holland was playing, and Barker, Abbas, and Abbott were all having this month off. But Keith Barker, as I understand, when they realised that Ian Holland had been recalled, said, "Do you know what? I've had a week off. I've had enough. I'll play."
I'm fed up sitting around the house. This next delivery is defended with a very straight bat by Kame up towards mid-off where it's fielded by Felix Organ.
Yeah, only his second ever white ball game for Hampshire since his move from Warwickshire. First one came a couple of days ago on the Isle of Wight.
I was listening.
3 days ago. You were?
I get terrified when I see an Aaron Donald's name.
Really?
Yeah. Colwyn Bay, 2017. I think it was the second fastest, or the fastest, as Barker's in again, and that's left alone outside the off stump. The red ball double century in history.
Oh, really?
At Colwyn Bay. Yeah, he was hitting it into the top deck of buses and over the pavilion into the car park, smashing it to all parts. Unbelievable innings.
Because I've never been to that ground. Is it quite a smallish? I'm not taking anything away from his innings. But
Yeah, no, it's smallish. I mean, it's a club ground, obviously. It's a beautiful setting, and it was blisteringly hot like it is today as well, sitting halfway up a grass bank as Barker's in again, and he flashes at that one, came. Slightly concerned about being bogged down, but he shouldn't be, because 50 overs is a long time. That's the one thing that Derbyshire really need to learn, certainly after the Glamorgan game, but it's a long, long time, 50 overs. You can build an innings. The fascinating thing about Colwyn Bay is that they get their electricity off an old lady at the back of the ground. They have to plug it into her kitchen, and the ISDN point is up a tree. It's a marvellous little ground. 6 without loss as Barker's in again, and this time he turns it back at a square on the leg side. Harry came in to pick up a single. There will only be one there. The fielder comes in from long leg. Who loses his hat?
Who pays for her electricity bill for the extra electricity used?
I can only assume that she's struck a deal with Glamorgan, but you would hope, wouldn't you?
Especially
now, yeah, absolutely. This was when you could afford to switch lights on. No longer. End of the over. 7 without loss came, proving that his ability to count to 6 is undiminished. Took the single off the final ball of the over. Steady from Derbyshire. They were 6 for 3 against Glamorgan, so we're already better than that.
Well, I think definitely the extra bounce is already causing the batters 1 or 2 extra problems. Be interesting, of course, once the ball starts to get a little older. 2 new balls, 1 each end. Might take a little time, but be interesting to see how this pitch plays as the ball gets softer. But at the moment, there's some bounce, as that's turned away nicely by Kane behind square on the leg side. That'll be a single, and it's 8 without loss now. Derbyshire in the 4th.
We've already seen the folly of the floppy sun hat, though. The last 2 deliveries have been fielded by the long leg, and on each occasion the hat has just flown from his head. I'd ban them.
Floppy hats?
Oh.
Really?
Yeah, they keep falling off.
Why don't they have elastic band or something around the chin?
Around the chin?
Well, so it goes round. Or something where you pull the toggle up.
Yeah, there must be a way.
Yeah, down the leg side, that'll be another wide. Scott Curry. Gosh, we've seen this before 3 days ago. Mixture of good balls and balls which are just a little wayward.
Yeah, that's 3 so far, isn't it?
I forget off the top of my head how many in the last game, but I would say we're looking at half a dozen at least. I'll just have to have a quick look as I describe the next delivery. Runs towards us, right arm over and bowls to Rees. Gets wrapped high on the pad. Probably just nipped a little bit off the seam. But again, we've seen that extra bounce from short of a length.
Good crowd. There's a lot in the shade in front of the players' pavilion away to our left-hand side. They won't be in shade for much longer. I hope they brought some form of protection. There's more than a few huddled at the back of the East Midlands demolition stand, which is the only permanent shade that we have here at the Incora County Ground, but they're still coming into the ground, which is good.
There's Curry to Rees, bit fuller this time, hits it into his pad as it goes up towards mid-off. The East Midlands demolition stand, that's a bit of a worrying title for a stand. Anything with the word demolition in.
Yes, it's merely the sponsor, and I'm not even sure if everybody calls it that, because the stand at the far end's got a name, but I just call it the permanent temporary stand. So, if you're on the balcony of the members' pavilion away to the sort of directly opposite us, really, I think something's happened to Lewis Rees's bat as he jabbed the bat down on that last delivery from Curry. And he's calling for he can't be calling for a drink, surely, to goodness.
Well, maybe Harry Kane is, but I'm just wondering, actually, because he's been hitting high up on his bat and low down. I think one hit on the handle, didn't it, in the first over of Curry? That hit the bottom, and it just looks like it's done some damage.
Yeah, there's another member. I think this is Mitch Wagstaff with the bats. It is. The tall figure of Mitch Wagstaff comes hurtling out with a selection of bats for Lewis Rees. But it's the community. It's the community. I think it's called a community game today. So they have given away a number of tickets, which is great to get people into the ground and come down and have a look at live cricket. Possibly for the first time, lots of youngsters have got tickets, and obviously they will have to bring parents and guardians with them. So they've even opened the old burger bar on the far side as well, which is good to see. Ice cream vans in.
Just you to see that, Fletch.
Yeah, always. When's lunch? Oh no, we've got a while yet. We've got a while yet. That is one thing about these games is if you don't eat enough biscuits in the morning, lunch is a long way, isn't it? Long way.
And there was enough biscuits, wasn't there, in the media bit?
Yes,
the media sort of common room.
Another packet had been brought in as well.
Oh, they really? Yeah. Somebody must be got a load of biscuits at home or something to bring them all in.
Well, they're not short of a bob or two here. No,
sure. Curry bowls outside the off stump. Rees leaves alone with a different bat in his hand.
As you can tell by the water in tins, which has got the Derbyshire crest on it, for goodness sake. Remarkable. Wow. That's the first time I've seen those.
Love it.
Very impressive. I always think water in a tin is a bit weird. Do you not think?
Yeah, I guess. I'm not sure I've seen. Yeah, I'm not sure I've seen too many around. Scott Curry then, who I think is 3 wide so far. 7 he bowled on the Isle of Wight. If you were wondering when I mentioned earlier, that's played to backward a point, and there is no run. So definitely a few problems with his direction. Scott Curry.
Isn't it weird when you don't see a team? 2017, the last time Hampshire were here, the last time I saw Hampshire, and you're looking around. Quite often we play an awful lot of the same teams a lot, so you get to know certain mannerisms of players. I don't know any of these.
Well, do you know what? Interesting. I had a quick look at that myself. Cuts away, and that's a beaten point, and that's gone to the left of Toby Albert, and that'll be 4 runs. A bit of width, too short there from Scott Curry. Rees taking full advantage, and the total is 13. Yeah, 13 without loss at the end of that over.
I've seen Keith Barker, of course, and come across Ben Brown when he was down at Sussex. And Aaron Donald I've already mentioned, but I'm not sure. Nick Gubbins, possibly. But I'm not sure I've seen too many of the others, which is always good. Always good to see new faces.
Yeah. Well, do you know what? That 2017 quarter-final here, there is only one person on the park here that played in that. You would know, wouldn't you?
Alex Hughes?
No.
Or Lewis Rees?
Lewis Rees. Incredible, wasn't it? 5 years ago.
Yeah, and the 21 different players. Blimey. Here's Keith Barker. Coming over the wicket to Harry Kame, who gets an edge, and it drops just short of the man at gully backward point.
I think that'll be Fletcher Middleton. He's normally there.
Yeah, he dived forward, but it was always dying on him, wasn't it? Always dying on him. But a genuine edge as he pushed forward there, Harry Kame.
So you've got to be a bit careful here with the extra bounce. If you don't quite get it right, pushing out at it like he has there, that ball's going to carry.
What will he do with this delivery? As Barker around the wicket bowls it. Inside edge onto pad. Ball dribbles out again into the offside. Just ignore me when I said he was over the wicket. 13 without, I've no idea what I'm talking about. 13 without loss.
Yeah, it's there's definitely more bounce than I've seen in the surface for a little while, actually. Actually, I'm trying to think. Hampshire's first game against Worcester in this competition at the Aegeus was a bit of bounce, but you don't often see this bounce, do you?
No, it is a bit bouncier than a little bit bouncier than we expected to. That's slightly fuller from Barker and pushed out up towards mid-on, where I assume that's Jack Campbell, the numberless mid-on.
Just going back to the kit of Derbyshire's Fletch, I mean, am I right to say that I think as a colour it's unique in world one-day kits?
I can't remember seeing anybody wearing a kit as close to white as this.
No.
Sort of describe it as something that I may have washed. As Barker bowls, and off the back foot it's forced into the offside by Harry Kame. It's not collected by the man at point, and therefore they can get through for a single. Kame moves on to 7-14 without loss.
Are you saying that it's the sort of kit that if you put in a white with a blue, that's the colour it comes out?
Very, very much so. Yeah. I do like it though.
Yeah, no, it's all right. It's different, isn't it?
Yeah.
Very different. I mean, Hampshire, there's 500,000 teams with that colour around the world.
Well, Derbyshire were always sort of that colour blue, slightly a bit lighter potentially, but always warm. I've always worn blue in my time. Over the wicket comes Barker and balls to Rees, who just guides this very pleasantly to that's an Aaron Donald. It is at point. It's Donald, another of the. Well, most of them are wearing floppy sun. There's an awful lot of floppy sun hats out there. When I say an awful lot, 3, which is a lot. I wasn't including the umpires. I don't think I'm allowed. I don't think anybody in the Derbyshire side wears one. I don't think they've had any made. Barker in again, and this one's left alone outside the off stump. It's given a wide. It looked like it swung wide, and the keeper did take it to his left there, Ben Branham. I was a little surprised. We're not directly behind. In fact, we couldn't be less directly behind if we tried, really. We're on the edge of the 30-yard circle here. That's how far across we are. So apologies for any inaccuracies that you may hear or see. Barker is in again, and that was left alone to go through to Brown. And that completes the 5th over. Derbyshire, so far so good. 15 without loss. Came has 7. Rees is on 4. Hampshire won the toss this morning. Decided to put Derbyshire into bat. They like chasing. Is that part of the deal?
Well,
it's difficult to tell, isn't it, really?
It is.
Pitches generally don't change that much, do they?
True. I mean, they batted first against Worcester, where they won. They got 230 odd. They batted second at Beckenham, where everybody says, "Oh, you know, the side." Sorry, they batted first at Beckenham, where everybody says, "Oh, no, you always chase there." Well, they won the toss, Kent, and put Hampshire in. No, sorry, Hampshire won the toss and decided to bat first outside the off stump. Start of a new over from Curry to Kane. It's left alone. Hampshire got nearly 400 in that game, and batted first on the island. So not necessarily. It's just an interesting move from Nick Gubbins. Certainly something I'll ask at the end of the game. Andrew Bull has emailed me at sunandcricket@gmail.com. He's on the Isle of Wight, and he says he's just been messaging Harry Kane's dad. He obviously knows Harry Kane's dad, Peter Kane. He obviously thinks highly of you. He says, "Oh gosh, makes a change." I used to play cricket with him, says Andrew. Always playing and missing outside the off stump there, a bit like his dad. A very useful player, says Andy. There you are. So I think I played the odd second team game at Hampshire with Harry's dad. So
in the wine trade, isn't he now? Does he own a vineyard?
Oh gosh, that I don't know. He wasn't in that when I knew him, so he must have changed careers.
I just had a text of somebody who isn't in my contacts who says the Derbyshire kit looks like, and I'll leave it there.
Curry bowls down the leg side. I think that's flicked away. Gone quickly down to fine leg. That'll be 4. And that is off the bat. Again, Curry just straying in line. Derbyshire move on to 19 without loss.
It says the Derbyshire kit looks like the England one-day kit from the mid-1990s. I don't recall. Yes. Did they have red and green flashes across the shoulders or across the top of the chest? Do you remember those?
No.
Well, you were busy playing, I suppose. I was watching.
I can't remember that. Here comes Curry, bowls out way outside the off stump, and that's a wide. Oh dear. So it's an England one-day kit.
Yeah, 1990s.
1990s. We'll have to see if it comes up with anything, because I'm interested to know what that may have looked like. That was quite. Is that like? Oh, that's 80s and 90s.
I think he's talking about this. Oh, hang on.
Here comes Curry again. That's a low full toss. It's hard to mid-wicket, and that's well fielded. Half stop by Albert, and then a run is an afterthought there. They'll complete it. But that could have easily been 4 runs. Good stop from Albert.
The 1992 kit, which was pale blue. This is paler, I think, but it had sort of red, green, and then blue on the shoulders. Yeah. But yeah, that's a good shout. It's a good shout. Well remembered.
But you're right, it's lighter.
It'd be the same as the Max and Paddy retro shirts as well. They were the Pakistan one.
21 without loss. We are in the 6th over here as Curry bowls beaten outside the off stump. Pushed forward there, just nipped across him. Lewis Rees, who's currently on 4. Harry Kane has 12. So how many people do you reckon are in at the moment? It's not a bad crowd.
No, I
actually,
think
is
it's a decent crowd. I would say that it's difficult to tell. It's not the biggest ground in the world, and there aren't that many seats, but there'll be 1,500 or more at the moment.
It's all right.
Still arriving.
Somebody's wearing number 27 Jones on the back. Is that from here or is that from another county? That's outside the off stump through to Ben Brown. That's the end of the over then, and we've had 6 overs. Derbyshire are 21 without loss. There's not a Jones here, is there?
There isn't, but it's a Derbyshire supporter. I know that for a fact. So I can only assume Stefan Jones from back in the day, possibly.
Oh, right.
Or Dean Jones, indeed. But whether he'd have played with names and numbers on his back, I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure Dean Jones would have done, would he?
No, I don't think so.
Stefan Jones, that's a good show. God, Stefan Jones, from Somerset initially, was he? And then came here.
I think so. I'm dredging this up from absolutely nowhere, though. My Derbyshire first-hand knowledge began in 2016. As Keith Barker bowling to Harry Kane, who check drives that very pleasantly out into the offside, but stopped at the second attempt at mid-off. And there's no run.
It's a good shout, though.
Disappointingly, no flags on either end of the members' pavilion at the far end of the ground. Always like to see the flags flying.
What is that?
Don't know. There's one beyond the pavilion. You might just be able to see a bit of it there, but that's on a flagpole out in the car park. As Barker's in again. Oh, that's a play and a miss from Harry Kane, who knows that he shouldn't have played at that one, but he just couldn't help himself really. And there was a bit of bounce in that one as well, as it's taken by Brown behind the stumps.
Yeah, there's a little bit going on out there at the moment, isn't there, really? I think...
We've seen a lot this season where, I mean, this pitch isn't one of them, but where there have been tinges of green and it hasn't played like a pitch with tinges of green on throughout the course of the season. So perhaps they just saw something, Nick Gubbins, as this one is driven off the inside half of the bat. It's a chase on here for Jack Campbell down towards a wide, longer mid-on, and he's lost the chase. The ball reaches the boundary. Harry Kane gets his third 4 and moves on to 16.
He's still not got a number, Jack Campbell. There needs to be a petition down south. I think the Hampshire members and Hampshire supporters, we need to mount a petition to get this man a number.
Special general meeting, possibly?
Yeah, I think there needs to be. Mind you, with special general meetings, haven't you got to notify people at least a month or 2 weeks beforehand if you do it properly?
Yeah, it needs to be quicker than that.
Yeah, we can't wait that long.
Here's Barker, bowls to Kane, who flicks this away down towards long leg, and he might get 4 more here. He will, and Aaron Donald's not going to get round there in time. There was a sort of half-hearted chase from Toby Albert as well, but he always knew that Donald would fetch it back from the advertising boards. And Derbyshire move on to 29 without loss, with Harry Kane up to 20 off 25 balls.
Playing quite nicely, isn't he, really?
Yeah. So he's looked decent whenever he's been called on. He's a little unfortunate that the other openers in the championship have been Godalming, the skipper, and Massoud. Barker bowls to him, and he defends this one into the onside, where it's fielded by Scott Curry. It's a short mid-wicket, and there's no run. It sort of blocks his way in, and the next in line will be Lewis Rees, who's also an opener. I mean, obviously, if he was offered coming in at number 3, it's Brooke Guest, the wicketkeeper, who's had a phenomenal season, so his chances have been limited. But he's bided his time. Nice kid as well. As Barker bowls, and that's played off the back foot out into the offside this time by Harry Kane. And it's the end of another over. 7 gone. 29 without loss.
Sorry, thank you to Simon Young and Ralph Brooker, who, between them, have tweeted me at Sonant Sports. Simon sent me a picture of that England one-day kit. I think that's Graham Gooch in it, so yeah. Fletcher also had a picture of that as well. And Ralph says, I remember the England kit in those days. They wore it at an ICC World Cup, but it was bluer than this ghostly Derbyshire clobber.
Ghostly?
Ghostly.
Is that a good thing? I'm not sure.
I don't know.
I'd take ghostly. Probably.
Oh, 8 runs off that over. I'm going to have to disappear.
A change of bowling for the first time, so we've seen the end of Scott Curry, who's bowled 3 overs for 14. Barker 4 overs for 15. Derbyshire 29 without loss. And new bowler is John Turner from the City End, bowls to Lewis Rees, who plays it straight back at him. He gets a hand to it. It dribbles past the stumps at the far end. Kev James has gone off to perform radio solo duties. 2 slips in place. Tom pressed. And is it first slip? That one is guided down towards third man by Lewis Rees. Very fine third man. And he picks up a single. Scott Curry's the other slip. Rees moves on to 5:30 without loss. Got to remember to sit back now so Kev James can actually see the scoreboard. James 20 off 27 deliveries so far. He's back on strike. It's been a good effort from the young man. It's his 4th game in the competition, so he's been an ever-present. He waits. Oh, no, he doesn't wait. Well, he does wait, but Turner lost his run. So I can't read and talk at the same time. Here is Turner again. This time he is in. Bolton Harry came outside the off stump. I'll probably go till 12. Yeah, I'll go till 12. I'll go till 12. Yeah. Or just very, very strange in the one day cup to have 3 commentators, which we do have today. Kevin Howells is here as well. Kevin James will be back with us very shortly indeed, as Turner is in again and bowls. Update for Radio Derby. Well, we're just over halfway through the 8th over here, and so far so good for Derbyshire. They're 31 without loss. Lewis Rees has 5, and Harry Kame, who's batted really nicely, although he has edged 1 to Gully, which dropped just short, is on 21 off 29 balls. Hampshire won the toss this morning. They put Derbyshire into bat, and at the moment the Derbyshire openers are going okay. 31 without loss. The 5th delivery of the 8th over, which turned into the leg side for a single by Lewis Rees. He moves on to 6:32 without loss. The field is, of course, scurrying in all directions for the left-hand, right-hand partnership between Harry Kame and Lewis Rees, who's the left-hand part of that partnership. Little flex of the knees from Kame as Turner is in, and that strikes him in the pit of the stomach region and dribbles out into the offside. Just discomforted momentarily there was Harry. No harm done though. He punches gloves with Lewis Rees. 21 to Kame, 6 to Rees, 32 without loss after 8 overs. On a very, very warm day. My computer suggests that it's down to 26 degrees. I would suggest it's far warmer than that. That's outside rather than in here, but in our air-conditioned commentary box. But very, very warm, and there's a few people at the far end of the ground in front of the permanent temporary stand who are sheltering under umbrellas. I can't say I blame them. Here's Keith Barker going to continue bowling to Lewis Rees from the racecourse end, and that one is driven, but straight to the man in the covers. Nick Gubbins, the skipper, and there's no run. As Kev was saying earlier, 3 out of 3 for Hampshire. Derbyshire have indeed already lost 2 of their 3 matches. Elsewhere, chance to run through the scores around the country. There are 5 other matches, I believe, taking place in the one-day cup today as Barker is in again and bowls to Rees, who inside half of the bat, out into the leg side, no run. At Edgbaston, Warwickshire won the toss and decided to bat against Sussex, 37 without loss in the 9th over. Durham won the toss and put Gloucestershire in at Chester Street. The visitors 41 without loss in the 8th over. Leicestershire are 16 for 2 halfway through the 9th over at Grace Road against Somerset, who won the toss there. Glamorgan decided to bat first when they won the toss at Wantage Road. They're 34 for 4 as Barker is in again outside the off stump, left alone, through to the keeper. So 34 for 4 at the beginning of the 8th over, and at Grantham, where Nottinghamshire are playing Middlesex, Nottinghamshire put Middlesex in, and just approaching the end of the 8th over there. Middlesex 66 for 1. So you're up to date here. Derbyshire 32 without loss. Rees has 6, Kame has 21. Barker's in again, and bowls to Rees, who just guides this down to a very short third man. There's no run there. He doesn't seem happy with life at the moment, particularly Lewis Rees. To me, he's waving at the pavilion. I think he wants. I don't think this bat's any good. I think he might want another bat. Yeah, he wants another one. He's not happy with this one at all. The ball's not going where he wants it to.
Has he got another one in there?
Yeah. Well, how many would you have had?
At my worst,
Yeah,
probably 2 at my best, in terms of, maybe 3 or 4.
yeah.
So, but I don't know how many they have these days on average. But
Those big coffins that they bring all the kit in, they're massive, aren't they?
Yeah. I think actually at my worst, I might not have had any, because I remember playing a game.
That's a bit of a disadvantage.
Well, no, I think I remember playing. No, that's not ideal. That.
No.
I remember playing a game at Old Trafford, and I borrowed Robin Smith's bat. Actually, now
That'd have
I'm
been a
trying
good
to
one, wouldn't
think-
it?
Well, it was a bit chunkier and a bit more heavy than I was used to, actually. And it took a little while getting used to. But actually, you're right. I did quite like it, and I thought, gosh, this guy's got a better middle than I had.
I'm going to get one of these. Going to get one of these. Devon Malcolm did walk out to the middle once without a bat.
Did he?
For Derbyshire, I'm told. Yeah.
I saw Devon
He
the
knew
other
he knew he'd forgotten something. He's refereeing now, isn't he?
Yeah.
Barker bowls, and that one is edged down into the ground. Was it all the way to second slip or not? That's the question. It'll be Scott Curry at second
Yeah.
slip. He went down to his left. He tried to grab it a couple of times, and whether that was just because he wanted to make sure it didn't go past him for a run, but it appeared to be certainly on its way down when it reached him. But both batsmen have edged close to fieldsman so far.
Just trying to watch that on the live picture feed again. It's difficult to tell.
Next delivery from Barker is left alone by Rees. That's a decent-looking leave from Lewis Rees, and that's a maiden over from Keith Barker. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 15. His figures. Harry Kame has 21, Rees has 6, and Derbyshire remain 32 without loss after 9.
It may just have bounced in front of
Just
him.
that was my initial thought, even from this distance, that he started to grab at it, but I think that was to make sure it didn't go beyond him and the batsman didn't scamper through for a run. But they've both edged balls very close to fielders, Kame and Rees. But they're both still there, which is probably the important thing from a Derbyshire perspective, certainly.
I've watched that 3 or 4 times, and it's really difficult to tell. Is it me?
But if you want.
It's driven to backward a point where Nairin Donald is doing the honours there. Fletcher Middleton's obviously somewhere else, having a break. But it's difficult to tell. It goes so quickly. But looking at the reaction, you're right, Fletcher. I think that hasn't quite to carry. But I mean, there are some edges. I think the extra bounce here is definitely going to cause a few problems. Has caused a few problems. I think Derbyshire have done well to negotiate it to this point. And that's a nice strong drive there from Kame, although not quite out of the middle of the bat as it goes out to Gubbins in the covers. Yeah, I think they've done well, these two. I mean, I think you're going to need a little bit of luck, especially against the new balls,
Yeah.
which they have. But I think other than that, I think they'll be happy they've got to this point.
The score against Essex was their 11th highest in List A cricket, 300 and some.
Wow. Turner bowls, that's nipped back wickedly to Kane, who really didn't know what was going on there. That nipped back so quick.
He had no idea, did he?
No.
Absolutely no idea where that one was.
There is a bit in it in this pitch, isn't
Yeah, there is. No question. See, I should keep records. Your records are beautiful. I don't keep any records at all.
I'm not sure
I
it's
should.
any good at times. Sometimes you can become a bit of a... I try not to use them all for the sake of it. You know, if something comes up, then it's great. And that's... but that's all. Try not to be too silly and think, well, I've written that, so I've got to use it. Lovely strong shot again from Kane. It looks stronger than it actually is, because it isn't actually pinging off the middle of the bat yet for Harry Kane, but there's intent there. In fact, actually, Fletcher Middleton's over at mid-off, fielding that one. Score remains on 32 without loss, and we're in the last over of the power play. Power play 1. Turner again. Setting it back again and bounced, and Kane just takes the bottom hand off the bat as he turns that away square on the leg side. We'll pick up a single, moves on to 22. 33 without loss.
Says a lot about Derbyshire's history in List A cricket. I know they've won Lord's finals, but 318 for 6 was their score down at Essex, and that was their 11th highest in List A cricket.
Still pretty good.
Oh, it put them in a very strong position. Very strong position.
92-run win. That's a huge one, isn't it?
Yeah.
That gives you a lot of confidence, that. Here's Turner again, round the wicket to Rees, who drives, pushes that up to Barker at mid-off. Turner's over ends, 2 overs, none for 4. 33 without loss after 10. Derbyshire.
You played Essex yet?
No, we've got them a week on Sunday.
Kid playing for them called Jamal Richards made his debut against Derbyshire. Came in at number 10, scored 46, bowled really nicely. And he's also lightning in the field. He looks like he's got a proper future.
Right.
Good to see, as we were talking before off air, weren't we, about the youngsters who, like Keith Barker, who play in this competition who wouldn't ordinarily get a game for the first team. It's not quite the case with Derbyshire. I think every one of these players has certainly played, apart from Tom Wood, most of them will have played red ball cricket at some point this season, I think. Keith Barker to continue. It's his 6th over. He's bowling to Harry Kane, who pushes it out into the offside. He thought about a run, I think, there, but there was never one on.
Still sort of find myself drawn to the kit. I don't know why. Normally, I don't even see it. You know, you just watch a game.
It's because I mentioned it earlier as well. That hasn't helped.
I think if you hadn't, as they walked out, I would have gone, huh? I just find myself watching the kit rather than the actual shot.
It's already getting whiter. As Barker is in and bowls, and that one is played off the back foot nicely up towards the point boundary. That's a good stop out there as well, actually. Forgive me, you'll have to tell me who made that stop. It was a terrific stop by the man at cover. Scrambling. He's on his way back now. 34 without loss. Kane moves on to 23. When he turns around, I'll be able to tell him myself.
I think it's Gubbins.
Is it Gubbins? Yeah, that was an excellent piece of work. Because the ball just looked like it was going to get away from him for a moment, and he put the slide in and grabbed it back. Hence only a single. 34 without loss. Barker in again, and that one is smashed into the players' pavilion for 6 by Lewis Rees. That's an astonishing shot. That's completely out of character with anything we've seen in the first 10 overs, and now the power play's finished. He's decided to launch one into the grandstand away to our left-hand side for 6, the first one of the match. He moves on to 12, and Derbyshire 40 without loss.
Wow.
Down on one knee. Thank you very much. And this is Keith Barker, who's 5 overs and 2 balls, had gone for 16 runs.
It's a shot straight out of the 100, Fletch.
Here's Barker. In and bowls. That one has struck him on the pad. Big appeal for leg before wicket, not out. They've still got their arms up, the Hampshire players. The umpire's not moving a muscle. I think it's fair to say, Neil Pratt. You're absolutely right, Kev, of course. I would bow to your...
No, I just...
Bow to your judgment.
Sure, I saw Adam Lyth play one of those shots at the Oval last night, or yesterday afternoon for the Northern Superchargers.
I would suggest it was a shot out of the T20 Blast, of course. We've seen a few of those here. I can't remember the last time I saw a 100 game live in the flesh. No, that's because I haven't. Here's Barker in and bowls, and that one is off the back foot, cut away, beats Donald, goes all the way down to he's a wide third man or a backward point. He picks up the ball now, and they get through for another single. Rees moves to 13, 41 without loss. 11:43. You've disappointed me.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. I waited 43 minutes, Fletch, before I brought that up. I'm sorry. I couldn't wait any longer, really. If you're watching the live feed, there we are on the commentary box.
That's a concern, that, isn't it? Yeah. I'm not a big fan of that.
Are you not?
Well, not with my head. Here's Barker again around the wicket to Kane, who just dabs it into the leg side. There's no run as in comes Scott Curry to do the fielding. It's the end of a strange old over. A couple of singles, 3 dot balls, and an enormous 6. Lewis Rees moved on to 13 during that over. Harry Kane has 23. Derbyshire 41 without loss after 11.
It's a bit like somebody said, actually, at 11:42, you will play a slog sweep over
Yes.
mid-wicket. It's like
Yeah.
that ball.
Cricket by numbers.
Yeah,
It was just
completely out of character, as you said,
unbelievable.
at the time.
But he is capable, Lewis Rees, no question about it.
There looked nothing wrong with the shot either. It didn't look risky. It just looked normal, as if he'd been playing that shot every day of his life. Here comes Turner, who's round the wicket, right arm over. That's pulled away down towards fine leg to the man with no number, Jack Campbell, the left arm seamer. We'll see him a little later. And Derbyshire move on to 42 without loss. Are we looking at some other scores?
Well, I have done them.
Oh,
but
you've done them.
Well, no, I
Apologies.
only did them when
No.
you were next door, only because I couldn't think of anything else to
No,
say.
that's good. No, as you've done them, that's more than enough.
But I'm more than happy to hear any scores
No,
from
no,
anywhere.
no. We're not that bothered about them. We are bothered, but not that. Here comes Turner over the wicket, bowls, and Kane plays that late, angles it down to third man. Again, Campbell, who's fielding just below our commentary window, throws it in one bounce to Ben Brown, and Derbyshire move on to 43 without loss. Joe at Silent Sport on the tweet says, after doing so well without a number, Jack Campbell might now prefer not to have one. Hashtag superstitious cricketers. That is a very good point.
It is.
Spoke to him after the game on the island, actually, because he picked 3 wickets when it's pulled away, but not quite as well timed by Rees. But the ball trickles down to fine leg once more. Campbell again fields 44 without loss, and he picked up 3 wickets when Northamptonshire lost 5 for 11 or something at the end. And he's quite a shy guy, really. You wouldn't think so, would you? When he bowls and comes in, you think, oh yeah, but chatting to him afterwards, very shy.
That's why he hasn't gone in and demanded a number, presumably.
That's probably why. He's too shy to ask. Yeah. Here's Turner again. Shot came. That's going through extra cover, and that is out the middle of the bat, and that is 4 runs. He's threatened that a couple of times.
Yeah.
And this time, not only finding the gap, but out of the middle of the bat. Super shot, that one. And Harry Kane moves on to 28.
His dad will be torn then, won't he, really?
I didn't see his dad ever play a shot like that, I must admit.
Come on, Peter, let us know if you're watching, who you're supporting. We won't tell anybody.
So 48 without loss. Here's Turner again. Bowls. Kane gets a length ball. Pushes it out square on the offside. Curry and quickly falls over as he does so in an effort to make sure there's no single.
He's got to be 6'4", doesn't he, Curry? Tall man. He's got long legs.
Yeah.
Very long legs.
Yeah, he always gets a little bit of extra bounce, but again, wide's the problem today as they were 3 days ago on the island. So, Turner's in again to Kane, plays that behind square on the offside. Diving stop this time from Arnarin Donald. Players love to be sliding and diving around at the moment. 48 without loss, and we have had here in Derby, if I could find the point on the scoreboard where it says overs, Fletch points, and it's 12. He could have pointed anywhere there, and I would have said the number, so he could have stuffed me out of sight there. 7 runs off it.
38 overs. Well, that's how many remain. That's how many remain. That's for the mathematical illiterates like me. I have to put the number of overs that have gone and the number of overs that remain, but it should always add up to 50. Well, we lost 10 minutes at the start of the game against Glamorgan, and it became a 49-over-a-side contest. How entirely pointless was that?
Well,
Yeah.
the time's so tight. That's
No. Wasn't going to go dark. Barker begins a new over. That's wide of the off stump and signalled wide. Again, swinging away, but starting too far wide of the off stump initially and just carried on going. Derbyshire moved to 49 without loss.
yeah, good start, isn't it? Good start on a wicket which has given the bowlers a bit of help.
Shan Massoud will be in a quite an unfamiliar position of having his pads on and sitting in the changing room, because he's opened in just about every other form of cricket that he's played for Derbyshire. As Barker bowls a full delivery, strikes the pad, goes for the appeal, and he's given. And Rees goes, and Shan Massoud will be soon out in the middle. That was a full delivery. He tried to flick it away down the leg side. It thudded into his pad and dribbled away. And Rees goes for 15 to Keith Barker. And Derbyshire are 49 for 1.
Yeah, he just came across the stumps there, didn't he? In the end, he's made it a straight delivery. Just walking across his stumps there and hit probably middle and off but a big stride across to the offside. And it's effectively trying to play a ball square that actually, in the end, arrives to him from fairly straight. So you're taking a bit of a risk by doing that. And just as I speak, a certain Peter Kane has messaged me. He said, my only shot was the cover drive. I don't remember that. And the duck, he says. And we played together quite a few times in 1987. There you go. Good to hear from him. I haven't heard from him for a while.
So Shan Massoud comes out to bat. He's been front and centre of Derbyshire's revival this season, such as it's been. It has been vastly improved, and he's a hugely popular figure, as you'd expect in these parts, so he gets an extra round of applause when his name is announced. Came back into the side on Sunday, having been in Sri Lanka with Pakistan and carried an awful lot of drinks. Didn't play in either of the test matches. And then, fortunately, from a Derbyshire point of view, wasn't selected for the Pakistan tour of the Netherlands, which is about to start, or for the Asia Cup, which comes up at the end of August, beginning of September. So he will be here now until the end of the season, which is excellent news for everybody.
Bonus.
One of the nicest men you could wish to meet. And such an analytical mind. One question is all it takes, and you've got yourself 5 minutes of content, because he goes through the game and he can remember everything. He can remember things about the game that I've already forgotten, even if they didn't involve him. Skipper in the Derbyshire side as well, in the absence through COVID protocols of Billy Godleman. Keith Barker will bowl the first delivery to him, and he pushes this one up to mid-on, where it's fielded by Felix Organ.
Playing his 99th List A game.
We've seen his average.
Massoud, 5 one-day internationals in that. Over 50.
Decent.
That's not bad in this, is it?
No, over that period of that many games. Except that everybody who was coming and wanted to see Shan Massoud is now inside the ground. But if you're not and you're listening, hurry up. You don't want to miss him. 2 slips and a gully now. As Barker is in and bowls, full delivery. It's pushed up towards mid-off when it's fielded by Campbell.
Yeah, I think it's as much to do with just the bit of shape that Barker's still getting on the ball here, even though we are, well, this particular new ball will be in its 7th over.
Yeah.
There we are again, in the commentary box, myself and Dave Fletcher, on the live picture feed. They like doing that, don't they?
Nick Webb wasn't happy when Glamorgan came. He didn't like being on screen.
Did he not?
No. Barker's in. That's an edge. Is it through to the keeper? It is, and he's gone. And Massoud goes for a 3-ball duck. And anybody who wasn't in to see him back, well, you're going to be disappointed, because you're not going to see him now. That is a huge wicket for Hampshire. Massoud goes 3rd ball. And Derbyshire, with 2 wickets for Keith Barker in the same over, are 49 for 2 now.
Huge wicket, isn't it? And that type of dismissal, I think, has been on since ball 1, with the bit of movement that Barker's been getting, and even Curry was getting a bit of movement as well, and the bounce in the wicket all combining, that somewhere along the line, caught behind was always on the cards. Unfortunately for Derbyshire, it's happened to their best player.
Yes. Yeah. Tom Wood down next to come in. It looks like Tom Wood, who got a 3-ball duck himself at not Old Trafford, at Essex in that big win. He's had a very difficult 12 months. Tom Wood failed a drugs test after failing to get an exemption for the inhaler that he was taking since he'd been a teenager. Got a 6-month ban. Couldn't play cricket, couldn't play club cricket, and couldn't even train with the rest of his teammates in the entire time he was banned, and has only come back since the start of the Royal London competition. So he's a bit short of cricket, I think it's fair to say. He's played, I think, four club matches now. And, as I say, failed down at Chelmsford, which is a little bit uncharitable, but that's what happened. And we'll be looking for a score here, I'm sure, in front of his home support.
12th List A game for Tom.
Scored Derbyshire's 2nd quickest white ball century last season against Nottinghamshire in this competition here. It's now the 3rd fastest white ball century because Wayne Madsen scored one in the T20 that was quicker. But Wes Durston still top of the pops.
Wes Durston. Another blast from the past.
Yeah, he was still playing when I started, but retired soon after. I think it was coincidental as Barker bowls to Wood. That's a full delivery, and he did well to get bat on that. And he's off the mark straight away with the ball going down to fine leg. But if he hadn't got any bat on that, he'd have been in trouble. And the Derbyshire 50 comes up, 50 for 2 in the 13th over.
Yeah, he scored 100 in the last one-day cup game played between these two sides back in 2014.
Wes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
134. Wayne Madsen got 138. Derbyshire winning that game by 136.
Wow. Those were the days.
Oh.
50 for 2, came back on strike, and he's playing at that one outside the off stump. It goes through to Ben Brown. It takes it above shoulder height. And that is a terrific over. Wide to begin with, a couple of wickets and a single from Keith Barker. His figures now are 7 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 25. Derbyshire losing 2 wickets in 4 balls. As Lewis Rees goes for 15, Massoud for 0. Wood off the mark with that single. Harry Kane has 28, 50 for 2.
Paul Griffiths has emailed suncricket@gmail.com. He says, the picture quality and camera work today are probably the best so far.
Yes.
It's a real thumbs up for the camera team here.
Nothing to do with me, but they are good lads.
Yeah. Especially after the snow at the Isle of Wight. That's the picture feed, not the actual weather, because if the weather was anything but.
Tricky at outgrounds, though, isn't it? To get the rely heavily on internet bandwidth, I believe it's called. I have no idea what it is. I don't know what it is, but I believe it's called bandwidth.
It sounds good. But whatever it is, it sounds good. John Turner then from the city end, the far end as we look, bowls outside the off stump to Wood. Again, that's good carry from just short of a length. Again, a bit of bounce. Great commentary too, says Paul. That's very kind of you. And they're not afraid to show you both on the screen. On the
No, they're not,
picture
are
feed.
they?
No,
they're not afraid
not
at
shy.
all. No.
These camera guys here cannot be called shy.
I'll be getting my hat on that little camera in a minute. We
Will
can
you?
switch it off at the wall, actually, if we wanted to. If we got fed up with it, we can switch it off.
Can we? Well, you're the main man, so whatever you decide is what we'll have to do. As that's outside the off stump, and Wood leaves that one alone. Now, there's another one here from Bill Seeger, suncricket@gmail.com. He says, may I please congratulate Derbyshire on their live stream pictures, which are excellent and afford good views of a lovely looking ground. Enjoying the commentary as always, enhances the viewing no end. Do we need to sponsor Jack for a number? That's Jack Campbell, who's fielding just below us. Perhaps Radio Solent listeners may oblige. Right, okay, let's move on. That's a bit of bounce there as Wood plays that back to the bowler. Anybody that asks Radio Solent for sponsors, we'll change the subject about as quickly as we can.
I'm not sure. I've thumbed through the charter recently, but I'm not sure it's entirely allowed.
No. And there's no money anyway, so.
No, absolutely. Absolutely.
Radio Derby, if you want to sponsor Jack Campbell, I'm sure they've got a lot more money.
Well, I'm just slightly perturbed that nobody's been in touch with me, but don't feel obliged, obviously.
Turner bowls. Again, that's short of a length, and Woods in behind that one. Plays that back to the bowler called Sports Extra. Listeners, you can also offer to sponsor Jack Campbell as well for a number.
We thought Kevin Helms would have enough money in his back pocket to sponsor a cricketer, wouldn't he? I'd have thought.
So, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
You would have thought he'd carry some spare cash around for such an
There we go.
eventuality.
That'd get half a number.
He's already taken his cap off and he's asking for some money. Here comes it's edged through to second slip. Curry takes it, and there's the third wicket. And Wood goes for 1, and Derbyshire, having been 49 without loss, are now 50 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, it was a nothing kind of shot, was it, really, from Tom Wood, who, as I say, failed down at Chelmsford, and it's a 6-ball 1 here at the county ground, and it's all gone very quiet out there, as Tom Wood has dismissed. 50 for 3 isn't where anybody expected them to be when they were 49 without loss. I think it's fair to say it was a decent enough delivery from Turner, but was it a wicket? Well, it was a wicket-taking delivery, but he's just sort of pushed half forward at that one, Tom Wood, really. And Curry did the rest.
Yeah, I mean, there is something in this wicket. There is absolutely no doubt about that. At the very least, there's bounce. And there's some decent pace in this wicket as well, isn't there, at times? And as well as the Derbyshire openers batted, and they did, Lewis Rees and Harry Kane, who's still out there on 28, I just think that if you were a fielding side and you were bowling, I think you'd be disappointed at a side being 49 without loss, knowing the conditions the way they are out there. I'm not sure 50 for 3 is probably a true reflection, but I think when you've got a newish ball in your hand, bowling on this wicket, I think you'd be a little bit disappointed if you hadn't taken a wicket in the first. Well, it took 13, but to be honest, I did think it should have been better than that.
Well, the new batsman is Brooke Guest, who's 88, went a long way to helping Derbyshire win down at Chelmsford. Put on, I think, ended up 100 runs in the last 10 overs with Matty McKiernan down at Essex. So all is not lost.
That's for sure.
Dahl and Hughes, McKiernan, Thompson can bat. Only 2 number 11s today. Normally 3. Only 2.
So Brooke Guest then to face the right arm seam bowling of Turner. That's a length ball. Guest pushes that out on the offside. David Ackland at solentcricket@gmail.com says, Kev, you're faint, turn your mic up. Most people would rather not do that, but hopefully that has improved things. Apparently I was a little faint. So David, actually I know
right
David, and normally he tells me the opposite, but obviously today he wants to hear me a little clearer for some reason. That's the end of the over. 50 for 3, 14 gone.
Press release from the ECB. Adam Lyde has been suspended from bowling.
Well, that's going to be a real problem, isn't it, really, the amount of overs he bowls?
Been reported by umpires standing in the semi-final at Edgbaston, the semi-final of the Blast, that is. Interesting. Keith Barker in around the wicket, bowls to Harry Kane, who pushes this one out into the offside, and there's no run.
How often does Adam Lyde actually bowl?
Oh, quite a lot in short form, yeah, quite a lot in short form. Yeah.
Bowl as in inverted commas, because obviously somebody else has seen something
Well,
else.
yes, quite, yes.
So maybe he wasn't actually bowling, he was doing something like that.
Yes. I haven't got a solicitor as good as you, so I'm going to keep quiet. Here is Keith Barker, again around the wicket bowler. The Harry Kane leaves this one alone outside the off stump. I'm going to take a short break in a minute after I've updated Radio Derby listeners, because this conversation is only going to lead one way. So I'm going to leave you with Kevin James, and in a minute, Kevin Howells will be here.
Yeah. Well, fortunately, as Fletch just leaves us for a while, I can actually read this email out now because it's about the 100, and Fletch is a huge supporter of the 100. But I feel that I can actually now read it while he's doing something else. Mike Martin, solentcricket@gmail.com. I'll come to that as Barker stays round the wicket, bowling to Kane. Kane flicks that away down to a fine leg from fairly straight when you listen to one or two of the fielders out there close to the action, but he played it quite nicely. Moves on to 29. That's come off 46 deliveries, 51 for 3. Derbyshire in the 15th. Mike says, I'm really enjoying this tournament. I know people don't like the 100, but it actually makes this tournament effectively a test of a county's depth. Agreed. And gives the kids a proper go. It's a delight to see the likes of Tom Prest, Fletcher Middleton and Toby Albert in Hampshire colours, and it can only help their progress. I couldn't agree more. After their record score at Beckenham, I checked their biggest total for the different links of the tournaments. As Barker bowls, that's flicked away down the leg side, missed, goes through to Ben Brown, and it's called a wide. Bizarrely, the longest, when it was 65 overs. Hampshire's highest ever score was 244 versus Derbyshire in 1963. No wonder we didn't win it. Keep up the good work. I have to say, there was lots of conversations here before we came on air between myself, Fletch, and also Kevin Howells, and one or two other local journalists talking about the 100. Went on for quite a while. That's outside the off stump, and that's left alone by Brooke Guest. And I think it's fair to say, I won't say anything because it's I don't really want to speak for them. But I think it's fair to say, from my point of view, I probably championed it a little bit more than the others. Angela Wodehouse, solentcricket@gmail.com. I spoke to Angela at the Newport Isle of Wight game 3 days ago. She says, listening in from a sunny Isle of Wight. Well, when isn't it sunny? She's not at the ground today. No, I know. As Barker bowls, Guest drives, gets a thick inside edge that goes out to mid-wicket, fielded by Owen Donald. Do you think that maybe Jack Campbell does not want a number, having been so successful without one? Don't want to change a good thing. Also a shame Kevin Howes did not do our last game as well as, in brackets, as well as you and Dave, of course, as think he would have loved New Close Ground. I think it was Kevin. How fortuitous you are in right now. We did Sports Extra, but you weren't there.
I didn't get the invite, mate. If you'd said,
did you not?
I would have swum there.
Barker's round the wicket. Guest gets wrapped on the pad. Stunted appeal, more excitement more than anything. You would have loved it, but of course, technically, it would have been a challenge, as it was for myself.
Yeah, well, I would have turned up after you'd done all the hard work. I mean, that's a given.
Yeah.
So as long as you'd done all the hard work and got all the technicals sorted, I'd have rolled up. I don't know. Yeah. Let's say 10 to 11. I said, "Where's my seat? Where's my table? Where do I plug in, Kev?" And as long as you got all the answers there for me, I'd have had a great day.
Yeah.
But anyway, that's quite nice that somebody has thought that, though, because it tends to suggest that they've got my number, so to speak. Because I really would love to go one day to see that. Start of the next over. Oh, and a little flash and a miss at that. Came and Guest at the moment, the pair here for Derbyshire to rectify what has been a troublesome last 10 or 15 minutes. And, you know, it was slow and steady, and you didn't quite know where it was going to go because, as Kevin and Fletcher were mentioning, there were certainly signs here of why perhaps it wasn't going to be the easiest batting. And against this attack as well, in again, and that's pushed behind square, and a little throw and a miss of the stumps, but a good effort there. And
Donald.
At the moment, Hampshire have got a bit of a buzz about them, and you can understand why. Look, as a neutral, I come along, I actually want to see a bit of Shan Massoud today, and it's not going to happen. But also, an element to throw in with that, as we see this next delivery being bowled. It's turn it in, and there's a bit of a gap, but there's a man down here able to do the fielding. So they'll pick up a single, and the score moves on to 53 for 3 as the ball ticked over. There we are, 53 for 3. And we are now in the 16th over, the midway through the 16th. But I was listening to you talking about Keith Barker and how he happens to be in this team. And now I was listening to that whilst you were there on the Isle of Wight the other day. And very nearly getting an edge as well. Delivery, which, you know, it's got great pace, it's got good lift and through to the keeper here at the moment, and it's a bit of a challenge. Brooke Guest trying to get himself into his innings here. He's yet to get off the mark, faced 5 deliveries. But if I'm a Hampshire supporter and I'm hearing about that sort of attitude from Keith Barker, I'm buzzing. Yeah. I really am. Next delivery in. Oh, now does he get a nick on that? Look to the umpire, and nothing doing from the umpire. Movement to the left for the keeper. Look, they've gone up. They've gone up keeper, and they've gone up the slips. The bowler joining in as well. The umpire not particularly interested, seemingly, and the body language suggests to me as though they heard something. Perhaps they weren't convinced in the end that was off the bat. What about you, Kev? I'm looking at the replay again.
Yeah, I'm having a quick look. That just looked like it bounced and nipped back. Maybe just to flick the top of the pad.
Yeah. There was some movement there, and the noise of the pad. But anyway, close call. Next delivery. Bat, and again squeeze really out onto the onside, and that completes that over. And that's Turner's 5th over completed. He's taken 1 for 12 and a maiden. Barker 8 overs, 2 for 27, 1 maiden. Curry 3 overs, no wicket for 14. Just very briefly, so this Keith Barker situation, sort of needing somebody. Barker puts his hand up and says, you know, a week off for me is enough. I'm going to come back in. And when you've got a character like Barker who just generally lifts a game of cricket whenever he plays anyway, if I'm a Hampshire supporter, I'm thinking I'll have a bit of that. Thank you very much. And look here, he's still going. Well, you know what I think of Keith Barker. He's always been one of my favourite cricketers. So I suppose I'm a little bit biased, Kev, but I think it's a terrific little story.
I couldn't agree more. He's round the wicket and bowls to Kame. Edges, as he knows, plays forward. It flies off a length through to Ben Brown. I have to say, there seems to be more happening at the moment than there was in the first few overs. I'm not quite sure Hampshire quite got it right in those first few overs. I think Barker bowled okay. I think he's found a better length now. And I think Scott Curry was average, really, if I'm honest. And I think there's more pressure being put on the batters now with John Turner coming into the lineup. So there's a bit more of an attacking intent from both ends. But you're right. I worry, if I'm being a little bit pessimistic from a Hampshire point of view, as that's turned nicely down to third man by Kane, who seems to be sort of riding the bounce better than most at the moment. He moves on to 31. That's off 51 balls, 54 for 3. Take the situation last year where Kyle Abbott played most of the Royal London One Day Cup games and actually found himself injured for the run-in in September in the Championship, which, you know, arguably played a part in Hampshire just missing out. I just worry that if Keith Barker's going to play a major part...
No, I get that. I'm talking of the moment, of course.
But I think it's great. No, don't get me wrong. And the fact that they want to play and forward his guest, he pushes it out to mid-on. He's still not off the mark yet, having faced 8. But you just hope that he does stay fit because he's got a major part to play in those last 3 Championship matches.
I'll let the players and the physio and all the medical teams worry about the future. I just think about today and the fact that, and I am speaking as a neutral because I think he's just a wonderful cricketer. The fact that Keith Barker is playing a game of cricket in front of me is good for me. I'll take that.
Well, it's only the second time I've seen him in a Hampshire One Day shirt, as that's turned away by a guest down to fine leg. And he's finally off the mark.
However, I did want to see more than just 3 balls from Shan Massoud for similar reasons, because when he's out there, with bat in hand, he can be just wonderful and terrific. But Barker had the better one with a catch by the keeper there for 0. Lewis Rees for 15 and Tom Wood for the 1. So very much the visitors on top here right now.
Yeah, is it 2 double hundreds he's got in the Championship this year, Shan Massoud? Yeah, I must admit I was looking forward to seeing him play, but 3 balls. That was all. That's turned away by Harry Kane towards mid-wicket, and there is no run there. Barker into his 9th over here, long spell.
Starting to look just a little bit parched on here, but I understand nothing like that you saw. By the way, I like the fact that are you referring to it all the time this morning as the island? On the island, I've heard you refer. Of course, the Isle of Wight. Is that what's known down those parts? People say, just over on the island.
Yeah, well, it's a bit of a mouthful to keep saying Isle of Wight.
It is.
Yeah, I mean, everybody knows there's only one island down there. That's nicely played. Short delivery, angled back down to third man. It's gone very quickly indeed. They'll come back for 2, but quite deliberately played there by Peter Kane. A bit like Roland van der Merwe in the 100 yesterday. I think it was one of the last deliveries of the game at the Oval. I hate to compare this game with the 100, but I just find myself doing it from time to time. 57 for 3, 17 gone. Those of you watching that will know exactly the shot I mean.
So
it's called the island. Yeah,
yes, but I understand he was just looking a little bit barren there. I mean, that's the first place where there've been some bans. Is that right?
There's a hose pipe ban. Well, all down Hampshire and parts of Sussex, I think.
Yeah, I think all around the country there are warning signs, if you like. Yeah. But so clearly it had that look for a certain generation, the look that you would always refer to as the 75, 76 look, because the West Indies and everything, and the Oval, and those are the sort of pictures that are created in your mind, aren't they, of those parched grounds. So Turner continues in the bowls and very nearly gets an edge again. We're saying this so often. There's a little bit of fortune here as Guest pushes forward at that. Cayman Guest for Derbyshire came on 33 from 53 deliveries. Guest so only got off the mark for 1 of 9 balls.
Sorry, we just mentioned earlier.
It's Curry, actually. Beg your pardon.
Curry,
beg your pardon. So Curry back into the attack. And he's just coming back to you in a moment, Kev, as we see Curry coming in and bowling and worked away lakeside, and he'll go through for 1. So he does get a bit of bat on that, and he moves his score on to 2.
I know Peter Kane has been messaging me, Harry Kane's dad.
Yep.
And he said, message me again, because Fletch thought he owned a vineyard now, and I didn't know, because obviously things have changed. I haven't seen Peter Kane for a while, and he says, I do now own a vineyard in Silchester, North Hampshire. So other vineyards, of course, down in Hampshire are available.
Yeah, but I'm surprised you'd never heard of it.
No.
Next delivery, up onto his toes, and that's just played down towards the gully area. Just a slight misfield, but still no run to be added.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me, knowing Peter Kane, that he now owns a vineyard.
What, because he's good at business?
Well, yeah, probably.
And enjoying himself.
Yeah, I mean, there are other businesses he could have bought, but The fact that it's
Why,
a vineyard.
why not one that you've got your biggest passion about? Eh?
Yeah, well, that's obviously. I very rarely saw him without a wine glass.
A game is facing. And Curry, oh, that's driven and caught! Caught out there at extra cover. Another catch, it's another wicket down. And Derbyshire falling away here now at 58 for 4. And Harry Kane has gone. He's out for 33. And all this just in the 18th over. It's a struggle for Derbyshire. It was a steady start, but the wickets now tumbling all too quickly.
Yeah, I mean, that's a bit of a gimme, that, isn't it, really? Just pushed at that a little too hard. But I do feel that at 49 without loss before Lewis Rees was out, that really from what we were seeing, Hampshire would have been disappointed, really. Bit of bounce, bit of seam movement. I thought both batters, Rees and Harry Kane, negotiated those early overs really well. They did play and miss once or twice, but it's going to be that sort of wicket. It is that sort of wicket. But I did say that I thought from a bowling point of view, you'd be really disappointed to let a side get to that point. You'd be very pleased now there's almost an avalanche of wickets. But I think we are getting more to a point where, for me, this wicket is just done a little bit. It's too much in the bowler's favour here a little bit. To try and get on top of the bounce is not easy. I thought Harry Kane actually did it pretty well, actually. And the longer he was out there, he seemed to negotiate the bounce quite well. But there's always that potential for wickets here, I think. I mean, I think we could see a fairly low-scoring game.
Well, you know, Hampshire winning the toss, electing to have a bowl first. It's on a day like today, you might be suspecting something completely different. But no, they saw something there.
Yeah, agreed. Put the opposition under pressure straight away. They didn't in the first 12 or so overs, but since the 13th, it's been a different story.
Anuj Dal is the new batter. Alex Hughes, Matty McKernan, Alex Thompson, Ben Aitchison and Nick Potts are waiting in the wings, but it's Anuj Dal who comes out to join Brooke Guest. And Anuj Dal will be facing immediately Scott Curry. 3.4 overs for Curry, 1 for 15, so he's joined in with the wicket-taking column as well. And it was Gubbins with the catch, just to complete that, as we see again Curry bowling and getting behind that defensively. Well, it's rebuild time here. It's the period of a 50 overs competition where you are reminding yourself of that cliche. There's an awful lot of time in cricket still out there, and they've got to make sure that they try and glue things together if they can. But it is going to be tricky with these conditions and these bowlers, some of which seem to be coming in at 7 foot tall at the moment as well. This is a tall attack, and he gets behind that. There's Dahl and pushed behind square to backward point for no run to end that over. What is the official height there of Curry? I mean, gosh, he looks a massive unit, doesn't he? Really, really tall.
Yeah, I think the shame for Scott Curry is that he hasn't really had much of a look in this year. I mean, he played in the List A games last year, but he's only played 3 T20 games this season, which is less than he played last season. And of course, one of the reasons for that is, of course, Hampshire did particularly well in the T20s. And although the first 4 games didn't work out for them at all, in fact, they lost their first 4, they then absolutely turned things around and, of course, went on to win it. But for Scott Curry, who played 3 games early on in the tournament, it was then difficult to get back in the side. So he's not in the championship side at all, whereas last year he was involved in a couple of games here and there. So he's really sort of trying to re-establish himself, really. Barker's continuing round the wicket outside of the off stump to Brooke Guest, and it's left alone.
But there you see, you have the dilemma of somebody like Scott up against the dilemma of the management team of Hampshire, of Giles and the other coaches and whatever, because if you've got somebody like Scott Curry to call upon in the Royal London Cup now, when squads are so stretched for all sorts of reasons, I mean, that's exactly what you want if you can call in a player of that quality.
I think this is the strength of this tournament, isn't it? Length ball. Look at that field on the leg side just for a minute, Kev. Just when they regroup, when Barker will get to the top of his mark, just have a look at this field. It's almost a field that could have been set by Shane Warne himself. three men all in catching positions on the leg side. Donald just in front of square. In the middle, you've got Felix Organ, and then you've got Scott Curry, all within a chip off the bat and position. And that's a full delivery, and that's hit off the bottom of the bat by Guest. And I think that might just make it to the rope. No, not quite. Not timed, but the ball, of course, will go over this outfield because it's pretty quick, as all the grounds are around the country. I'd defy anywhere to have a slow outfield in this situation. 61 for 4.
The perfect response. So that field had been set on the other side to find a gap, but not the boundary. Out through extra cover. But yes, it must be a little bit like Glass racing across the outfield at the moment.
I think as a bowler, you worry, doesn't it, if you see the ball beating the infield?
Well, that's it.
That's it. It's gone. Yeah. Thanks for coming.
But at the moment, if you're a bowler here, I don't think you're too worried at the moment. I think you're thinking we're doing okay as a unit here.
Yeah, just get the ball in the right areas. Dal faces. I think he's playing inside the line. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt there as that goes through to Brown. As a bowler, all you got to do is just bowl line and length on this. I know that's all you have to do anyway. But on this wicket, line and length, it's going to bounce. You've got a chance. That's all you have to do. You don't have to do anything different. And all the runs really have been scored from balls that are either too full, a little bit too short. And, for me, I don't think Derbyshire should be about 30 for 4, not 60 for 4. Is Barker bowls? That's bounced outside the off stump, but a little wide.
But within danger here of talking too much about Hampshire and about Derbyshire, which we must do, but have we not touched on this in conversations, and I've heard your commentaries as well throughout the summer, that is something that Hampshire actually are very good at. When you say just bowl, just do that, the patient game, if you like, and not try to be too clever out there, that's actually been quite an important part of Hampshire's success.
It has at the championship, hasn't it?
Yeah.
But of course, you've got a different lineup, haven't you, in this? Well, that's just swung, wrapped on the pad, probably going down the leg side, but even from this angle, that looked as though that swung in to Dal. Wicked delivery that. Dal survives. That's the end of the over. That's 19 gone, and that's the end of Keith Barker. Well, that's the end of his spell. 10 overs, 2 for 34.
It's not his complete demise, I'm pleased to report.
I hope not.
So he's now. Does he now? Bless him. I mean, put his name forward to throw himself in the ring in this competition. Does he now wave to the pavilion and say, "Have we got a 12th out there that can come and give me a bit of a break"?
I think I would just sort of start holding the top of my
leg.
leg.
I think he might just be doing that.
Really?
He's just waved to them, started the next over, and defended by Guest onto the leg. So he's just waved to the pavilion. Now, what he might be just saying, "Can I have a drink?
Yeah.
Can you get me some water out here?" And which part of the body do you think he might be holding? Because I think he's now decided he's going to hold his elbow.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
You've got to pick something, haven't you, and let the umpires just see you sort of rubbing something or just holding your leg and then say, I don't know, I probably need to get off here.
But
get some treatment.
What can Dahl and Guest do in a repair job here for Derbyshire? Well, they're going to find some runs here, at least Guest will. It's been a bit of a struggle, a few fortunate moments, but he'll get a single, run down towards third. He'll move up to 6 off 16 deliveries, and the score to 62 for 4 now in the 20th over. Got a couple of slips in at the moment, and a backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, and in front of square on the leg side, and we have both third and fine leg as well for Curry. Continuing to bowl here. That's been pulled. Yeah, really good shot from Dahl. He's on to that, and he's actually going to get himself off the mark with that square on the leg side for perhaps 3. No, they're going to settle for 2, and it's a sensible move. Dahl to 2 and 64 for 4.
This is a big partnership, isn't it, really? Even though these are 2 players in their mid-20s, they're still relatively inexperienced in this form of the game. Dahl's playing his 16th list day game, Brooke Guest 13th. But actually, they've got a big job to do here.
Curry powers in again, and again on a good full length and carry through to Brown, the keeper. We're talking about that attack and the patience and all that born of the experience of sometimes, not trying to be too clever, just doing the simple things right. And you say, yeah, but this is a different sort of attack because they haven't got quite that experience and everything. Surely That gets passed on, though, doesn't it? Doesn't that? Did you not get a feeling for that in the dressing room as a player? I mean, look to you as a former man who was in there, of course, for many years. Next delivery, no run off that. Dahl just pushes it back up towards the bowler. That sort of thing will rub off. I know you've got individual characters and personalities.
Yeah, I think what is rubbing off at the moment is just how well things are going for Hampshire. I heard this stat after the game on the island, Isle of Wight, 3 days ago, that Hampshire have won 19 of their last 21 matches in all formats, which is, it doesn't sound a lot, but actually when you think about it, it actually is. And that's an amazing run.
I think it sounds a lot, yeah.
It's an amazing run.
Dahl on 2. Next ball. And a little bit of width driven along the ground. Out there to extra cover. And stopped by Gubbins. And that's the end of that over. 64 for 4. Curry's bowled 5 overs, 1 for 18. Dahl on 2. Guest on 6. And Derbyshire at 64 for 4. You know, that actually is really impressive, because you're talking there about changes of format and, you know, players who have been picking up injuries. But I mean, it is the strength of depth. It's the players you can call upon, which I thought you really highlighted there, with the fact that the frustration for Curry, for skilled player, and yet what opportunity does he get? He has to be patient, and then of course Hampshire have to look after him to make sure that when they need him, he's there for them. Another change of bowling here, Kev.
Yeah, Jack Campbell, we were discussing earlier, still without a number on his back, which I think, well, I would find that a little embarrassing, especially now as we're into the 4th game of the tournament. Left arm over, the same as Barker. That's nicely played and nicely fielded at backward point by Fletcher Middleton. Can't pick it up cleanly, but there's nothing wrong with that. But Brooke Guest timed that nicely. Got on right on top of the bounce. This is really testing batters' techniques, isn't it, really, this bounce? It's very easy to just waft outside the off stump and the ball, well, you hope beats the outside edge. But I think Brooke Guest played that nicely, rode the bounce.
Is it possible he has got a squad number? Surely you have to have a squad number at the start of the season, don't you? It's just not on his shirt.
I don't know. I don't know the story, if I'm honest, as Dahl pushes that towards mid-wicket. I did speak to him after the game on the Isle of Wight, because Northamptonshire somehow lost that game, losing their last 5 wickets for 11, and he picked up 3 at a crucial time towards the end. He's picked up 7 in his last 2 games. He was up at Durham, actually. Durham Uni, and Durham picked him up and played him in a few games in this List A competition. So he's back down. He's a Portsmouth-born lad. So I don't quite know the story in terms of his contract, if I'm honest. I asked him just about every question apart from that. That's turned nicely down to 3rd man by Dahl. And he moves on to 3, 66 for 4. But I can't believe there's anybody playing in any competition that doesn't have a number. Whether you're part of the squad, not part of the squad, contracted, not contracted, rookie contract, development contract, incremental contract, whatever contract you want to throw up, as there are so many of them these days, he doesn't have a number. But he's not a bad bowler. He'll find some bounce here. Comes in and bowls. That's nicely played through point, and that'll be 4 runs. There's another example. Guest, I think, is playing that quite well. Use the bounce, use the pace of the ball, pick the gap, just let the ball do the work. Super shot there.
Well, the bowler is definitely another one from the land of giants, isn't he? Very tall lad.
Yeah.
Brooke Guest's last few numbers in this competition. I shall go through in just a second.
Here comes Campbell. That's nicely played on the up to point. Again, it's fielded by Middleton.
Well, you know, very good 88 there against Essex. 14 and 6 either side. Manchester's again in games in Manchester and at Derby. But you know, he's a talent, and with Dahl alongside, not all lost here for Derbyshire, but just such strong momentum going the way of the home side. That needs to be arrested and stopped.
Campbell comes in again, and that's cut away in the air, but safe. It's gone very quickly past Fletcher Middleton's left hand, but there was width, there was height. Again, Guest went after it. Perfect shot to be playing in that situation. He moves on to 15, and it's 74 for 4, 21 overs gone. And even though there's bounce here and a bit of pace in the wicket, if it's a bit of width, And the batters, you'll get full value for your shots. Dave Fletcher is back. Welcome back, Dave.
Hello.
Good to see you. Hello, and I'll have to say
Yeah,
goodbye.
no, off you go. Off you go. We'll all do a little bit of switcheroo in the commentary box. And in comes Curry, beginning a new over that's pushed out, the first delivery of which is pushed out into the offside. And there is no run. I think Kevin Helms has gone for his own headset, but I've got another one here if he wants it, but he clearly doesn't at the moment, so could have had those, Kev. Don't worry about me. Here comes Curry again, and this one is a full delivery. It's played into the ground. Anuj Dal races through for a quick single. He is rapid, and fortunately for him, Brooke Guest responded to his call and got through comfortably enough to the far end. What had been going pretty well for Derbyshire has now gone south, I'm afraid, which is slightly disappointing. Hello, Kev.
Well, it is, but all is not lost yet, David.
No. These are the Derbyshire's two best players this season, other than Shan Massoud. That one's turned into the leg side by Brooke Guest. He scampers through for another single. He'll move on to 16. Derbyshire to 76 for 4. Just got an ear on. That's too loud. Got an ear on the studio because there'll be an update at 12:30, and I'll disappear momentarily, and you can crack on.
Oh, so I just carry on?
You just carry on. Yeah, it's very clever.
It is. It's very clever.
There's
Frightening.
A lot of wires. Curry's in. Tall man bowls to Dahl, who pushes out into the offside, fielded by Gubbins. And again, there's no room. I have no idea what I've done with my team sheet.
Well, I've got one, and I didn't take it off you.
No, you didn't. No, you're right. Must have left it in the room.
So should we share like we used to at school?
One between two. Books, one between two.
Fletcher's forgotten his again, mate. Oh, will you share? Of course.
This next delivery from Curry is pulled into the leg side by Anuj Dal. They're going to come back for 2 as it's fielded out there in the far distance in front of the grandstand. The grandstand stand, really, because it isn't the grandstand anymore. It used to be the grandstand, but it isn't anymore. But they still call it the grandstand.
More importantly, just a few yards to the right is the burgers and fries stand.
Yeah.
Oh, we've got behind that for later.
And the bar. Well, we'll get fed.
We will, won't we?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we'll get fed. Curry's in again. Bowls. That one is just pushed into the leg side this time by Anuj Dal. There is no run. And it's the end of the over. 22 gone now. 78 for 4.
Well, not wishing to straight away go into any necessary or unnecessary controversial subjects, what I am delighted about is if there are only a few games of cricket to be watched locally by people in some parts of the country, that you get the sort of weather and you get the sort of day that you've got today. That's just terrific stuff. I mean, it's sunny, it's very warm, and I tell you what, there's a strong wind around as well. The trees, and you get plenty
It's
of
like a
trees.
hairdryer, though, isn't it? Apparently. I have no idea, because it's that long since I used a hairdryer.
Yeah, well, you're
I'm
talking to
asking the wrong
man.
person.
Yeah,
aren't
you
I?
are, yeah. It's not a cool wind. Left arm round the wicket and defended by Guest for no run.
We'll not mention that again.
Yeah,
But
so,
yeah,
so there is a breeze, but you can't necessarily feel it.
No. Good crowd. Really good crowd. Community game. So they have given youngsters some tickets. I know there's an impromptu game of cricket going on behind the media centre, which is good to see on the bank.
Yeah.
And they've turned out in force.
Campbell around the wickets, in and bowls, and behind that, defensively again, Guest. But from a Derbyshire point of view, if I say that quite a lot, if myself or my colleagues say that in the next half an hour to an hour, gets behind the defence, that won't necessarily be a bad thing at this stage. Of course, it can't carry on forever, but right now, in this 23rd over, it's 78 for 4. Repair work.
There's enough time in a 50-over game, though, to rebuild an innings, isn't there?
Yeah, Guest is on 16, up onto his toes, and that's angled down towards third where he'll get a single. You see Keith Barker, and it's not just been Barker, but Barker has completed his 10 overs, 1 made and 2 for 34. They've sort of seen him off, so to speak, but there's still threats from Curry, Turner and Campbell. However, not the experience that you're going to get in Keith Barker, so this is the opportunity here for Dull and Guest to perhaps make the most of that. But still, they're up against some talented bowlers here. So let's see what's going to happen. Dahl is on 6, and he will dab the ball again down in that area, just enough width to push it down towards third for a single, and Dahl will move on to 7.
And possibly Derbyshire's 2 quickest players between the wickets as well. These two. Dahl is the quickest thing I've seen on a cricket field, and Guest is no slouch either, so we'll see plenty of singles. One thing that they didn't do at Old Trafford was turn the 1s into 2s and the 2s into 3s, which you can do on a large outfield.
Next ball in and behind and into the offside for no run on this occasion, so 80 for 4 as at the moment. 2 balls left of the 23rd over. We're here at Derby. Whether you're watching the game or whether you're listening on, you see Derbyshire or Solent. Also on 5 Sports Extra for the first part, setting it up for the thrills you can follow all through the day online and on the Sports app. Driven hard and firm but straight to the fielder. There, an extra cover. And that completes an over from Campbell, of which he's now bowled 2 overs, and he's gone for 12 runs. 80 for 4, the Derbyshire score. 23 overs of the possible 50 gone.
That was as good a shot as you'll see for no runs, wasn't it, really?
Yeah.
Right out of the middle of the bat, half volley, just couldn't get it either side of the fielder, unfortunately. One of the Hampshire players is just, he's having a banana. He's having something, I think it's a banana.
And why not?
Yeah.
And why wouldn't you? If somebody came up to me and said, Kevin, right now, would you like a banana? I would say yes. That was Scott Curry who was on his banana diet there.
No, they've gone to a song now, so clearly.
Is it a nice one, David? Nice
I have no idea what it is. I have no idea.
So sometime after 1974 then. Or it doesn't involve thrash metal.
No, there is there's the Bloodstock Festival going on, starts tonight, just
I
down
beg
the
your
road
pardon.
at Catton Park. Bloodstock, it's called. It's
Well,
a heavy metal festival.
Let's talk about that in a bit more detail, maybe after we've mentioned the fact that Gubbins is bringing himself into the attack with his spin, and he's going to whip that one in quite quick, a little bit short, but it's bowling to Dull. So let's see what he can conjure up here. The man who's leading Hampshire, Nick Gubbins, former Middlesex, and talked about in international terms as well. This time there will be a run for his second ball, and it's Dahl who will pick up a single to take Derbyshire to 81 for 4, 24th over. 28 years of age now is Nick. Played for the Lions during his time, over 100 first-class appearances. Back, push back, good diving stop off his own bowling. Got down to it really quickly. Gubbins there, and I tell Dahl had to be quick getting his bat, making sure his bat was back in as well. It all happened very quickly. Gubbins bowls, and again space found, leg side. Scamper 1, settle for 1, and up to 82 for 4 now. Just going to take a look at the list A bowling here for Gubbins. He's taken 5 wickets, 162 balls. That's taken a 4 for 38 next delivery. He's bowled and pushed back by Dahl. He's on 8, Guest on 18. You've still not done your bit yet, then?
No, but I'm going to. I've just had a message, so I'm going to leave you to it for a moment, then I'll come back and talk about Bloodstock.
Oh, please do. And it won't be part of your afternoon farming bulletin either, for those thinking, oh, he's going to talk about farming there, a bit of Bloodstock talk, is it? No, it's going to be his other favourite subject, along with cattle, and that's heavy metal. 82 for 4, and just 2 runs coming from Gubbins' first over. Dahl on 8, Guest on 18. Hampshire winning the toss and electing to have a ball here first. We were sort of teasing over the fact that Keith Barker, having bowled his 10 overs, whether he'd be tempted to maybe go off the field now, take a bit of a breather and a bit of a rest, but he's very much still out there and very much still helping these young bowlers, who in this occasion is Campbell, comes around the wicket, and Barker himself will shift to the left-hand side from mid-on to gather the ball off the bat of Guest, who sits on 18 not out of 29 balls. This partnership of 39 deliveries is sitting at 24 at the moment, following a steady start by Derbyshire, and then I suppose Hampshire, you could say, getting it together a little bit more, causing more problems and getting the wickets defensively played by Guest on this occasion for no run. So that's where we're at in terms of Derbyshire looking here now to put right the wrongs of losing those quick wickets. They were going along very nicely at 49 for no wicket in the 13th over. Then 2 wickets in 1 over from Barker, causing real problems. And we're still at that position now. Next delivery onto the leg side, no run. Derbyshire trying to make sure it doesn't all fall apart. Scott Curry's bowled 6 overs, 1 for 22. John Turner, 5 overs, 1 for 12. Got Jack Campbell currently bowling at the moment. But Harry Kane was out for 33, Lewis Rees 15, Shan Massoud for 0, Tom Wood for 1, Brooke Guest, Anuj Dal, the current pair. Oh, leading edge, but it's going to be safe enough on the odd side. Got a little bit excited there to Campbell. Off the bat of Guest.
I'm all yours now, Kev. All yours.
You can't wait.
Undivided attention.
You can't wait to. I mean, are you going to come up? Going to come up with any names I've ever heard of?
No.
Oh dear.
I don't think there's not many names that I've heard of.
At the Bloodstock Festival, I have to say it doesn't conjure up the prettiest of pictures, Fletch. Next delivery. Oh, what a delivery! A lovely delivery. Fallen and oh gosh, did that take off?
Blimey. Well, Kevin James has been talking about the extra bounce in this pitch, and there's certainly plenty of extra bounce, isn't there, for the bowlers if you bend your back, as they say. Well, the Ronnie James Dio stage, you'll have heard of Ronnie James Dio, of course, the former lead singer of, Dio, and of Rainbow.
Okay, oh yeah, I've heard of them.
Yeah, well, he's now no longer with us, sadly, Ronnie.
And in he comes again. And that time just a little bit shorter in length and pushed for no run to mid-off. And I think we may be taking a bit of a drinks break. I'm not surprised.
No,
Temperatures today, 82 for 4, Dal on 8, Guest on 18. 25 overs gone, and that's where we're taking the drinks break. And for those of you that like your music as well as your cricket, and you come from these year parts, get yourself to the Bloodstock Festival, and you will hear.
There will be 20,000 people there each of the 3 days. It starts today.
Where exactly?
At Caton Park, or Catton Park. It's south of Derby.
Okay.
But it's in our patch. Behemoth, I'm not sure how you pronounce it. They're headlining tonight. Merciful Fate tomorrow night, and Lamb of God on Sunday. Now, of all the bands as I'm going down this, the only one that I've heard of so far is Killing Joke. There's a band called Ginger, who I know are from the Ukraine, because I heard that on the radio this morning, and Bloodywood are from India, a metal band from India. They're performing there as well.
We're looking at some backstories then, aren't we, for those two?
That's it now. Ferocious Dog, who are on the Sophie Lancaster stage tomorrow night. They're a relatively local band. I know there's a few people who follow Derbyshire, or at least one, goes to every single Ferocious Dog gig out there, so he's a big fan of Ferocious Dog.
Can I just step in the moment? When you're about to read something off, just stop and check. Read it out to yourself in your own mind, because I bet some of those bands.
Oh yes, no, don't worry. No, okay. I've gone through a few of them. Yeah, there's one or two that I don't know what they mean, so I'm not going to read any of those.
Well, I do like the idea of so this is the festival called the Bloodstock Festival.
Yeah.
And a part of that festival is new blood, presumably for the new bands.
Yes, there are one or two that I can't.
Oh my gosh.
Possibly read out.
David, it would have been the end of us.
Yes, it would. It would have been the end of me, certainly. So yeah, no, it's just a big heavy metal get together. Apparently, it's very friendly and.
Do you still get the other ones? What were the other ones? The other ones being Reading.
Reading and Leeds are interchangeable, aren't they?
The back end of the month.
The headliner at Leeds on the Saturdays, the headliner at Reading on the Sunday.
But is that quite the sort of the rock festival that it was, or is it a bit sort of? Bit
No,
of
I think it's been slightly watered down. They have Download at Donington, which was here a few weeks ago when
Donington
Kiss
was a big
headlined.
one.
Yeah, Castle Donington we used to call it Castle Donington, and it used to be the Monsters of Rock.
Yes.
I went to a few of those back in the day. AC/DC, Whitesnake, I saw there. Plenty of others besides.
And there's a hall, if you pass it, if you're coming back up north from London on the A1. What was that one called down there? That used to be quite a famous rock festival.
Stafford Bingley Hall, was it? That Rush played there many, many years ago, which would have been terrific. I never managed to see Rush, unfortunately, but we used to go to the Queen's Hall in Leeds, which is no longer a building.
Is it not?
No, it's been.
But anyway, but on a weekend like this weekend, it's not going to be the muddy rock festival atmosphere. It's going to be something completely different to that, and that's just quite close by. So
I think we're being stalked as well by somebody who was at the Bloodstock Festival site this morning, Jack Timon, who was on the breakfast show this morning. He's just taken a photograph from behind of me and you, and then just put the word lurking underneath it, which is slightly disturbing.
Yes, because he's not here now.
Well,
Gubbins.
He is.
Is he? Oh, I see. Pushed into the offside, and that'll be Dahl will get a single. So a drinks break, which didn't last too long, and he'll get a single for that. We'll move up to 9, and the score 83 for 4 now. Derbyshire here.
I'm told by a member of the Derbyshire playing staff, his name will remain a secret, that Sleep Token are
Next
an amazing
delivery, driven. We need to come back to that along the ground. Forgive me for breaking off for the cricket. That was up there to long on 4-1, and the score moves to.
There's only one thing we're supposed to do, and that's every ball of every game, isn't it? So I apologise for that to everybody out there.
The score moves on to 85 for 4, does it now? Where are we? Has that board moved along? Next ball. Leans back, does Dahl. Ooh, takes one hand off the bat there, but it falls short of a tumbling stop from Tom Prest. Backward point. No, it is 84 for 4. Forward, bang up to pace. Gubbins midway through his second over. Full this time, and driven full as well through extra cover for 1. A little bit of a bobble, an awkward bubble. A bubble and bobble for the fielder coming in off the boundary, and no run. But so what did I break off? Your member of the backroom staff talking about?
No, not the backroom staff. No, it's a non-player member of the squad, but I've lost it now. So,
that's something. Gubbins full again, driven, same area, out through extra cover. Oh no, actually it's more towards the fielder there, moving along from long off, and therefore a bit more space for that ball to travel and allow them to go through for 2. And the score to 87 for 4. 1 ball left of Gubbins' second over here, and driven.
What's the point of that tumble from?
Well,
Gubbins?
because I tell you, a single to the score, 88 for 4, and Gubbins just threw it himself, and it was a circus-type tumble. Dahl on 10, Guest on 22, and for those of us that just, quite frankly, need to chill, he did it because it was entertaining, and I loved it. Okay?
It was very much in the style of the tumble that I did when I did my judo video, which is on the internet.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Available for people to see for what? It's usually sort of a 28-day period. I mean, is it?
Oh no, I think it's international forever.
Oh, is it?
I think so.
88 for 4 here. 26 overs gone.
Campbell to continue from the racecourse end, bowling to Brooke Guest, who pushes that down into the ground and out into the offside, and there's no run.
And what about that one in the cycling one, you and your Lycra?
Yeah, that's still there.
Still there?
Yeah, and the netball one.
I haven't seen that one.
Oh, the netball one's quite funny.
Dare I ask what you wore for the netball?
They didn't have a skirt for me. I was disappointed. That was the main reason I agreed to do it, because I thought I might be able to wear a netball dress, but no.
But even so, you were there in shorts?
Yeah. As I am today. As this one is played off the back foot nicely by Brooke Guest. It scampers through for another single. Moves on to 23, 89 for 4.
That Lycra you wore for the cycling one, was that hired, or was it yours to keep?
I'm not sure if it was mine to keep,
but you kept it.
I've got it at home. Yeah.
How often does it come out, Dave?
Not very often. It was dark blue, or it is dark blue, and then when I put it on, it sort of turned light blue for some reason. I don't know why that was. It's sort of an optical illusion, I think. It's this next delivery. Oh, it's a short one, and it's pulled into the leg side by Anuj Dahl, but he wasn't in control of that shot at all. fortunate to get away with it, really. Moves on to 11, 90 for 4. Yeah, it's incredible what people will do for money.
You got paid for it.
The only reason I did it.
Oh, no, I'm not buying that.
The going around the velodrome was quite exhilarating, actually. As Campbell's in again, and that's driven very nicely for 4 runs, just past the man at mid-off, who dived to his right but couldn't get there. And another boundary for Brooke Guest, who moves on to 27. That's his third. And Derbyshire up to 94 for 4. It's very steep, a velodrome.
I believe
Yeah.
in a way that you just have no idea watching on telly just how.
No, it's a lot steeper than it looks. Yeah, and I'd been inside a velodrome before to watch something that happened in the middle, but this to actually go on it was quite scary, really. I got halfway up the bank, and that was as high as I was willing to go.
I don't blame you.
Next delivery is turned into the leg side by Brooke Guest. That's fielded by the man at mid-wicket. No run. Beautiful day in Derby. Beautiful day all over the country. If you like that sort of thing, I can say it's a beautiful day because we're sitting in an air-conditioned commentary box.
That's a fair call. Easy for us to say.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether sitting
look how
out...
popular. Yeah, but how popular that shade is under there, under the stand there on the right-hand side to the right of the
People
scoreboard.
away to our left who are now going to be in the full sun are going to struggle, I think, later on. That one is guided off the face of the bat, down to third man by Brooke Guest for another single. He moves on to 28, 95 for 4. And that's at the end of Campbell's over. So, in fact, is that an over that's got a 5-ball over? We've had a 5-ball over here, I think. I'd be staggered if we hadn't. Either that or the scorers have got it wrong, but I think that's a 5-ball over.
Is at this point you get in touch with your local member of parliament?
Well, no, it just staggered me a bit because he's moved on to 3.5 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 19, and now he's come off, and the bowling has gone back to Gubbins.
He said I'd had enough. I think that's fair enough.
Yeah.
Gubbins takes over at the other end, and that one is turned by Dal onto the leg side. 95 for 4 then. Campbell's figures will read. No wicket for 19. Gubbins in, and Guest tries to find a gap. So you've got a fielder there, and it's one of the tall guys from the land of giants. Scott Curry looking after things there at shortish mid-wicket, who's got a big area to cover. And there's another one out there, this time on the offside, who's also got quite an area to cover. And they've got to be agile. Tom Prest on this occasion, quickly stopping that shot. Guest is on 28. Driven past Prest this time, and actually that could be perfectly placed for a 4. I think it's going to be, and it is. Lovely looking shot out through extra cover for 4 runs. That gives those supporters away to the right-hand side, who might feel just a little bit far away from the action at times over there, but at least more comfortable in the shade, but they're going to enjoy seeing that ball race towards them. Takes Derbyshire to 99 for 4, and Brooke Guest to 32, not out of 45 deliveries. Gubbins again. Bowls quick and down into the ground, and again it's Prest who dives to try and stop the ball. It can't do so, but it's just going to be the 1 this time. But it does bring up the 100 for Derbyshire. Derbyshire 100 for 4. Dahl and Guest taking the small steps here to putting things right again, if they can, for Derbyshire. Gubbins bowls and punch square. Go is the call from the 2 batters. Come back for 2. They'll have to be quick, and the throw in the end was not quite as sharp and as a good direction as it might have done, and therefore they will go in the end more comfortably through for that second and take the score to 102 for 4. Dahl on 13, Guest on 33 in this partnership. Fletcher is now a 44 of 61 deliveries. Not going to get ahead of ourselves here for all sorts of reasons, but moves in the right direction from this pair.
Yeah, well, they've been Derbyshire's 2 best cricketers, other than Massoud, throughout the course of the season, in all forms. So, well, I say all forms. Anashdal didn't play a single T20 match, so in the championship, certainly, they've been the 2 best players. Brooke Guest has been outstanding, batting at 3 and keeping wicket. A little bit lower down in the Royal London and in the T20, but if you're a number 3 batsman, you can generally hold a bat. He's got 4 centuries in the championship. Campbell begins a new over. Bowls to him, and he drives it fairly straight to Barker, and he goes down in instalments to stop the ball. the young man. And there's no run. 102 for 4. It's a shame that the only bit of covered seating anywhere on the ground is probably at the furthest point away from the pitch that we're playing on today, which is quite a long way towards the players' pavilion. Next delivery is guided down to third man by Brooke Guest for another single. Moves to 34, 103 for 4. They are tall though, aren't they? It's incredible how tall Campbell and Curry are both very tall men.
And that comes from one of my tallest colleagues as well. You're pretty much up there. What are you? Have you marked the chart on the wall as you come inside the door?
It started to come down again. It started to come down again now. I was 6'5" at one point during my life.
Is that
I'm
right?
not sure if I still am. That one is guided by Dal to backward point. The strange thing for Derbyshire is that their tallest player, who is Alex Thompson, is their spinner.
Okay, well,
6'5", 6'6", that kind of area. Actually, George Scrimshaw is probably taller, but
you can still make good use of that height as a spinner.
oh yeah,
so, can you?
yeah. Ben Aitchison's known as the big one, but he is shorter than Scrimshaw, who's currently away doing other things. His next delivery around the wicket is all pulled by Janos Dahl, and again he's not in control of that, but he gets 4 runs for it as it bounces once before it crosses the boundary at fine leg. That's a couple of pull shots, hook shots that Janos Dahl has played. He hasn't been in control of, but he moves up to 17, 107 for 4 in the partnership, up to 49.
There has still to be a sense of adventure, a little bit about their batting, because they don't want to get bogged down. We saw what we thought was a good, steady performance at the top of the proceedings today at 11 o'clock, and it all fell away really quickly. So you've got to be mindful of keeping things ticking along there. So there's got to be maybe an element every now and then of a little bit of danger.
He's pulled this into the ground. He turned his wrists on that one, and it goes bouncing into the ground to Curry, who does well to stop it at mid-wicket.
Perhaps he himself felt he needed to feel a bit more control over what he was doing out there.
Batting strengthened to a degree by the inclusion of Alex Hughes in the side, who hasn't been playing in this competition so far. He can certainly bat. We've only got 2 number 11s Derbyshire today instead of the normal 3.
Okay, which you pride yourself on.
With Sam Connors away with the Lions.
Oh, interesting that, yeah.
The next delivery around the wicket goes Campbell, and it's just pushed backward a square on the offside by Dahl. It's the end of the over. Campbell's 5th, 0 for 24. His figures: Dahl has 17, Guest has 34, the partnership 49. And Derbyshire up to 29 overs, 107 for 4.
So a couple of Derbyshire questions to you, because you've got 8 games in the group stage. You've got to try and finish, top 3 at least to make sure you go through to the knockouts. So Derbyshire currently 7th and 9th from 3 played with 1 win on 2 points. Yorkshire currently in 3rd in that, and that's already 4 points above. We're in territory of...
We are in must-win territory, Kevin. We're in must-win territory. No question about it.
Gubbins in and leans back, and that's pulled away nicely, and to find the perfect gap, it does on the leg side. Well, they're being offered a little bit more opportunity here to free the arms a little, and I quite like what I'm seeing. It's also brought up the 50 partnership between Dahl and Guest in pretty quick time, bearing in mind the situation they were in when they came out to the middle. 69 balls, 53 runs from Dahl and Guest, and Derbyshire moved with that boundary to 111 for 4, and Gubbins again to Guest, who's on 38, still on 38. As Gubbins dives, it seems with more purpose. A bit of aggression even to his left-hand side to stop that one from getting away. And he's back in again. He's bowling full and turn to the onside, where Scott Curry will get down from his great height to field the ball. No run. Gubbins once again, a little bit of a flourish and a drive there to Prest, who's doing the fielding. That extra cover. Shouts of, come on, Gubbo.
Of course.
And Gubbo now bowls. Driven finds the gap nicely up there to the long off boundary. It should just be 1. And it's heart in mouth time to even think they were considering a second there, to be honest.
I think only Guest was. I don't think Dahl had any intention of going back.
112 for 4. Gubbins 1 delivery left of this over. And leans back to Dahl, takes that hand off the one hand off the bat handle, and still somehow finds enough on it to find the boundary down here towards the wide third area. Quite how he's done that, I don't know, but it's because he found a gap. And we talk about the quick outfield as well. I mean, it is going to race along. And it's 116 for 4, so Dahl's moved to 21. Guess 39 of 54 deliveries. And it's a 58 partnership of 74 balls. 30 overs gone, 116 for 4. Sam Connors, and the involvement with the Lions. What sort of a buzz of interest and whatever is there about Sam at the moment?
Well, there is. The only problem that I've got is that it isn't an official Lions appearance. It's going to go down as a miscellaneous match because it's 12 against 13, so it's not a proper first-class match, which is a real shame for him. George Scrimshaw played for the Lions in a one-day game against South Africa down at New Road. And it's great recognition for Sam, who started the season terrifically well. I think he's the leading wicket-taker of the Championship for Derbyshire, so deserves his chance. I was surprised that they took players out of the 100 to play in that, but for Sam not to be involved in the 100 and still to get in, I think is a pretty decent effort. Felix Organ's coming on to bowl from the racecourse and more spin, and that one is clipped down towards long on for a single. You were talking about the fast outfield. I just want to get this game that Derbyshire played against Nottinghamshire on the hottest day of the in the history of the world. Earlier this season, it was ridiculously hot. And the close of play on day one, Nottinghamshire, who won the toss and decided to bat first on the hottest day, as Organ is in and bowls, that was pushed out into the offside by Dahl. In their 92 overs or whatever it is, 96 overs, had made 439 for 1. Next delivery is just guided backward of square on the offside by Dahl. We'll see you later. Kevin's going to leave and Kevin's going to come back. You'll have spotted the difference in the spellings there so that you'll know exactly what's happening. As Organ is in again and bowls, and this one is punched down the ground up towards an Aaron Donald, who of course loses his hat as he runs towards the ball. And they go through for another single. Dahl moves on to 22, 118 for 4. Good rebuilding so far from these two, but plenty more work to do in the remaining 19 overs and 2 balls. As Organ is in again and bowls, that one is punched up to Donald again for another single. Again, he loses his floppy hat and he can't pick the ball up either. He eventually does. And they go through for another single. 119 for 4 with Guest on to 41. Final ball of Felix Organ's first over from the racecourse end is just guided into the offside. Backward of square, no is the shout. A dot ball to finish the over. And at the end of 31 overs, so 19 remaining, Derbyshire 119 for 4 with Guest on 41. Dahl on 22, and their partnership's worth 61. And I'm just going to leave you with the commentary, Kevin, for a moment as I update Radio Derby.
Well, how well have these two played? Came together at 58 for 4 in the 18th. Harry came out at that stage for 33. They'd lost 4 wickets for 9 runs at that stage, Derbyshire. And they've just batted properly, really. Yes, there's still a little bit of bounce, although the balls are getting a little softer. But they've just played some good cricket, really. And what they have played, I think, particularly well is they've played the bouncing ball very well. They've got in behind it, just used the angles, opened the face of the bat, not tried to do anything too silly. John Turner is into the attack, length ball as Guest pushes that up towards mid-off, and there's no run. They've played with nice straight bats, opened the face, as I say, when the occasion is warranted. But getting in behind the bounce, giving yourself a chance, has been a particular feature from both these players. And they've looked fairly comfortable out there in the middle as well. Guest to face Turner, pushes forward, it goes back to the bowler. Turner in his 6th over here, 1 for 12. Picked up the wicket of Tom Wood. Caught by Curry in the slips for just a single. That's his 1 wicket. Barker's picked up 2 for 34. He's bowled out, bowled all 10 overs at the top. The other wicket taker Scott Curry, 1 for 22 from 6. His Turner bowls, that's pulled away but not timed by Guest. It goes out towards mid-wicket. Curry the fielder. And there is no run. Got an email, a couple of emails here, which just came to me just as I came off commentary, so apologies that I didn't address those a little earlier. But Carol Illett, afternoon to you, Carol, solentcricket@gmail.com, on the subject of Keith Barker, as Turner comes in, just nips at Guest on the top of the pad there as he pushes forward. Goes out on the offside behind square. They'll pick up a leg by, 120 for 4. Carroll says that Keith Barker seems to be enjoying himself at the moment, but will he not make way for Holland when he's back from international duty? ? He might very well do. I think Ian Holland just misses 3 games. The second one is today, and of course on the Derbyshire side, Mark Watt involved in those round of Group World Cup qualifiers up in Scotland as well. As it's played on the 45 by Dowell. Donald throws at the stumps, misses, but no attempt for a single. Welcome back, Dave.
Hello.
Good to see you.
I'm sure.
Always.
I'm fascinated by the wicketkeeper's yellow helmet. Everybody else's caps are blue and his helmet's yellow. It must be his batting helmet, is it?
Yeah, they wear yellows, yeah. Turner in. Oh, doesn't let the ball go. Oh, don't know what happened there. Just wondering if he got the ball caught in his pocket. That seems to be a feature at the moment. Who was it?
He just felt his back as well, which is always a concern, isn't it? Not because he was injured before it, but if he's just ricked his back a little. Somebody else has done that in a game you've watched,
yesterday, actually, but I hesitated to mention the game because, of course, Dave, I know how much you hate the tournament.
You can mention it.
I think it's Tom Curran. I think it was. Well, that's a bouncer. That's way too high, and that's a no ball. Real tennis ball bounce there through to Ben Brown. I think it was Tom Curran. I can't remember. He actually had taped up his pocket on his trousers to stop him sort of hitting his hand with the ball as he went.
Pockets seem to be essential in April and September, but not the rest of the season, do they? Because when it warms up, you don't really need a pocket.
Always wear shorts, couldn't you? That's a nice pull shot there from Dowell, down towards backward of square leg. He's played that shot nicely in his innings, and he's run well there as well for 2. And Derbyshire at the end of that over, 124 for 4. Dowell on to 24.
You'll not see anybody quicker on a cricket field than Alex Dowell.
Really?
I promise you. An electric fielder, really quick between the wickets. The strange thing is he bowls some pretty military medium pace when he bowls. He's not a quick bowler, but he will bowl. We will see him at some point, assuming that Derbyshire get far enough into the Hampshire innings to require their 3rd or 4th change bowler.
I'm sure they will.
At the moment, it's they've only got 18 overs left. They scored 100 off the last 10 overs at Chelmsford. I'm not suggesting they can do that here, but it's the kind of figure they'll be looking towards, I would have thought. As Felix Organ begins a new over. Now then. I thought it was going to be turned into the leg side. I don't think he's touched it at all, and it's going to be a couple of wides. It is a couple of wides. They go through for a run on top of the wide. So they'll get that delivery again and move on to 126 for 4. I was convinced he'd got something on that. My eyes are terrible, Kev. Terrible.
I'm over here, by the way.
So Organ's in again. Back into his stumps goes Dowell and pushes it out into the onside. They scamper through for a single. 127 for 4. Yeah, I keep promising that I'll go and have them tested.
I mean, how well have these two played, haven't they? I mean,
they have been Derbyshire's two best cricketers all summer, barring Sean Massoud. Guest has been incredible. He's missed that one. He plays at it outside the off stump and it goes through to Brown. But yeah, they've been astonishing, these two, all season. Both well within touch of 1,000 first class. Organ's in again. He uses his feet this time as Guest and turns it into the leg side where Gubbins does the fielding. And it's all the more remarkable for Dowell, who bats at 7 in the championship side, as he is indeed. No, he's batting at 6, isn't he, here today? Next delivery is turned into the leg side by Guest for another single. Moves to 42. And Guest's a fairly remarkable figure as well. He's got 4 centuries in the Championship, batting at 3 as a wicketkeeper, which is a fairly useful... he's quite a handy cricketer himself. Fit as a flea. Always first in every morning. Next delivery from Morgan is driven a little bit off the edge, down towards backward point. There is a fielder out there, and Dahl's come back for a second. Now then, he might be in trouble here, and he's not, because he puts the dive in, and the throw that came in from Brown to where the ball had been returned wasn't accurate, and Dahl will just take a minute or two to compose himself here, but he was almost close enough to punch gloves with Brooke Guest by the time Guest said, "I'm not running." And Dahl, who is quick, managed to get back into his ground. 129 for 4, slightly more exciting / alarming single than Dahl would have hoped for, and he stayed down. This is slightly more concerning now. On comes Mitch Wagstaff, the 12th man, with a towel and a drink and all the rest of it. I think he may have winded himself.
Yeah.
I hope he hasn't damaged a rib. No, I think it's his stomach he's holding, and he's okay. He's okay. He will be okay. The physio is jogging out to... it's not the normal physio, that, I'm sure. It might not even be the... Is it the Derbyshire physio, that? Doesn't look
The
like
Hampshire
it.
one, is it?
Yeah, it doesn't look like the Derbyshire physio, I've got to say. Julian. What if he's fallen foul of the Billy Godalming COVID protocol absence? But it's...
He's not out one.
I assume it's a physio anyway, because he's brought a bag out.
It's probably just somebody in the crowd that's just
Pair of
wandered out.
shorts and
Now's my
a
chance.
Derbyshire top, and thought, here we go. When he strips off his top and his shorts, we've all got problems. So there will be a slight delay here, as I say, as Dahl composes himself.
It could be somebody from the crowd who's just walked out, run out with his lunch bag, and then just give him a drink from what he was going to have for lunch.
Absolutely anybody, but he's now treating Anuj Dahl. I think it is a case of being winded. Warwickshire have got to 200 already in the 35th over of their game against Sussex at Edgbaston. 200 for 1. Leicestershire 152 for 4 in the 33rd against Somerset. That's being played at Grace Road, just down the road. At Chesterler Street, where apparently it's warm. I don't know if anybody's seen the video. Gloucestershire 221 for 1 in the 34th over. Glamorgan 159 for 6 against Northamptonshire at Wantage Road. Middlesex, who were playing Nottinghamshire at Grantham, where I've never been, but Nottinghamshire have taken a few games there in recent times. Middlesex 239 for 1 after 32 overs. What a shame. Nottinghamshire, of course, not in this competition, but in the Championship, still languishing in the wilderness of the 2nd Division. That's a direct quote, by the way.
Not by you.
Oh, well, I quoted a lot now, but that little pre-season look-ahead preview, that's what they're called, isn't it?
Yes.
Which we all were asked to write. The Nottinghamshire one included the word still languishing in the wilderness of the 2nd Division, and they went through a list of players who should be playing for England, and it was an outrage that they're not. I took it with a large pinch of salt. 129 for 4 here. 6 bowlers used. Keith Barker outstanding, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 34. Curry's 1 for 22 from 6. Turner 1 for 16 from 6. Campbell's bowled 5 overs for 24. Gubbins 4 overs for 24. And Organ is about to bowl the final ball of his 2nd over. He's conceded 8 runs only so far, but Anuj Dahl looks like he's okay. Well, he's certainly staying out there. And Organ comes in to complete his 2nd over by bowling to Brooke Guest, who pushes it out into the offside. And there's no run. And after 33 overs, Derbyshire are 129 for 4.
Yeah, and looking much better after being 58 for 4 in the 18th. Got an email here a little earlier from Stephen Easton, sunandcricket@gmail.com. I mentioned earlier about Hampshire having won 19 of their last 21 matches in all competitions. That statistic of Hampshire's winning run really does show what a good season it's been. As far as I can remember, the only 2 defeats were to Surrey in the T20 group stages. That's right, that was the last of the 4 in a row. In the T20, it all was uphill, downhill from then, or uphill, we should say. Here's Turner from the City end, plays it into the ground, bounces over the top of the stumps there, and now it's Dahl trying to drive through the offside on the up there. Lost in the last over against Surrey. Really, I can't remember. And the championship loss at Chelmsford. That's right, where Hampshire were chasing 300 in the last innings and got within 12. To be honest, they shouldn't have got within 150, but they did, which could easily have gone the other way. That's right, they actually had it won. The quality of the live stream from Derby today is brilliant, as is the commentary. Thank you very much. That's a cutaway by Dahl. He's hit that hard, backward a point. There is a fielder out there, but that's 4. Beautiful shot. Again, he's right on top of the bounce. That's been a feature from both these batters. They really have played the bouncy, slightly more bouncy ball better, certainly than the others that have been before them.
Do you think the quality of the stream enhances the quality of the commentary then? It sort of dazzles people into thinking that they're way better?
I think you're right. I think there is an equation there. I think there's an algorithm, isn't there?
I think there might
which
be.
The quality of the live picture feed equates to the commentators up in their commentary levels.
Yeah.
Here's Turner bowls. It's a length ball as Dahl pushes out that square on the offside and there's no run. But of course, as well as watching the live picture feed and our commentary, you can also pick up this commentary via the BBC Sport website and app, and we are also on 5 Sports Extra.
Yes, very exciting.
You can't miss us.
No,
Really?
you cannot get away from us.
And there we are on the live picture feed again, Fletch. So they did that when Kevin Howes was on. As that's pushed backward a point by Dahl, fielded by Donald, and there is no run. I'm just wondering if that camera on us is just when it's me and you, and when Kevin Howes is in. I wonder if they blank him.
There's a specific reason that I went into radio, and that was because there are no pictures.
Yeah, me too. Me too. But we'll live with it.
Probably lack of ability to read an auto cue as well.
Here's Turner. Bowls again. Dahl pulls that away in the air, but safe through mid-wicket. That's a beautiful shot. My word, he was on that quickly. 1 bounce over the mid-wicket boundary for 4. And Dahl moves on to 34. 137 for 4, Derbyshire.
Yeah, really nice shot from Manoj Dahl there. Showing no ill effects of that treatment that he had to have after putting in the dive to get back into his ground when a run-out looked favourite at one point.
Okay, playing shots like that, he's 100% okay. As Turner comes in again, right arm over and bowls, that's full, and that's worked square on the offside by Dahl. That'll be a single out towards Fletcher Middleton, who comes in off the deep point boundary. And the total moves on to 139 for 4. These two playing with a lot more freedom now, as befits 2 players going along nicely. Comfortable in the middle, comfortable with each other. And they look perfectly at home.
2 balls, 17 overs old at either end. I think that is helping the batsmen because they won't be doing an awful lot there. It won't be long before we get new balls at either end after 25 overs of the 50-over contest, I'm sure. Got to help the bowlers. 138 for 4.
I love this tweet.
Oh, excellent.
I'll read out it.
Yeah. It's such a quick over, Felix Organ, isn't it? He's in now on balls. That one is driven out towards the cover boundary. They'll come back for 2, I fancy. Yes, they will. There's a little bit of a fumble out there, actually, which enables them to get back comfortably for 2 more. And Dahl moves on to 37, 140 for 4.
You'll love this, Dave. Ian East at Sonnet Sports says, petition to get Derbyshire promoted just so we can have Fletch on comms twice a season away from the wilderness of the 2nd Division.
That's very kind of you. This next one is pushed into the offside. Total nonsense, of course. Total nonsense. I've got an email from Norman Graham, who's a regular contributor. I didn't realise he had a Hampshire connection, actually. Organ is in, and that one is driven just wide of the man at extra cover, so they'll get through for a comfortable single.
He used to bowl for Kent, didn't he? Norman Graham?
We could have done. He was certainly the groundsman at Chesterfield and Chelmsford. He says, Norman Graham, ex-Chesterfield and Chelmsford, now living in Hampshire. This next one's turned into the leg side. Oh, Norman, you've not been hiding a light under a bushel, have you? You might have told me that in the past. He said he left county cricket before the coloured clothing came in, but he was there for the first season of fielding restrictions in 1981. But they didn't have any circles to put on the circle. This one's in the air out towards the cover boundary, but bounces about 10 yards in front of the fielder. So Dahl picks up another single to move to 39, 143 for 4. So he went to a local DIY centre in Chelmsford and bought some flexible kitchen tiles and cut them into circles before painting them white. Ray East thought it was fun to stamp on them with his spiked boots and walk around wearing them. You can just imagine, it didn't please the Essex management at the time, he says. Thank you, Norman. This one is pushed out into the offside by Brooke Guest. 44 from 66 deliveries. Brooke Guest at the end of that over. Darlas 39 from 50. And Derbyshire, with 15 overs of their innings left, are 144 for 4.
I guess that isn't the same Norman Graham that played for Kent between 64 and 77. Anyway, I just thought I'd throw that in.
Yeah, no, it could be. Let me know, Norman, will you?
You never know. Yeah, they're going well, going very, very well. 86, this partnership, as Dave says. And we've got another break. The batters are obviously
Drinks now. Working hard.
it's a batting drinks break.
Yeah.
Well, you know you must be batting well when you get into your second drinks break as a batting partnership.
Well, they've got 15 overs to bowl, and the cut-off time is 2:38. So if they can't bowl 15 overs in an hour and 20 minutes, we'll all go to hell in a handcart, won't we, really? Because that is a fairly straightforward equation. The umpires are looking like they're getting slightly agitated now, and they're looking at watches and all sorts of things. But if you give... Well, I know it's not the bowling side who've taken it, but if you give these teams so much time, the amount of time that they're given to bowl 50 overs, then the game is going to slow down. These games, starting at 11 o'clock, could finish by 5, really, couldn't they? Yeah, comfortably.
Definitely.
But that's not the way it goes these days, I'm afraid. Some days, in a 96-over day in the Championship, we don't get away till gone 7 o'clock here. Derbyshire are particularly tardy in their red ball bowling, I think it's fair to say.
Is this me or is it taking ages?
It's taken a while. I'm running out of things to say.
It's just, I mean, the way the umpires are standing there, it's as if they're totally disgusted with. And he's looking at his watch again. One of the umpires. I think they're actually really
the physio's actually out there to look at Anoj Dahl again as well. I think so. The man we assume is a physio. I'll have to go and check that at the lunch break. You just hope that he's okay. Primarily for selfish reasons for me. I've got an interview with him at New Road in Worcester about an article that was published this week when he spoke very, very openly about his mental health issues that he suffered from last season. He's a very erudite young man, is Anoj Dahl. He's vice chair of the PCA as well. And
okay.
But yeah, he was at one point last season was really struggling. He seems to have come through that, which is great for him and great for Derbyshire. So I'm due to speak to him after the game at Worcester. Let's hope he's in the squad.
Turner's to start a new over. 7 overs, 1 for 25. Bowling to Brooke Guest. Guest gets a length ball. Plays that with a straight back to the bowler. And there is no run. Isn't it amazing now? I mean, many cricketers now any sports people now are quite happy to talk openly about those sort of struggles.
But cricket always had a very high suicide rate, didn't it? Even back in the day. But then I suppose it was never put down to anything. It was just something that happened. But
yeah. Sorry, it's Campbell, isn't it? Apologies. Campbell's round the wicket, left arm seamer. So that's driven up to mid on, no run. How can I get Campbell and Turner mixed up? One's a left armer, one's a right armer. But anyway,
easily done. Easily done. I've left my team sheet in the written media room, so I'm blind on this one.
It's Campbell, 5 overs, none for 24 before this one. Switched ends because he was bowling from the racecourse end, our end. Before that, it's driven into the ground by Guest. He was trying to find the flat back shot through the covers. The ball just comes off a thick bottom edge into the ground.
It doesn't help when the scoreboard is convinced it's Turner.
I think that's what threw me initially as well.
Yeah, it would have thrown me completely. Till I saw his number, of course. Oh, no.
There's no number, no. I shall definitely be asking around after the game about that. Maybe the number's still in the post. That's a length ball. Guest has found the gap just in front of square on the offside. Darnold comes round, underarms, hits the off stump, ricochets, but fortunately, fielder at the far end is backing up. That's John Turner.
Do you have a view on that? I always think that should be dead ball once it's hit the stumps.
Well, there is a feeling, isn't there? And growing feeling. Perhaps that should be the case.
It just penalises the fielding side for hitting the stumps, doesn't it? When that's exactly what you want them to do. And if they miss the stumps and it goes away, then it's all on. But
Campbell bowls to Dahl. Oh, he's trying to work that down to third man, misses. Bit of extra bounce there as it's through to Brown. Yeah, I don't know. I think if I was a batter in the later stages of the game, and I was trying to win the game, and I saw a throw come off the stumps and maybe 4 overthrows, I think, oh no, this is great. I love this rule. I don't know. It's a tough one, isn't it? Just had a tweet here. Looks like Darren Stevens has announced his retirement.
Wow.
Kent's Darren Stevens at the age of 46. So that's turned away by Dal. Square on the leg side. He runs that first one quickly, and he's going to get 2 here. And he's put the fielder under pressure. That's Toby Albert. So much so that he misfields. You were right about Dal. He turns quickly, runs quickly. And that was an easy 2 in the end.
Yeah, he's rapid. Well, former Derbyshire player Darren Stevens, of course. For about 4 T20s a few years ago, he came up on loan when he didn't look like he was going to get another contract at Kent, and went back to Kent and started scoring runs again and taking wickets and everything that Darren Stevens does. And they gave him a new contract and still going up until it appears the end of this season, which is it'd be a shame. I don't think there's a lot of people who can't remember cricket when Darren Stevens wasn't playing it. Felix Auger begins a new over. That's into the ground and over the man at extra cover, and it might race away to the boundary. It does. It bounced up and over Curry cover and raced away to the boundary. Broadcast moves on to 49 now.
Actually, Ian East has corrected that tweet, actually. He says Stevens is leaving Kent but not retiring. He wants to carry on.
Ooh.
Right. Well, it might be a place for him up here, will there, Fletch?
Oh, always welcome. This one is pushed out to the offside. The scoreboard has gone haywire now. I'm not entirely sure what the score is anymore. That one is pushed out into the offside. Yeah, it's a bit of a mess, I'm afraid. Next delivery from, it's definitely Felix Organ. That one is slapped out into the offside, backward of square this time. Oh, absolute godsend. Our producer has just brought the team sheet, and Broadcast has moved on to 50 off 73 balls. Broadcast, a really good innings from him and much needed. 6 fours in that innings of 50, and the 150's up for Derbyshire as well. 152 for 4. It may have been up before that, but certainly Guest has just got to a half century. And as Dahl is back on strike now, he's on 41, and he turns that in backward of square on the leg side, and Guest is through really quickly, and Dahl always confident that he have the pace to get down to the non-strikers. And he's still breathing quite heavily, actually, when he stopped. I think he's still in a little bit of discomfort. He moves to 42, 153 for 4. Organ in again, and back into his crease goes Guest, and then pulls the ball up towards an Aaron Donald at long on for another single. 51 to Guest. Partnership up to 96 now.
Terrific stuff.
Well, they've made a game of it. These two, certainly. After that reasonably good start, this next one is slapped by Anuj Dahl out into the offside. What a fine piece of fielding that was by Scott Curry. Moving to his left, got both hands to it. That one would have gone all the way to the boundary, surely. There is a sweeper out there, but fine piece of fielding. 154 for 4 at the end of the over.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the BBC article, actually. Yeah, Darren Stevens is being released by Kent but wants to carry on. He's actually quoted. He says, I don't feel like I'm ready to give up. So is there a county out there that would take him on? 40, he'll be 47 next year. How ridiculous. Unbelievable. So Derbyshire, having been 49 without loss and then 58 for 4, now find themselves 154 for 4, very much in the game.
It's not part of the ECB's youth policy, is it, moving to another county at that age? But fair play to him if he wants to carry on.
Must be somebody else. Somebody will take him on for a year, surely. Here's Campbell round the wicket, and that's worked away through mid-wicket by Brooke Guest. Lovely shot. Beautiful shot. Just leant into that one. Slightly over-pitched there from Campbell. And that just raced away down towards what was the pavilion where I was playing here. I don't know what that pavilion's called down that corner, away to our left, and that is the 100 partnership up for the 5th wicket for Derbyshire. Dahl has 42, Guest has 55, exactly 100 for the 5th wicket unbroken. as Guest works that length ball to mid-wicket, where Scott Curry is the fielder. What is that pavilion called? Just to about what 10 o'clock as we look.
That's the members' pavilion
Members'
now.
pavilion,
Yeah,
right, yeah, that
chairman's
used to be.
box on the right hand, and that's where the players used to get changed downstairs.
Yeah,
under
that's
that,
right. I
didn't
remember that. Yeah,
they? Yeah.
we've been in there a few times.
And then the players' pavilion away to our left, which is also the indoor school.
That looks quite nice, actually, doesn't it? That pavilion away to our left. I remember in the old changing room, as that's turned away by Guest out on the leg side. He won't take two. He's not quite as quick as Dahl, but maybe Toby Albert had just come in a couple of paces from that deep square leg boundary area. 159 for 4. There used to be just one shower, I remember, in that changing room. So it's a bit of a nightmare, actually.
Yes.
Especially if you've been in the field all day and you all came in the dressing room at the same time. It wasn't ideal. I think most of us used to go back to the hotel and have a shower. Used to get in the car in those days.
At least you weren't still in the jockeys' quarters, as they were before that. Around the wicket comes Campbell, and that one's clipped up towards mid on the, and he's been given. Dahl has gone, run out. He went for the quick single. The direct hit has just dislodged one of the bails, and Dahl has gone. He's been run out, and Derbyshire didn't need that at all. 159 for 5 now. Anuj Dahl goes for 42.
Scott Curry with the underarm throw. Gosh, how quick was he? I'll tell you what, that was a good contest between Dahl and Curry, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And Dahl goes 42, 55 deliveries he faced. He hit 4 fours, and he added 101 for the 5th wicket with Brooke Guest, but he has gone. I hadn't been expecting that, if I'm entirely honest. Applause for Anuj Dahl as he leaves. It'll be Alex Hughes who replaces him.
And was goal was got out by Scott Curry with 42.
That is a real shame for Derbyshire, but a real boost for Hampshire. The direct hit from Scott Curry, terrific piece of fielding. Dahl, well, he didn't look comfortable after that dive, did he? As he got in to make sure that he hadn't been run out when he probably ought to have been run out, and this time he's run out when he probably didn't expect to be run out. So swings and roundabouts. 101 off 121 balls for that 5th wicket stand between Dahl and Brooke Guest. And it is Alex Hughes in his first appearance of the Royal London Cup this season. He's been very much on the periphery, really, this season. Alex Hughes got himself into the T20 squad and played down in the quarter-final at Taunton. Played at Trent Bridge in the Championship as well, as Campbell is in and bowls to Guest, who defends this out towards Curry in the leg side. And there's no run. 159 for 5, the score. People still moving around. I think they're all trying to find a bit of shade. Here comes Campbell to complete the over. Driven for 4. Derbyshire 163 for 5, another 4 there for Brooke Guest, who moves on to 60 from 79 deliveries, but we've just lost Anuj Dahl. The quickest man I've seen on a cricket pitch was run out by a direct hit from Scott Curry. He made 42 and shared a 5th wicket stand of 101 with Brooke Guest from just 121 balls, as Derbyshire recovered from 58 for 4 to 159 for 5. They've now got 12 overs of this innings remaining, and with Alex Hughes out in the middle for the first time this season in this competition alongside Brooke Guest on 60, they're 163 for 5. Ball driven out into the offside there by Brooke Guest for that boundary as he moved on to 60 from 79. And now Alex Hughes, who's done well in the Derbyshire Premier League this season when he hasn't been playing much for Derbyshire. It's a different kettle of fish, this, is Felix Organ bowls to him, and he has a little paddle around the corner down towards fine leg. They've run 1, they're going to stick to 1. Hughes is off the mark. Derbyshire moved to 164 for 5. That's the one. Thank you, Norman. Played mostly in Chesterfield. It's a different Norman Graham. This one is clipped into the leg side by Alex Hughes, straight to the field, and no run. Took 10 for 34 in the Bassett Law League First Division. Thank you for the photographs as well, Norman, as in comes Organ again. And this one's clipped nicely, but well stopped by Nick Gubbins, diving away to his right-hand side. Beautiful piece of fielding by the Hampshire skipper, because that one looked like it had runs written all over it. And Hughes is frustrated. Organ in again and bowls. This one's turned into the leg side by Hughes for a single. He moves on to, it was Guest rather, moves on to 61, 165 for 5. Hughes now waits, goes back into his crease and just guides the ball out to the point boundary for another single. He does move on to 2 this time from 2 deliveries faced, 165. 166 for 4. Could be anything. Scoreboard appears to have stopped again. As in comes Organ once more. Bowls, and that is a horrible looking shot from Brooke Guest up towards an Aaron Donald down below us, who again fumbles the ball, and they come back for a second and get there comfortably in the end. Donald looks like he's hurt himself because he's down on his haunches. Now he's down on his knees. And I think it's more than failing to collect the ball at the first attempt, is it? When he gets back to his feet now, I think I think the ball might have bounced and hit him somewhere uncomfortable. That's all I can imagine. End of the over. Guest on 63, Hughes on 268 for 5 now. The Derbyshire score. David Griffin's gone into stat overload here. 27 opened umbrellas in the crowd, he says. Kevin Dean responds with quite a low figure for us, Griff. So Kevin, if you're listening, I'm not sure you are, but who knows? He might be. New over from Jack Campbell in and bowls to Alex Hughes, who turns that into the leg side for a single. He'll move on to 369 for 5. I think what this innings has told us, if it hasn't told us anything else, they picked up 2 runs there. Alex Hughes moves on to 4, 170 for 5, is that you need to strike with the new balls. In comes Campbell again, bowls. That one is guided off the face of the bat by Alex Hughes down to Felix Organ just down below us at third man for a single. 171 for 5. These two in the very early stages of a 6th wicket partnership. Matty McKiernan, who did well down at Chelmsford alongside Brooke Guest, still to come. As Hughes waits, this one is pulled into the Guest rather pulls this one violently out towards the mid-wicket boundary for 4. Got hold of that one all right. Moves on to 67, 175 for 4. That was Guest's 9th boundary.
I tell you what, Fletcher, I've never seen him play before, but I'm getting more and more impressed with him the more I see of him.
Yes.
He's a good player.
We're all slightly concerned about how impressed everybody is with him. I think Mickey Arthur being here as a coach will hopefully keep him here for a little while longer. Released by Lancashire. Next delivery is turned into the leg side by Guest, and there's no run on this occasion. He actually was brought up in, he was born in Manchester, but brought up in Australia and played for the Australia under-19s. If you listen to him, if you listen really carefully, you can just still hear a twang. I mean, he's been back in this country for a while now and went back to Manchester, but couldn't force his way into the Lancashire side. But a more than useful cricketer, as Campbell is in once again, and that one is once more turned into the leg side.
I think as well, I mean, he's obviously got a good technique, you can see that. just the way he's playing, but I think just the way he's paced the innings here. I know sometimes it can be easy when you come in and there's wickets falling around you. It's, you know, in a way, you're not losing out on anything if you get out. But I think just the way he looks as though he knows exactly what he's trying to do, and not all players do.
No, absolutely. Next, the final delivery of the over. He whips the Campbell delivery into the leg side. Does Brooke Guest? And they think about two, but there is only one there. He'll pinch the strike. I'm sure Alex Hughes won't mind too much. Moves on to 68. Hughes has 576 for 5 with 10 overs to go. Then, so we'll do the final power play signal in a moment from umpire Neil Pratt. I'm sure he'll be at the standing. There we go. Means nothing. Well, it doesn't really, does it? One extra fielder. Is that right? One extra fielder outside the circle? I'm never sure the regulations myself.
I did write it down, actually. I've forgotten it. I've forgotten it already. Is it a maximum of 3 outside the circle?
Is it? Well, there are 4.
Oh, no, is it for the last 10 overs
yeah,
or 4?
There's 4 out now.
Yeah.
3 on the leg side and 1 out on the cover boundary. Long on mid-wicket, square leg.
Felix Organ round the wicket. And that's turned away on the leg side by Guest. He'll move on to 69 now, in off the deep mid-wicket boundary is Tom Prest. And Derbyshire 177 for 5 now. There's just waiting for Prest to get back into his position. He ran quite a long way in from deep mid-wicket away to our right. So Alex Hughes to face the next delivery. As he goes over the wicket and that's turned away on the 45. They'll run a single again. Looked like Guest was already a third of the way down. And didn't have to run too far as that ball went out to John Turner. And the total moves on to 178 for 5, Derbyshire. They've been asked to bat first here with Hampshire winning the toss. Down the wicket comes Guest. Can't quite get it past the diving Felix Organ. In fact, diving in at the far end was Alex Hughes.
You're talking about inexperience in the Derbyshire ranks. It's Alex Hughes' 72nd List A match. He's amongst the more experienced players in this side, but not been a first-team regular this season.
Was you not in any?
Not really played one championship match, I think. Forced his way into the T20 side towards the end of the campaign.
30 years of age, was playing and missing outside the off stump. One of the few times Brooke Guest has actually played and missed. Ball just going on with the arm because Organ is coming round the wicket to him. Fairly spaced out field on the leg side, as you'd expect in these later stages. As Guest works that into the gap on the leg side, runs the first one quickly. He wants 2, but Prest is equal to it. You can just see why Dahl and Guest were running well between the wickets. I mean, Guest was off like a hare there for just that first run.
Yeah, no, they're Derbyshire's 2 best runners, but to run Dahl out is a very impressive effort.
It was, wasn't it? Everything happened so quickly there. Scott Curry in quickly from mid-wicket. Dahl, not the slowest between the wickets either. That's a cutaway and edge. That's gone through. Very fine. Probably where a first or second slip would be, but it's 4 runs. Hughes will move into double figures. And Derbyshire 183 for 5 at the end of the 41st.
A little bit of luck that you need at the start of an innings. Alex Hughes gets it. Because that one was at a very catchable first slip kind of height, but the keeper standing up stood no chance. Ben Brown, and it raced away to the boundary. We're talking about quick outfields. That first day in the game against Nottinghamshire on the hottest day of the millennium, Nottinghamshire won the toss, decided to bat, and by the end of the first day, they were 439 for 1. Ben Duckett, 237 not out. It was just horrible. Horrible. Match drawn, of course, so moral victory. To the Derbyshire side. John Turner, this is John Turner this time.
Yeah.
He's coming back from the City end, and he's going to be bowling to Brooke Guest, who's on 70. Turner bowls and Guest it off the back foot, forces it out to the cover boundary. We go through for a comfortable single. Fletcher Middleton does the fielding. In fact, they come back for 2. Wow, so they managed that. I looked down because it was a comfortable single. Perhaps the ball actually went beyond the wicketkeeper there. That would be my guess. And as a result, they get back for a couple. So I guess moves on to 72, 185. Not to concentrate. As Turner is in again and pushed off the back foot. Back to the bowler, and there's no run.
Yeah, the ball made its way out to square leg.
That would explain. It's no longer a mystery. It wasn't a mystery to anybody else in the ground apart from me. Because I just saw a comfortable single and stopped looking. Not for the first time this season. 185 for 5 now with 8 overs and 4 balls of the Derbyshire innings remaining. Turner is in. Bowls to Guest, who very nicely plays that backward of square on the offside. There is a fielder out there and he gets both hands to it to stop it. Decent piece of fielding in the end from Middleton. And they this time get through for 2 and the ball doesn't overshoot the keeper either. 187 for 5.
I'll tell you what, if Guest can bat the majority, if not all, of these last 8.5 overs here, Derbyshire will get a decent total because with 2 new balls on this pitch and a bit of extra bounce, it's going to be tricky for Hampshire early on.
Same before when you were next door. That's the key, isn't it? Getting some early breakthroughs. That one's down the leg side and will be signalled wide. Another one to the Derbyshire total, 188 for 5. But yeah, if you can, well, pretty much as Hampshire did, if you can pick up 4 wickets inside the opening 20 overs when the new ball is still, the new balls are still in single figures in terms of age, you've got yourself an opportunity. Here's Turner again, halfway through his 8th over balls, and he has to reach for that one, does Guest, as he steps into the leg side to try and make a bit of room for himself, but couldn't get the ball past the man at backward point on the edge of the circle.
I mean, the ball's always come on nicely, isn't it, really? But that extra bounce and a bit of seam movement early on will catch the batters out. I mean, Derbyshire did well to get to 49 without loss, that's for sure.
Fairly inexperienced bowling attack, though, as Turner bowls to Guest, who just dabs it down into the ground, and Aaron Donald comes in to do the fielding, but they get through for another single. Guest moves to 75, 189 for 5.
But we've seen the ball come on quite nicely, haven't we, really, as we've got through the overs. It's a nice bit of bounce so the batters can really, and the pace can hit through it. Guest has profited the best. I mean, he's looked very good out there.
Keep it quiet, keep it quiet. Here's Hughes on strike, and that one is driven straight down the ground, 4 runs. The bowler, Turner, almost got a hand to it, but not quite, almost wasn't good enough. And Alex Hughes picks up his second boundary. This one's slightly more legitimate. We're going to have another break here for gloves and drinks and towels and all sorts of things. Hughes is on 14, Guest on 75. The partnership already 34 off 26. And Derbyshire with 8 overs to go, 193 for 5. So they'll be looking at 240, that kind of region as a minimum.
I think they'd be happy with that.
Yeah, I do. It may certainly be a good game for what is a very decent crowd. And when I said earlier, 1,500 plus, I checked with one of the guys in the Derbyshire media team, and they said wouldn't be far off that. He didn't think.
It's a pleasant atmosphere.
Yeah.
Around the ground.
It's certainly a better crowd than we had for the Glamorgan game.
Scott Curry, 6 overs, 1 for 22. With 8 overs left, one would assume that he'll bowl the 4 overs at this racecourse end. He's bowling over the wicket to Brooke Guest. Slower ball. Guest drives. There's a bit of width there as he goes out in the covers. They'll run 2. Well, they know they won't. They wanted to, but out there in the deep is Toby Albert. Way to our left. And the total moves on to 194 for 5. That'll be at the start of the 43rd.
Nick Buxton's been in touch. He said he witnessed the carnage this morning, then had an hour and a half of work meetings, turned back on the first ball. Dahl was run out. He says he's taken it on the chin, completely his fault, but he's turned off again and won't resume until Hampshire are batting. Excellent, Nick, thank you.
101 partnership with Guest in 20 overs, as that's cut away neatly by Hughes down to third man for a single. Campbell fields 195 for 5 Derbyshire. Just a bit of shade. You mentioned, didn't you, that over in the corner there, away to our right, the one stand that has some shade in it currently. Not surprisingly, not too many seats spare in that one. At the far end of the ground, apart from the back 2 rows, everybody else in the sunshine. As Curry comes in and bowls, it's pulled away hard through mid-wicket by Brooke Guest. 4 runs from the moment it left the bat. Got on that really early, and he moves on to 80. And Derbyshire 199 for 5. Yeah, they are. Yeah.
Season of his life, Brooke Guest. It's incredible, really.
It's almost like he was waiting for that short delivery.
Yeah.
Tom Prest is just having his hands up there at deep mid-wicket saying, what do you want me? Do you want me to go square or do you want me to go straighter? I would say at the moment, the way Brooke Guest is hitting it, I would go fraction straighter. Maybe he has just a few paces away to our right. All 4 fielders on the leg side now out on the rope.
So we can get a 2.
Yes. I wouldn't say that wouldn't happen. And he's cutting that one, giving himself some room, and that's well stopped at backward point. Deliberately moved to the leg side there with the predominance of run-saving fielders on the offside. 200 up for Derbyshire in the 43rd.
Brian Collins has been in touch, and I'm not going to read the email out, Brian, but thank you very much for those kind words. I have your email.
Right.
Well, it's entitled, I'm your greatest fan south of Swaddling Coat, and then I can't read the rest of it out loud. It's too embarrassing, but you're very kind.
Swaddling Coat?
Which is just south of Derby.
Okay.
Yeah. Known locally as Swad, obviously.
Hughes faces. That's a low full toss. Now they will run 2, I think, or they're going to try 2. Presti's in quickly, aware of the situation. The ball just going just outside the 30-yard circle, which is an area where batters look for 2, but only 1 on that occasion. As Hughes moves on to 16, giving Brooke Guest some good support here. 42 they've put on in 31 deliveries for the 6th wickets. 2 good partnerships for the 5th and the 6th now as Curry comes in and bowls. That's pulled away. Don't think that was quite out of the middle of the bat. Just helped down to fine leg by Brooke Guest, who moves on to 82. 202 for 5 Derbyshire. Having been 58 for 4 in the 18th.
It's gone a lot better than I thought it was going to.
It's
At
been
one
good,
point,
yeah,
much better than we possibly could have hoped for at 58 for 4, especially since those wickets fell in such quick succession. The momentum was all with Hampshire, wasn't it, at that point? 2 for Barker, 1 for Turner, 1 for Curry. All bowling nicely with a reasonably hard white kookaburra. Since then, it's been the Brooke Guest show. 82 off 100 deliveries. Strike rate of around 82, I reckon. Alex Hughes' strike rate's actually 177, which is impressive. It's Guest on strike, though. He's on 82. And in comes Turner from the City end. Oh, and he's beaten him, and he's taken the edge of the bat, in fact, and it's taken by Brown, moving away to his left-hand side. He just jabbed at it, really, outside the off-stump, Brooke Guest. He has to go. Brown takes the catch. Turner has his 2nd wicket, and Derbyshire at 202 for 6.
Well, big blow for Derbyshire. I'm just wondering if that's just nipped back a fraction as well. Again, it went very, very quickly indeed. And that is a very good innings from Brooke Guest. I think it has just come back a fraction. Inside edge. Good take by Brown moving to his left, but acknowledges the applause, Brooke Guest, as he makes his way towards the pavilion away to our left. Very, very good innings indeed.
Must have come back. Just the way that Brown took it. Brown took it moving to his left, didn't he? So obviously an inside edge would help that particular dismissal, but a bit of a blow, but it'll give Matty McKiernan a few overs just to flex his muscles a little bit, having signed a new contract for next season. Matty McKiernan, he's had, I think it's fair to say, a mixed season. He's been very, very good at times. He's got his maiden first-class century earlier this year. He was 17 wickets in the T20 Blast, but unfortunately, one of his overs in the quarter-final down at Taunton went for 36. 5 sixes and a 4 off a no ball, or a no ball and then a 4. Anyway, whichever. The no ball wasn't hit anyway because it didn't land on the cut strip. He had a real torrid time down at Taunton anyway. I think he went for something like, I think it was 86 runs, which was a new world record for a bowler in a 4-over spell. But he's a popular man and has come back from that quite nicely. Shared a big stand with Brooke Guest down at Chelmsford last Friday, which helped them get beyond 300. I think 300 is beyond them. Well, clearly it is with 6 overs and 5 balls of the innings left. But how much damage can Matty McKiernan do before we see Alex Thompson, who hit a 6 off the final ball at Chelmsford? Didn't bat for very long, but was there for a good time, not a long time. In goes Turner and bowls to McKinnon, who almost plays on. Tried to guide the ball down towards third man and got a bottom edge, bounces past the off stump and through to the wicket keeper. So let off first delivery for Matty McKiernan. Again, that little bit of luck that you sometimes need. He waits now and he doesn't half hammer his bat into the ground. This next one is just leaping at him a little bit. And if it didn't, he made it look like it did. And he pushes it down into the ground and there's no run. He can start quite slowly, but he does strike a good ball when he gets in. So it was a real vote of confidence to give him that new contract earlier this week, or announce it earlier this week. I mean, he might have signed it months ago, who knows. There's Turner in from the city end, and that one is driven up to mid-off. They'll go through for a single. Barker does the fielding at mid-off. So McKinnon's up and running now, and Alex Hughes assumes the role of senior partner, which he probably would have done anyway.
What, play around Guest, if he'd still been there?
Yeah. He's the man with the experience in the... Massoud's played a lot of List A cricket, but not necessarily for Derbyshire. Hughes has played all of his for Derbyshire. That one takes a leading edge out into the offside as he tries to turn it to leg.
There's still a bit there, isn't it? For
Yeah,
bowlers that hit the
is.
deck, there is still...
Well, the sharpest of the Derbyshire bowlers would be Potts, probably. But
Yeah.
he's the least experienced of all the bowlers that they've got. Then Ben Aitchison. And then it's down to Dahl and Hughes and Rees, who are pretty much the greatest will in the world, medium pacers.
I don't think it's the sort of track that if you bowl sort of skiddy and bowl along the track, you're not going to benefit. It's the ones that look to hit the deck are going to benefit here and have benefited. But even now with the balls, you know, as old as they are, there's still a bit there from time to time.
McKinnon needs a new bat now.
What's going on?
Got a bad batch of bats. I've not seen as many players ask for new bats all season.
It's as bad as the balls.
Oh. Turner's in, final ball of his over, chopped into the ground by Hughes, bounces up and is fielded by Donald. Backward of square on the offside. And that is the end of the over. So 6 to go. Hughes on 16, McKiernan on 1, and what the dismissal of Brooke Guest has done is slowed the run rate down as well, or it will slow the run rate down. The umpires are having a conversation about something. The cut-off time's 2:41, so they've got more than 45 minutes to bowl the remaining 6 overs. So there's no problem with that. And Matty McKinnon's only got 1 spare bat, look. He's not going to get a choice here. Can you bring my other bat out, please? Thank you very much. He's got it. We should be able to get on with things here at the Incora County Ground.
It's just like the umpires were like checking that the bat needed changing.
You don't think it was an illegal bat? We haven't seen an illegal bat for a long time, have we?
No, they were checking the old one, weren't they?
Yeah.
It was almost like they were looking at it saying,
Now he's checked the new one. This is interesting. I wonder if it was too big. Is there a penalty for that?
I don't know. We're getting into an area where I know nothing.
Well, no, me.
Even the normal rules, I don't know, let alone anything about
There are so
size
many
of bat.
regulations, but they check them a lot a couple of seasons ago, didn't they? They were always checking them, and that seemed to go out of fashion.
I don't know, maybe they did there. Scott Curry then bowls. He's driving and missing is McKiernan as it goes through to Ben Brown. Curry into his 8th over here, 1 for 31. McKiernan has 1. Hughes has 16. And as Dave says here, maybe the run rate just drop in a fraction. Always handy when you've got a batter in there going along nicely. Always helps the last few overs get a score that's a little higher. I think Derbyshire are going to have to work hard here. So that's turned away square on the leg side for a single. 204 for 6. You were right. I think, well, Guest was there looking at 250. I mean, I think they'll do well to get around there now.
Yeah, no, I agree.
A bit of flourish, I'm sure it will happen. It can happen. But it's not as likely as it was a couple of overs ago.
Yeah, somebody in the crowd just confirmed the umpires did get the bat gauge out for both bats. This one definitely went through it.
There's Curry bowling to Hughes. Hughes turns that away on the leg side down to fine leg. He runs the first one quickly. The ball's not yet in the fielder's hands. It is now. Can't squeeze 2 out of that one. Turner, it was coming off the boundary at the far end.
You wonder if that other bat was one he used in club cricket. He plays a lot of club cricket. He plays for Lee in the Liverpool competition, Matty McKiernan. And club cricketers were exempt from that particular law or change because it was going to cost so much money for everybody to change their bats.
Okay. McKiernan to face Curry. It's full. It's driven over his head, and that will be 4. Mid-on and mid-off up. Good shot. Right length to play the shot. Went through the line. No problem.
Yeah, once he gets in, Matty McKiernan, he can be a very dangerous batsman. Sometimes he takes a while. Sometimes he looks a little bit... He looks almost nervous to me at times, but once he gets in...
Moves on to 6, 209 for 6. Curry in again, bowl shorter, and he ducks underneath that one. Doesn't get up that high. Did well to get underneath that, actually.
I think I'd have been on the floor in a big heap there.
Good comeback from Curry, and equally well played from McKiernan. Another one is fairly inexperienced in this form of the game, only his 11th List A game.
He's 27 as well. Long way into a career, that, isn't it?
To not be playing much List A, isn't it?
Another former Lancashire player.
So a conveyor belt here, isn't it?
Well, very much.
Where was it? Oh, it was the other day, and I think it was Kent. From Notts. There's all these players coming down from Notts. Here's Curry, and that's off the back foot, and the throw almost coming into the bowler's end, but just single taken.
Just signed Joey Everson, haven't they, from Notts?
Joey Everson, got Ben Compton, who was at Notts, Matt Milnes, who was at Notts, but now going back up to Yorkshire. Seems like a bit of a conveyor belt there. Now, obviously, there's obviously a through route between Lancashire and Derbyshire, somewhere that I don't know.
Reith, Guest, McKiernan, and Aitchison are all former Lancashire players.
Funny how there's a tie-up, isn't there?
Yeah.
Or seems to be. Perceived tie-up.
I might ask you to do this next one.
Yeah,
if that's
of course,
all right.
So 210 for 6. There were 7 runs off that Curry over. He's now bowled 8 overs, 1 for 38. John Turner from that City end will bowl over number 46 of the Derbyshire innings. He's going to be bowling to Matty McKiernan, who's on 7. Turner, right arm over, comes in, edges or dropped by Ben Brown, but it was a tough chance. Edged, he was cutting away hard, there was deflection. And Brown diving low to his right. I think we'll call that stopped 4 runs. That went very, very quickly indeed. Dot ball. Score remains on 210 for 6. The top scorers in the Derbyshire innings so far. Brooke Guest with 82. Anuj Dahl with 42. 33 for Harry Kane. That's flicked away by McKiernan. Down towards fine leg. Just slips a little bit McKiernan as he was looking for 2. Throw comes in to Ben Brown. 211 for 6. Derbyshire. Don't forget you can listen to this one on the BBC Sport website and app. We're also on 5 Sports Extra. Myself, Kevin James and Dave Fletcher. Kevin Howes is hovering around in the background somewhere. He's probably gone into the lunchroom now, as I'm sure most of the media have. There's Hughes to face John Turner, comes in, short, pulled away by Hughes, not timed, goes out towards deepish square leg, but No real pace on that shot as Toby Albert comes in towards the umpire, picks up, throws to Brown. Derbyshire move on to 212 for 6. Halfway through the 46th over here, and need a healthy smattering of boundaries here, Derbyshire. Run rate definitely dropped since Brooke Guest departed as Turner comes in and bowls to McKinnon. McKinnon on the back foot, takes the bottom hand off the bat. Good diving stop by Gubbins in the covers. Dave Fletcher's back.
Fielding's been good, hasn't it? Generally, it's been pretty good. I mean, that was a tough chance for Ben Brown, but they haven't put anything down other than that. And some of the outfielding has been terrific.
That would have been absolute worldy.
Wouldn't it?
Catch,
Yeah,
if he got that.
it would.
Bill Seeger, suncricket@gmail.com, says, I wonder if Dole got the bat handle into his ribs when nearly run out earlier. Might have been. He certainly looked more uncomfortable. There's Turner bowls. Nice drive on the up by McKiernan, but only finds Fletcher Middleton out at deep cover. 213 for 6. A great bit of fielding by Curry, which was a bonus wicket with the run out of Anash Dole. It certainly was. This one's from Michael Bird, suncricket@gmail.com. Quite a long one, so I'll quickly try and read this one as we're going through the over. Good afternoon, great day, and I hope you don't mind me muscling in on your patch, says Michael Bird. I'm a Lancashire fan. That's a nice drive on the up by Hughes. It goes up to mid-off, fielded by Barker. That's the end of the over. 46 done. 4 to do. 215. Will that move up to? No, 214 for 6.
Can I just say before you continue with that, as somebody who lives in Bolton, there's nothing to be embarrassed about being a Lancashire fan, by the way.
But he's lurking on Dartmoor, apparently.
Oh, right.
And as we don't have a game today, I thought I would see how Derbyshire make out against the big boys. Oh, I love that. Not very often levelled at Hampshire.
Little old Derbyshire.
Little old Derbyshire against the big boys. I was impressed by the way they played against us the other day. This was Lancashire. Had me behind the sofa for a bit and not one to be ashamed of. The stream is great, isn't it, Just? There's been quite a few messages about that. I know the guys, a couple of boxes along, will love that.
No, they're very pleased. New over begins. It looks like a full toss from Curry. It's beaten out into the offside for a single by Alex Hughes. 215 for 6.
I love this. The stream is great and gets better every year as the club tidies up the bad bits.
Oh.
And the commentary has to rise with it.
Oh, hello.
Oh, wow.
Oh, hello.
It sounds like we're lagging behind there,
It
Fletch.
sounded like that, didn't it?
Yeah, we don't like that. Don't like that.
I'm doing my best.
Yeah.
If it's not good enough, so be it. Hughes on 20, McKinnon on strike on 9. In goes Curry and bowls to him. There's a swing and a miss from McKinnon. A Lancastrian from Lee.
Yeah. There's more to this one, actually, from
That
Michael.
meets the eye.
Yeah, no, actually, I think he was making a general point, actually. He says, I personally believe that now we get to see you, chaps, you are starting to play to the crowd.
No, I don't think so. Because I never know, except when you, because I never watch the stream. I know it's good, but I don't, if I need a highlight, it's down the right-hand side of my computer. Curry's in again and balls. Oh, this one's high in the air. How far's that gone? Has it gone? Oh, it's gone all the way. It's massive. Absolutely massive. That would have been a 6 had the rope been right on the boundary boards away to our right-hand side. That was huge from McKinnon, who moves on to 15, and Derbyshire to 221 for 6.
Straight out of the screws, that one, wasn't it? Wow.
He was like a hammer thrower.
That was, wasn't it? Just kept going.
Just sort of rocked back on his right heel as he turned around, and it was huge, because that is a long way to the East Midlands demolition stand, and it wasn't far off going in it.
Second six of the Derbyshire innings.
Curry in again, 1 for 45. His figures now. There's a swing and a miss from Matty McKinnon. They have a negotiation as to whether they should run a bye, even though the ball was in Ben Brown's hands. And unfortunately, the negotiation was, I think we better not, because somebody would have gone then, and I'm not entirely sure which one of them would have fallen on their sword. 15 at a run a ball for McKinnon, 20 from 15 for Alex Hughes. So even though I don't think the run rate has dropped all that much, actually. In the last 5 overs, they've still been going along at over 6.5, which is what they really need to do, as this next delivery is guided by McKinnon to backward point, and they scamper through for another single. McKinnon moves on to 16, 222 for 6.
Let me try and finish off this email from Michael, because I think it's the way I'm reading it. It doesn't always make sense. He says, I also think you are emulating or trying to emulate our own don't go into Hampshire woods and stay away from the seagulls, Scott Reed. Of course, he's trumpeting Scott Reed, of course.
Top man, Scott.
Yeah.
Next delivery is pushed out into the offside by Alex Hughes. They've run 1. That's all they'll get. Hughes moves to 21. 223 for 6 at the end of 47 overs. So 3 left. McKinnon has 16.
Yeah, good over. He says, I thought Scott Reed was a bit of a swag man the first time I saw him, but whom I now regard as being the pace setter in the sartorial and technical stakes. Well, there's a lot in that email, really, that's putting us down, Dave. To be honest, we're not this, we're not that, we're not as good as the live stream that, and not as good as Scott Reed. I think I'll press the delete button on that one.
And as far as sartorial elegance is concerned, appearing on the stream is a byproduct of what we do. I work on the radio, and I will not dress up for anybody.
Have you sort of put in for image rights?
That's a good shout, actually. I haven't.
I think you need to think about that.
Yeah.
One. Take some legal advice. 223 for 6, 3 overs to do, and it looks like Jack Campbell, the left-arm seamer, is coming back into the attack. 8 overs, none for 44. And Mike Vokes, solentcricket@gmail.com, says, great shot of you guys in the commentary box. Excellent coverage today. Synchronised commentary with video, hurrah, says Mike. Yeah, that's not always the case when you go around the country, and I think
It comes straight out the back of that box.
Yeah. Here's Campbell bowling to Hughes. Hughes swings away, gets wrapped on the pad, half shelt for a LBW as the ball goes out square on the offside, fielded by Donald. 224 for 6, Derbyshire, who were put into bat by Hampshire at 10:30 this morning, when it was just as hot as it is now. Fortunately, we've got a bit of air conditioning in here, so
Yeah, it's pleasant,
we
isn't it?
do not have
chilly.
any ideas.
Bit
Just how
chilly,
hot
in
it
fact, in here.
Well, it is, yeah. I know. It makes a change, actually, because the last time I commentated in the heat was 3 days ago in a tent by the side of the boundary ropes. You can imagine how hot that got. So this is absolute luxury. I feel like I've been awarded you know when somebody says, we can pay for you to go in a hotel, luxury hotel with air conditioning in a very hot country. I feel like it's that. He's trying to swing, and that's a miss by McKinnon as it goes through to Ben Brown. Length ball there from Jack Campbell. It does feel quite luxurious in here.
Yes.
It is nice. I love this.
it is.
Coming here. Here last year for the Vipers against Lightning. So you enjoyed it then. Enjoyed it in 2017, Dave. I haven't mentioned yet 2017, but the last time I was here before that, can't remember a certain person getting a very quick 100. Can't remember much about the day.
No.
Here comes Campbell bowls, and that's driven off the back foot out towards extra cover, and Gubbins is right back on the 30-yard circle, quite happy, giving Hughes the strike there.
I don't recall,
sorry, the single.
Recall that day at all.
No, it was all over in a flash, really, wasn't it?
What I do know is that I don't think Shahid Afridi had been opening the batting. He certainly hadn't scored any runs that season, as far as I was aware. He was sent out to open the batting, and there was a shout from the Derbyshire dugout, "Don't let Madsen bowl the first over."
Round the wicket, Campbell, swing up in the air, just short of mid-on. Come out the splice, the batter going to come back for 2. That is great running, as Tom Prest ran in from mid-on. The ball just bounced off his legs, and then actually they came back for 2 as the ball ricocheted over the other side of the stumps. But yes,
But Madsen had been opening the bowling for Derbyshire. The spinner get through and over quickly before anybody realises what's happening. But Afridi was sent in for a specific role, and 10 overs later it was all over.
It was a bit of a gamble from what I remember Hampshire saying at the time. They thought, well, if he comes off, then it's the game over, and that's exactly what happened on the day. That's pulled away in the air, and that is one bounce. And again, that's a good stop with the body. This time it's Toby Albert. Oh, he's run out. He's run out by a million miles here. As was that Hughes going back for a second?
McKinnon been run out.
And he was about a third of the way down the pitch. Hughes didn't want to know, and he left his partner high and dry. Throw coming into Ben Brown. He whips the bails off, and McKinnon goes for 17.
Yeah, strange one that, wasn't it? Because the way it was stopped on the boundary was like a footballer trapping a ball, a big crossfield ball. He just stopped it with his foot, and it stopped dead. which allowed the fielder who was standing next to him to throw it in. And of course, I think McKiernan had already decided there were two there. And unfortunately for him, he has to go. But, it'll bring Alex Thompson out to bat. I think it'll be 228 for 6 because they ran one but didn't get back for the second. But we'll wait for full confirmation from next door from the scorers for that. 19 deliveries, Matty McKiernan. No, 18 because he didn't face another one, did he? Hughes has moved on to 24, I think. But who knows? And it is Alex Thompson, the very tall Alex Thompson, who comes out to bat. Bowled nicely up at Old Trafford, took 3 wickets, got career best figures at Old Trafford with his 28, something along those lines. Again, if I made notes, I'd know. I was there at the time. I'm sure I said it out loud, and now I've almost, well, I have forgotten it. Not almost, certainly, I have forgotten. But he can hold a bat. Can Alex Thompson? He needs to be out there alongside Alex Hughes to hold a bat with him. Well, it remains at 227 for 7 at the moment. So perhaps they were on 226 before that. Anyway, in the fullness of time, that will all sort itself out.
Thompson averages 31 in this day, so that's okay. That's turned away on the leg side. Thompson off the mark straight away. Surely they're not going to take 2 again on the leg side. They don't. Learnt their lesson from the shot before. 228 for 7. Just to dot the I's and cross the T's of that 2017 quarter-final. Afridi 101 of 43 balls, 7 sixes and 10 fours.
Yeah, I have a vague recollection of it. Now you mention it. That was my first experience of a quarter-final, a knockout match. It wasn't the most pleasant. It took them another 2 years to get back there. Then they won and got through the finals day for the first time in there, and as up to press only time. And then, of course, quarter-final this season, which didn't go particularly well either. But
at least you got there.
Yeah, well, yes. Yeah, at least they got there. Yeah. Some counties from not too far from here didn't this year, so
the ones that are languishing.
That's the main thing. I always think I get accused a lot of being obsessed. 228 for 7, new over from Curry. The ball is driven out into the offside by Alex Thompson quite pleasantly, but for no run. I know I'm leaving myself open, being on Sports Extra as well, to further criticism, but I've got a broad back.
You have.
I can take it.
You need that in this game, don't you?
Don't listen to anything really. Curry in again and balls. This one is pulled for 6 out towards the demolition stand. That's gone a long way as well. One bounce and into the crowd. Terrific blow by Alex Thompson. That's at least his second 6 in the competition, because as I said earlier, he actually hit the last ball down at Chelmsford for 6. He moves on to 235 for 7.
That's right out the screws as well.
That was a terrific shot. Absolutely terrific shot.
Stephen Eason, summitcricket@gmail.com, says the commentary is at least 10 times better than the live stream. And as to the suggestion that you commentators are playing to the gallery, utter nonsense.
We're not bothered. Well, I'm not. That one's pushed. I'm sure you're not, Kevin, either. This one's pushed out to the offside. They think about coming back for the second and then decide wisely that the second isn't there, as Toby Albert does the fielding. He was involved in the run-out. Albert and Curry combining to get the ball back to Brown to get rid of McKiernan. 236 for 7, and Thompson moves on to 8. He's got all 8. Now then, there we are. So it was 228 for 6. Not 227. In comes Curry again and balls. Oh, that's been smashed up in the air. There's going to be a catch here for Barker. And he's dropped it right on the edge of the 30-yard circle. Now, we will say the sun's in his eyes and he's probably got a case there. But that was a fairly simple chance for Keith Barker. And he shelled it. And I had absolutely no doubt that he was going to take that one there. And Hughes goes through for a single. He moves to 25 and Derbyshire to 237 for 7.
Even with a cap, still hard work.
He had to catch that, didn't he? Curry in bowls. That's a full toss that thuds into the pads of Alex Thompson. He tries to play it away into the leg side. It actually goes out into the off. They'll go through for a leg by. 238 for 7. So 250 is still a possibility. just,
Yeah.
but only just. 7 deliveries of the innings to go. Just be nice to get a round figure. That's all I ask for any team. Get a round figure. Make it easy for the commentator. Curry's last ball then, and this one is clipped. Well, I say clipped. That's gone all the way for 6. Wow. Alex Hughes didn't look like he'd got an awful lot of that. He just clipped it off his toes, and a shortish fielder, I think it's fair to say, out on the deep backward square leg boundary, leapt, but it went over his head. And Alex Hughes picks up a 6, and 250 is definitely on now. He moves to 31 from 21 balls. Derbyshire 244 for 7 with 6 deliveries to go.
Joe, who's a regular listener, has just sent me a message actually, and is saying he's trying to listen from the Aegeus, but the DJ is a bit loud, and that's just ahead of the Southern Brave women against London Spirit women in the 100. That's at the Aegeus Bowl, starting in about 40 minutes' time. But Dave, of course, won't know there was any fixtures in the 100.
I knew all about it.
Did you?
No.
She sent me a message actually. I don't know how loud I'll tell you what's funny. DJ's just reminded me actually, because in that certain competition yesterday, which was on the BBC, in the men's game, there was Darren Bravo, but he's now DJ Bravo, isn't he? As Campbell comes in, swing and a miss there from Thompson, goes through to Brown. This is the 50th over.
Was the last one?
Yeah, the last over.
Last one.
And my younger daughter, who doesn't follow cricket at all, was actually watching a bit of it with me in their lounge, and Darren Bravo was bowling, but of course they kept saying DJ Bravo, and then she said to me, she said, "Is he actually a DJ?" She thought the DJ was playing in the game. It was quite funny. That's but that's the sort of people that are watching and listening to that game. She would never watch a game in her life. That's driven out into the covers. Just a single to Thompson, takes him on to 9, 245 for 7.
It's only a matter of time before the DJ is involved on the pitch.
DJ Bravo.
Only a matter of time.
Because he is Dwayne Bravo, isn't it? We've always known him as Dwayne Bravo. He must have just said, no, I want to be known as DJ Bravo now.
I think does that differentiate him from Darren?
Was it Darren Bravo?
Yeah, there's a Darren Bravo, isn't there?
I don't know which Bravo it was.
No, you're right about
DJ.
who that might be, but there's 2 of them, isn't there? So I
is
think they have to distinguish between... I don't know. Just a gimmick, really. No, let's face it.
Campbell's round the wicket, and that's hit up in the air. That should be called an extra cover. Gubbins takes it about head high, and it's 245 for 8. Hughes goes for 31.
Yeah, just hitting out now, aren't they? The Derbyshire batsman, which is understandable. And Alex Hughes perishes for a very useful 31 off 22 balls with just a couple of 4s and that big 6. Well, small 6, really. 245 for 8.
It's going to be a competitive total.
I think so, yeah, I think so. I just had a message from Gary Hickinbottom, who's always making predictions. He says Derbyshire finish on 260, which I don't think they're going to do now, Gary, and win by 39, which would be interesting. Looks like Nick Potts. No, it's got to be Ben Aitchison, and it's Ben Aitchison, the next man in. Of course it is. Nick Potts, what am I talking about? Ben Aitchison, a man who every time he comes out to bat, I tell everybody he's got a first-class half-century, which he has, of course, otherwise I wouldn't be telling everybody that. But as far as his actual record with the bat in any form of cricket, I think that was very much a flash in the pan, sadly. That was against Notts in very much a losing cause last season. They were about to lose by 300 runs or something. So he just decided to swing the bat and got himself to 50, which was great to watch, but ultimately futile.
So this is Aitchison?
This is Aitchison, yeah.
He's going to be facing Jack Campbell, who's picked up his first wicket in this innings, having picked up 7 wickets in the last 2 matches. Has had to wait until the 50th over to pick up his first. Left arm over comes, gives himself some room. Campbell follows him and he's driven back to the bowler. My word, he was a long way outside leg stump. Campbell bowled that at least a good foot outside leg stump as well.
Yeah, this is the man known as the big un, but he's batting with somebody who's taller than him. If you can work that out. No idea how that works.
Aitchison and Thompson. 245 for 8. 2 balls left of the Derbyshire innings. As Campbell comes in again and bowls short, and it's pulled away in the air. This should be caught at deep mid-wicket. Scott Curry's underneath it, takes that ahead height as well. And Aitchison goes second ball for no score, 245 for 9.
Jack Campbell's filling his boots here and in the final over. Aitchison doesn't trouble the scorers too much. That 250 looks quite a long way away now, with Nick Potts, the last man to come as he makes his way down the steps. That was a proper tail-ender's heave, wasn't it, really? And the boundaries here are too big. I think if you can't get all of it, then you're going to be in trouble, because it's a long way out square, as you mentioned earlier. Both sides, really, but if you don't get the ball out of the middle of the bat, then you're going to be in a bit of trouble. And the announcer was just trying to peer around to see who the next batsman was. I would suggest it's the only one who's left.
I was going to say, look at the scorecard.
Yeah,
There's one name not mentioned.
I think it's going to be Nick Potts, this one. Yeah, there he comes. There he is, Nick Potts. He's one of the 3 changes to this Derbyshire side. Tom Wood and Alex Hughes the other. Tom Wood didn't have a very good time of it, out for 1. Alex Hughes made 31. So he'll be pleased with his half day's work so far, I would have thought, having helped Derbyshire get up towards 250. Now, what Potts needs to do here, with the greatest of respect, is to get a single. So just turn it into the leg side. Don't try and hit it too hard.
There's only 1 ball left.
Oh, there is only 1 ball left, so he doesn't. He needs to hit this for 6.
Campbell to Potts then, swings away, hits him on the pad. Now there is a single. I'm not sure they're going to risk 2 there, as the ball's already in the fielder's hands. So that will be the end of the Derbyshire innings, and they close on 246 for 9.
Thompson not out on 9 from 7 balls. Potts not out. 0. 246 for 9 is better than Derbyshire might have expected when they were 58 for 4 in the 18th over. Harry Kane out, 4th man out for 33, having followed Lewis Rees, who made 15. Massoud, a 3-ball duck, and Tom Wood for 1. Then we had that century stand between Anuj Dal and Brooke Guest. Dal going for 42. Terrific piece of work from Scott Curry in the field to run him out. 101 they put on for the 5th wicket. Guest followed for 82. Good catch by Ben Brown off the bowling of John Turner. Matty McKinnon made 17. Alex Hughes, that breezy 31 from 22 deliveries. Ben Aitchison, 0. Nick Potts, 0, not out. Alex Thompson making 9. Bowling figures wise, Keith Barker bowled terrifically well. 10 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 34. We saw Scott Curry bowling 10 overs, 1 for 61. John Turner, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 40. Jack Campbell picking up a couple of wickets at the end there. 10 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 50. Nick Gubbins, 4 overs for 24. And Felix Organ bowled 6 overs for 33. So only 10 overs a spin there. And Derbyshire have got a couple of front-line spinners in Alex Thompson and Matty McKinnon. So it'll be interesting to see how they go about it. But overall, I think we have a match on our hands. A relatively competitive total in the end for Derbyshire after their 50 overs. 246 for 9, which means in around about 40 minutes' time or so, we'll be back with the Hampshire run chase. They'll require 247 to win. In the meantime, on 5 Sports Extra, we'll hand back to Kevin Howells. in and balls to Reed. 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 Go 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 in and balls to Reed. Welcome back to the Incora County Ground in Derby for Hampshire's pursuit of 247 to win this one-day cup match and maintain their 100% record at the start of the season. Just seen Archie Harrison out on the field warming up furiously. And I'm looking around for Anishdal, but he's there, so that's good. Archie must have just been doing an extra special warm-up just in case he's required at some point as 12th man. So, not that it wouldn't be great to see Archie out there. It would, of course. And in the absence of Sam Connors, that's with an E, by the way, Connors. Not that you'd know by looking at the England Lions game, which has been streamed when they spelt the name on the back of his shirt wrong. He's picked up 4 for 25 in the second innings in a game that won't count because it was 12 against 13, which is a real shame, but a nice accolade for Sam to play for the Lions, to get that bit of recognition on the back of George Scrimshaw being picked for the Lions in the one-day match against South Africa at New Road. He played twice, but the first game in that two-match series wasn't a proper game either. Anyway, we're about to get underway with Ben Aitchison bowling the first over from the racecourse end. A couple of slips in place. Competitive-ish total, I would say. You agree, Kev?
Yeah, no, I do. Yeah. I think these two new balls, one from each end, is going to be interesting. Yeah.
Right. Aitchison is in and bowls outside the off stump. Ball goes through to the keeper. It's Nick Gubbins and an Aaron Donald. Donald's name still, just seeing him out there with a bat in his hand has got me a bit tetchy.
I know you were saying about that double 100 at Colwyn Bay. Well, he's not having a great competition so far. 16 against Worcestershire, 21 against Kent and 7 against Northants, his totals.
That should make sure he gets at least a half century in this one. Aitchison in, Gubbins leaves alone outside the off stump, ball through to the keeper, Brooke Guest.
Gubbins has 100 in this competition already, 117 against Kent at Beckenham.
Tom Press got a few recently, didn't he?
180 at Beckenham as well.
Just a few.
Fast scoring ground, that one. 396, Hampshire's highest ever list A total.
Blimey. And goes Aitchison again, and Gubbins is struck on the pad. Ball dribbles out into the offside. Harry Kane comes in to do the fielding. Already behind on Duckworth Lewis, Hampshire.
I love it.
You've got to get these small victories where you can get them.
Gosh,
You've got to get them. It wouldn't surprise me at all. There's a very colourful umbrella at the far end of the ground, but it's just encroaching on the sight screen. It wouldn't surprise me at all to see whoever's batting at this end for the first time ask them to move it. As Aitchison is in, and that one just hurries Gubbins up a little bit, and he pushes it out into the leg side.
That's a good spot by you.
Well, even with my eyes, I can see a brightly coloured umbrella from 150 yards, 200 yards, however far it is. But you can just imagine. I mean, I know I could name you a couple of Derbyshire batsmen straight away who wouldn't stand for that. So it wouldn't be a major shock if he was asked to move it. I think it's a he. And goes Aitchison again and bowls. That was clipped nicely into the leg side. There are runs here. There is a man out on the mid-wicket boundary, and he hurls the ball in from out in the deep. Does Lewis Rees, and they go through for a couple. So Gubbins off the mark, Hampshire off the mark, 2 without loss.
Yeah, whether the sun being out on this pitch will still mean that the bounce that Hampshire found in those early overs is still there. Be interesting to see. Not noticeable at the moment.
Aitchison in again, and that one is a short delivery. He pulls it round the corner. That'll be 4 for Gubbins. That was a poor delivery from Ben Aitchison, really short, and at Aitchison's pace, he can't really afford to do that. Needs to pitch it up. Final ball of the over as well. 6 without loss after 1 over.
I think that's what we saw with Hampshire at times. I think they saw some bounce, didn't they?
They missed another ball. Look, it's hopeless. That was the end of the over, and he can't have 6 off 5 balls because he hit the 4 to take him to 6 off the last ball of the over. Poor, really, poor. Something needs to be done.
Yeah, that's the screen in our commentary box. But yeah, I think the temptation is to bowl a little too short here at times, because you see the ball bouncing and it brings your length back, which is fine, but you don't want to be bringing it back too much. So at the far end, who have we got? At the top end, City end.
Just going to nick off it, Potts.
Potts it is. A drive drop at backward a point. Went very quickly. He was pushing out at that one, was Donald on the front foot. Is that Sean Massoud? Dull, sorry. Who dived to his left, but it was about stomach, chest height. Got two hands on it, but it went very, very quickly indeed, just to his left. Which may just have got Donald out of trouble there, but you have to be careful. I have to say, with Anari Donald on this pitch, he's one man that I think, because he will play positively.
Yeah.
And I think he's
a candidate.
New ball.
Candidate.
Yeah,
Excellent. Well, we look forward to that. I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah, no problems. Potts bowls, right arm over, outside the off stump. That's nice carry. Through to Brooke Guest. But left alone by Nick Gubbins. Gubbins has 6. Donald has 1. 7 without loss here. Hampshire coming into this game off the back of 3 consecutive victories. They sit second in the table. Derbyshire have won 1 from 3, having beaten Essex at Chelmsford. Big win that by 92 runs, but they have lost to Glamorgan and also to Lancashire. Glamorgan they lost to here by 8 wickets on the Duckworth-Lewis. So a bit of rain around there. That's turned away in the air, but safe. There's nobody at mid-wicket. There'll be at least 2 here for Gubbins. So it's just pushed away on the onside. Gubbins moves on to 8. And the Hampshire total on to 9 without loss. A little bit of bounce there for Potts. The 20-year-old playing just his 2nd List A game. His only other one came when he made his debut against Glamorgan earlier in the competition. In fact, the first proper match after that warm-up game against Shropshire. That's bounced. Gubbins just pulls the bat inside the line as that goes through nicely to Guest. Nice bit of bounce there. It's ideal for the bowlers when you see it just short of a length and it really goes through to the keeper. Still on the up, really. Always gets the bowler excited.
Definitely the quickest of the Derbyshire bowlers on display here today, Nick Potts.
Yeah. It's a decent pace. Run up from just outside the 30-yard circle. Comes in again. Bowls to Gubbins, length ball. Gubbins leaves that one alone, just angled across him. The umpire is having a look at his front foot, so he's obviously very close to bowling a no ball. The umpires will keep an eye. Well, the umpire will keep an eye on that one. Don't really want that too much.
No. Only just 20 in July, and born just down the road in Burton-on-Trent. Came through the academy here, as did Sam Connors.
He was having a good time of it, isn't he, for the Lions? Double wicket maiden in
I think that game's over now, isn't it? I think they've called it a day.
Oh, have they? Here's Potts again, bowls. That's flicked away, and that's good half stop there with the man at fine leg on the 45-yard circle. The 30-yard circle. Where did I get 45 yards from? There's never been a 45-yard circle. Alex Hughes, that is, diving there, making a good stop.
I listen to a lot of NRL Rugby League from Australia, Thursdays, Fridays, Saturdays on ABC. One of their commentators called one of the lines when there was a tackle, he said he's been brought down on the 35-yard line. And there's a 30 and a 40, but there's no line at 35. So that has become a very big thing on a lot of the commentaries down there. It's Ben Aitchison is about to Gubbins, who takes his bottom hand off the bat as he defends that one back towards Ben Aitchison.
There's the bounce again, isn't it?
Sean Massoud being asked, Sean Massoud is at mid-off, he's being asked by Brooke Guest whether he wants a slight alteration to the field or not. And now he's going to ask Ben Aitchison whether he wants a slight alteration to the field or not. Looks like they've got a man out on the deep backward square leg boundary. The other man outside the circle is the third man. So as a result of that, they've got a long leg rather than the square leg on the boundary, and the square leg's going to come up. obviously Brookguest is ideally placed to spot things like that, as Aitchison is in again. Gubbins leaves alone outside the off stump.
I think that's a good change of the field, really, because it's more likely to be deflected down towards fine leg or in that sort of area, so you can cover a bigger area by being on the rope. I can't really see, if Aitchison gets it right, just short of a length, can't really see Gubbins being able to push it with any power through mid-wicket, so you've got the fielder up.
Plus Thompson, if he thought it was a good idea, he's the one on the boundary now. So that one just comes back a touch, but probably after it went past the stumps into the hands of Guest.
Just bowling about, it's all about bowling the right length, which I just don't think Hampshire really did early on. I'm not, as I say again, not taking anything away from Rees and Harry Kame. I thought they batted superbly, but I just think Hampshire weren't quite on it as much as they could have been. Took 13 overs to get the first wicket.
Kame did all the hard work and got himself out. This one is cut away nicely. That might go all the way for 4. It's a very fast outfield. It's faster than Anuj Dal. And it does go all the way to the boundary for 4 more. And Gubbins moves into double figures. He's on 13 already, and Hampshire are 14 without loss in the third.
Yeah, just a bit of width. Of course, it's very difficult in the power play where you can only have 2 fielders out. So you've got to bowl a very, very tight line indeed. And it's enough pace on this wicket that if you get it slightly wide, the batters can just use the pace of the ball.
Next delivery from Aitchison, bowling from the racecourse end. It's again bottom hand off the bat, played into the leg side by Nick Gubbins.
Yeah, that's where it's very difficult, that length. You're never really going to push that through mid-wicket with any power. That's why the fielder's up saving 1.
Young Archie is down at long leg having a chat with Alex Thompson at the moment as Aitchison comes in again, and that one is driven for 4 runs by Gubbins. I wasn't sure how straight he'd got it, but it turns out very straight. And Alex Hughes stood no chance at mid-on, and it's another boundary. That's at 2 in the over, which is 1 more than they need. And Hampshire are 18 without loss after 3 overs. Gubbins has 17 of those, and Aaron Donald has the other.
Yeah, well, there's no margin for error on here, especially if you bowl half volleys. With the ball coming on nicely, especially with the new ball. It's 4 runs every time if you get the placing right.
See the little flashes down the back of the right calf?
I do, yeah.
Very strange.
Well, it is strange, but I quite like that in a way. I don't know. It's different. Potts comes in and bowls, length ball, and that's driven by Donald, but not timed. Finds the gap through point. Now, this is a good contest, and that is going to be pulled up just inside the rope, and they'll come through for 3.
Peter's lad.
Good piece of fielding as Donald moves on to 4. 21 without loss. That wasn't timed at all yet. That was very nearly 4 runs.
It's lightning, isn't it? It's bound to be, isn't it? Blimey.
Yeah.
The strange thing about that game that was played on the hottest day of the year and that started then, it then rained. There were a couple of showers, and the outfield completely slowed down. It almost stopped. It was remarkable.
They're almost like glass now, the fields, aren't they? I mean, conversely, when you see fielders sliding around when it's wet, they can slide around equally as well now with it's so dry.
Yeah.
Potts comes in and bowls to Gubbins. Gubbins gets turned around there a little bit. Again, the extra bounce. Gubbins was just trying to work that away on the leg side. Played that very chest on as it went out just in front of square on the offside. Score remains on 21 without loss. Decent start by Hampshire as they chase down 247 for victory. Interesting, the scoreboard on their right showing Hampshire scored twice, both at the top and the bottom. Haven't seen that before, I don't think. Here comes Potts. Comes in and bowls. Gubbins gets one that's just short of a length. That's nice. Gubbins just plays that quietly out behind square on the offside.
Well, the 2 different scoreboards. The old scoreboard actually shows the runs required, and the scoreboard in our room actually says how many Hampshire trail by, which you have to add 1 to.
Ah, yes. Oh, I see.
They are two different things and 2 different numbers, therefore.
Wow. We must have, I don't know how many sets of numbers on the screen and the board, and yet couple of them are slightly different. Very confusing. Gubbins on the back foot works that towards mid-wicket. And there is no run, fielded by Harry Kame, who played nicely in his innings of 33 off 55 balls. Obviously, his dad switched off. Now his boy's out. He hasn't bothered coming back with any messages.
They're all the same.
He was all over us. He was all over us, wasn't he, when his boy was batting, and now his boy's out. It's like he's right. That's it. For him, the game's over.
No iron team. Come on.
I'm sure he is. He just hasn't messaged. I'm sure he's working very hard as Potts comes in and bowls to Gubbins. Gubbins drives. That's gone up to mid-off. Good line here from Potts. Just keep that ball in the right areas and just let that extra bounce in this wicket take care of things. Just got to make sure you keep it consistently in the right areas and put the batters under pressure. Just 3 runs off this over so far. Gubbins on 17. Still the 2 slips in. As Potts runs towards us once more and bowls. Gubbins leaves that one alone. Good carry through to Guest. That is the end of the over. Gubbins has 17. Donald has 4. And Hampshire need another 226.
Yeah, good over from Potts. I think he's bowled quite nicely in the first 2 overs. He's bowled 2 overs for 7. Ben Aitchison, who's going to continue a little bit expensive, 2 overs for 14. Can't really afford to go at 7s in a game where nobody else has gone at much above 5 maximum. And he's deep in conversation with Massoud, who's the stand-in skipper in place of Billy Godalming. And Aaron Donald will face Aitchison for the first time, I believe.
Yeah.
So he just marks his guard, has a little look round. And now he's ready. So Aitchison, a couple of slips in place still, is on his way in and bowls. Edged and caught by second slip. Tom Wood takes a comfortable catch, moving away to his left-hand side. I think it's Wood. Either way, Donald has gone for 4, and Derbyshire have their first wicket. Hampshire 21 for 1.
All right, that's a very, very good delivery. Straight, it made Donald play. But I have to say that if you had to nominate a dismissal for an Aaron Donald on this pitch, you would have said an edge, caught somewhere around that area, slip, wicket-keeper area. I don't think you would have been far wrong, and so it's proved. But actually, I think that is a really good delivery. And Donald had to play at that one. He goes for 4.
Was indeed Tom Wood at second slip taking the catch. Confirmed on the scoreboard. And then Aaron Donald, well, the last time I saw him play, scored a lot more runs than that, has gone. Well, I've always kept a close eye on how many runs he scored since. I'm quite pleased he hasn't scored many here today. It was never going to trouble the previous score, of course. I'm assuming this is Tom Prest, who's having a very impressive little campaign, isn't he, with his 180.
181 against Kent at Beckenham, and then 51 3 days ago against Northants on the Isle of Wight. So, yeah, and there is a big consensus that somewhere along the line this guy has to play some championship cricket.
He's not played any yet?
Not in the championship,
wow.
No.
Wow.
Peter Kame has just confirmed that he is still listening. He says he's listening to you, Fletch. He says
but not you.
He's listening to you, keeping me in my place.
Nothing of the sort.
Yeah.
That was sorry, go on.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, England under-19 captain, you know, has a big reputation, but at the moment can't find a place in the championship side, but I'm not sure how long that will continue.
There's a lot of England under-19 internationals out there, though, isn't there? There's Ben Aitchison in from the racecourse, then bowls and beats Prest on the outside. Keeps it a little bit lower, that, from short of a length. 3s here, which is the nonsensical shout from the Derbyshire fielders. I do love a good shout from a fielder. I've had a bang yet, but it won't be long. 3s here. They always look 2 in front, don't they? Fielders, batsmen do as well, but Aitchison in again and balls edged and caught by Wood. 2 catches for Tom Wood in 3 deliveries off the bowling of Ben Aitchison, and Prest goes for a duck. And Hampshire are 21 for 2 now, still trailing by 226.
Well, he's getting the ball in the right areas now, Aitchison. He's a little taller than most, so he hits the deck. And you get the ball in the right areas, so you get a reward. Just taking him a couple of overs, isn't it, really? Just to settle down, just to find that length. He's done so. And he's getting his rewards. We always knew this would be tough with the new ball. We saw it in the first innings, although Rees and Kane batted very well to take Derbyshire through to 49. But we felt Hampshire were just not quite right. But when they did, so we saw 4 quick wickets in the space of 9 runs. And already, with Derbyshire settling down a little quicker, we're seeing the wickets fall. 21 for 2. And even though Annoying Donald hasn't been in the best of form in this competition, Tom Prest has. So 2 good wickets here for Derbyshire. And they've made a really, really good start here.
And, just to make a mess of everybody's scorecards, if you're scoring at home, Tom Wood's moved to first slip, and it's Matty McKinnon at second slip. And my apologies to the McKinnon family, if they're listening, because he's just taken 2 very decent slip catches. 2 in 3 balls. Matty McKinnon. Of course he's at first slip, Wood, because Aitchison normally stands... Oh, you fool, Fletcher. Aitchison normally stands at first slip and Wood moves to second, but Aitchison can't stand at first slip to his own bowling. Apparently you can't do that. So McKinnon, I was so pleased with myself as well. So those highlights, we can just delete those from the archive.
So Ben Brown is the new batter for Hampshire.
And it is Aitchison and bowls to Brown, who turns this into the leg side. He's off the mark straight away with 1, and they'll come back for a second. Well, there was a bit of hesitation. They do come back for a second. The throw went to the end to which Brown was running, so he was committed to that second run. Gubbins was a little bit more reticent, but he gets through comfortably enough in the end, and Hampshire move on to 23 for 2.
Ben Brown, 47 in the first game against Worcestershire at the Aegeus, and then 2 and 16 against Kent and Northants.
He's on strike now. Aitchison in and bowls to him. That's left alone to go through to the keeper. There's a no run.
This is good for Aitchison now. This over's so much better, isn't it? Now he looks a real threat. Looks a real threat now.
He's got something about him, Ben Aitchison. He's just got something about him, and he's been blighted by injuries over the last 2 or 3 years. Suffered an injury in the last warm-up, second to last warm-up game at the start of the season. Only came back about 4 weeks ago. Aitchison's in again, and that one is defended by Brown. Picked up by Kame. And that is a fine over from Ben Aitchison. A couple of wickets in there, as well as those 2 runs to Ben Brown, who is on 2. Gubbins has 17, and Hampshire at 23 for 2 after 5 overs.
Yeah, that set Hampshire back a little bit.
Wickets are key, though, in any game. And people talk about blasting it here and blasting it there, but the bowling side can pick up wickets. It just slows everything down. Look at Duckworth Lewis. 51, it says.
Is it just in case any rain?
I think that was on a cloud last Thursday.
Potts bowls. Gubbins is forward, pushing that up to mid-off.
There's a cloud over there, look.
It's about 3 millimetres by 2 millimetres.
Yeah, it looks full of rain, though, doesn't it?
We found a cloud. My word. After 2.5 months, we found a cloud.
I went down at Chelmsford last week. I don't think it had rained there for about 18 months. The way they were talking, and it was brown, very brown.
Was it?
Yeah, a lot browner than this.
This doesn't look too bad, actually.
No,
does it?
it's holding up nicely, isn't it?
Yeah, I have to say, there's more parched outfields than this. Potts bowls, gets wrapped on the pad there, Gubbins. Trying to flick that away on the leg side. Yeah, this looks okay. I mean, it looks obviously dry, but it doesn't look silly. That's for sure. It just looks, if you're a bowler, you think, gosh, that's going to run away really quickly.
Yeah,
and
that's the problem, isn't it, for the bowlers? Yeah. But yeah, it runs across the rest of the outfield like it would across the square.
Bowler, you like to see a long grass, lush outfield. Here comes Potts. Bowles trying to pull that away on the leg side. That's a good diving stop by Guest, but it was a little too wide. He was never going to get a full glove on that. That must be a wide, surely. What's the umpire going to signal? Yeah. Not sure what Potts was trying to do there, whether he was trying to bounce her or just lost the line there a little bit.
It's I think Potts' second game he played in the. Did he play in the first one? I thought he played earlier in the tournament.
Peter Kane is obviously having a very hard day. He's measured against. See, like I've obviously got him, even though his son's not batting. We've got him back. Messaging.
I think you rattled him.
Well, yeah, it's quite easy to do, to be honest. It didn't take much. Here comes Potts. Oh, that's nipped back and that's cut Ben Brown in half. Seen a few of those from that end, haven't we, really? Where the ball hits the deck and it quickly bounces and nips back, and Brown completely done there. Great to be able to watch the cricket and listen to your friends from your armchair. Must be listening to a different commentary. Too hot in Hampshire to be outside. I found that, I have to say, I found that yesterday. I didn't venture outside at all because it was so hot yesterday. Keep up the great work, he says. That's very kind of you, Kami.
This day it's too hot to be outside, isn't it?
We'll just turn the air conditioning down a little bit more here. Here comes Potts again. Brown turns that away on the leg side. I think that may have come off the thigh pad because it's got no pace on that ball as it makes its way down to fine leg. The umpire is going to signal leg byes. Takes Hampshire on to 26 for 2.
Well, the place I stayed last night is basically made of glass, which made it really. When I walked in, finished just after 7, and walked in about 25 past 7. My word, it was warm.
We shouldn't complain. I think there's some thunderstorms next week, isn't there? So that'll be the beginning of the end. So make the most of it, everybody, as Potts comes in and bowls to Gubbins, leaves that one alone outside the off stump. Good pace here from Potts. Not the tallest. Getting it through.
I'm not sure who Radio Kent will send, but I did spend a very pleasant 4 days at Chesterfield with Ben Watts a few years ago when we didn't see a ball bowled.
God, blimey. All 4 days?
Yeah, that's happened twice in the 6 years I've been covering Derbyshire. Twice we've had complete washouts at Chesterfield. Once, I'm fairly sure it was Northamptonshire, the sun it was like this, but the outfield just wasn't drying. They couldn't get any play at all.
Potts comes in and bowls. Gubbins edges. It's along the ground into the gap between gully and second slip. Makes its way down to third man. That'll be the end of the over. So Gubbins will keep the strike. He moves on to 18, 27 for 2. Is Chesterfield a good spot when you don't have any play for 4 days? Of course, you don't live around there, so I suppose
I don't. I had a night out in Chesterfield.
Have you been out? Have you had a few nights out there?
I had a night out in Chesterfield this year. It was very good. Yeah, I enjoyed it. Enjoyed it. The first day of the Middlesex game, we decided to stop in Chesterfield. A friend said we could stay at his, so myself and David Griffin went up there, stayed the night. It was very pleasant, very convivial, very quiet.
Chesterfield?
Sunday night was very quiet. I think we did spoil a quiz, but that was a bit unfortunate. Here's Ben Aitchison then bowling his 4th over, 2 for 16 at the moment. Bowls him! Gubbins has gone. He just came forward, and he appears to have either played down the wrong line or the ball's just moved away from him a touch, but that has bowled him. And Hampshire are 3 down now with 27 on the board, and it's all thanks to Ben Aitchison.
Well, he's just found the right length here, hasn't he? As the camera, if you're watching on the live picture feed, comes back to us. It's all about us, even though there's another wicket. It's all about us, Fletch.
Of course it is.
And I don't know. I think that's gone between bat and pad. Maybe just caught the inside edge. Gubbins was forward, but he's found a little gap there. Gubbins left, and Aitchison has found a good spot, and he's causing problems. Just watching the replay, if you're watching on the live picture feed. There's Gubbins, there's a gap there between bat and pad.
3 fours, 28 deliveries. No doubt as to how that dismissal came about. There was no catching involved, so we're all right with that one. They still need 220. And they're already 3 down. And this has got Derbyshire. This has now turned it into a proper match with the top 3 already back in the hutch as Fletcher Middleton comes out. I
would have thought so.
Are you going to explain his first name?
I have no idea why he's called Fletcher. I obviously know his parents very well.
Is it spelled
with an A?
With an A at the end, yeah. So I don't think I've ever seen that. And as a Fletcher myself, but at the other end of the name,
You're ER, aren't you?
I was fascinated to see his name spelled like that. So nothing wrong with it.
No,
Just unusual. 27 for 3.
it's a little different. Wow. Now, for me, Derbyshire have got these wickets early enough that they can still build on this. You know, Hampshire's quick 4-wicket burst came in the 13th and 14th overs. And, 18th with Harry Kane being the 4th. Went from 49 without loss to 58 for 4. That was a similar sort of situation, but Hampshire just took a few overs to find the right combinations. And in fact, it looks like we're going to have to change the stumps. It's Ben Aitchison who's broken a stump.
He's broken the off stump.
As well.
That'll come out of his wages.
Oh, not only has he picked up 3 quick wickets, put Hampshire under the pressure, he's also broken the stump as
If
well.
I was Ben, I'd want the broken stump, the 2 halves of the broken stump, and I'd be putting them in a little case.
Frame it.
This is the stump that my quicker delivery
That's right,
split in 2.
Yeah. Look how quick I am.
Yeah, 27 for 3. Middleton on strike leaves that one alone outside the off stump. Again, that one comes back after it goes past the stumps and through to the keeper. Ben Aitchison is now sitting on career best figures, I'm fairly sure. I'll be able to tell you almost immediately, yeah, he is 3 for 16. His current figures are his best. I know he got a 3 for earlier this season in the campaign, so he's having a really good Royal London as he bowls. That one is defended. Fielded with his outstretched right hand on the way through. So his previous best it says 2 for 21. So it shows you what I know.
Comfortably.
Comfortably his best figures.
Well, he hasn't played this sort of form of cricket much.
Not a lot,
10th,
no. Yeah.
10th list day.
On his way in again and bowls to Middleton. He tries to pull this shorter delivery around the corner but gets it slightly wrong. The ball dribbles down towards the gully region. Some part of his body.
He had about 0 for 8 or 9 or something, Aitchison, didn't he? So he's taken 3 for about 6,
Yes.
7.
Yeah, no, absolutely. He's taken 3 for 2.
Oh, was he? 3 for 2?
Yeah. Which isn't bad. He's in again and bowls. That one is turned into the leg side by Middleton. He'll get 1. He'll think about coming back for the second and will come back for the second as Potts gets around to do the fielding. So Middleton's up and running as well. Both he and Brown have a couple. And Hampshire have moved to 29 for 3.
Just 20 years of age himself. Fletcher Middleton got 49 in the first game against Worcestershire. 9 not outs in the game against Kent in that high-scoring game. Or for Hampshire anyway, high-scoring. 35 against Northants on the Isle of Wight 3 days ago.
Next delivery from Aitchison is defended straight back to him by Middleton. And it completes another over in which he's taken a wicket. He's got 3 for 4 in the last 2 overs that he's bowled, Ben Aitchison, and he's helped reduce Hampshire to 29 for 3 after 7 overs. Middleton and Brown each have 2.
Yeah, terrific stuff. Absolutely terrific stuff. He's just got into a nice groove now, hasn't he? It's going to cause some problems for a little while yet. Be interesting to see how long Massoud keeps him on for.
I was just going to ask or pose exactly the same question, really, because Barker, he bowled straight through, didn't he?
He bowled 10 straight up.
Which is unusual in the modern day. I mean, it used to happen a lot, didn't it, back in the day? But
yeah. I think
Stan
you've got to bowl him
Mortensen
another couple.
quite often bowled 10 straight off the spin.
Potts from the City end bowls. Ben Brown works that length ball to point, backward a point, fielded by Dahl. Straight at him, but went quickly along the ground. Yeah, 4 overs, 3 for 18, Aitchison. I mean, there's got to be at least another 2 there, isn't there? Depending on how it goes, how the batter's playing. But you would think a minimum of 2. Probably try and squeeze another one out if he continues bowling the way he is. Potts, 3 overs, none for 10 into his 4th. Going to disappear.
Isn't bad in itself, is it? And he bowls now, and that's pushed off the back foot and out into the offside by Brown. It goes past Harry Kane, and they think about a single, but Massoud's coming around to tidy up behind the cover fielder. And as a result, there's no run. 29 for 3 it remains. sun starting to shine into the commentary box now. I know it's my problem and nobody else's, but it is quite irritating. As Nick Potts is on his way again. He's bowled nicely, just conceded the 10 runs in 3 overs and 2 balls, and that one is, playing a miss from Brown. That was a very expansive looking drive that he missed completely as the ball goes through to broadcast. Always take your notes with you, Kev. Always takes his been back for his notes. Kevin Helms is next door listening to the 100. He loves it, really. And I will perhaps give you some scores in a moment. Although I might be doing an update, I'm not sure. In comes Potts then, halfway through his 4th over. He's in and bowls to Brown, who I thought he'd edged that one. That's another terrific delivery from Nick Potts, who's bowled really nicely without any success. No. Nobody likes Take That. The discussion as to how good Take That are at the moment in my ears. Here's Potts again. On his way in and bowls, and there's a play and a miss again. He swung hard at that one, did Brown. He's going to connect with one sooner or later. You'd have thought. But he hasn't so far. Potts walks back towards his mark at the far end. Turns. And he's on his way in now from the city end and bowls to Brown. That's a full toss, a no ball. It's a horrible delivery. I think he overstepped and bowled a full toss. But apart from that, it was all right. So Brown picks up a single to move to 3, and Hampshire get 3 runs to move to 32 for 3. Elsewhere, Warwickshire made 310 for 6 against Sussex, who were 47 for 1 in reply in the 9th over. Durham are 47 without loss in reply to Gloucestershire's 367 for 8. Leicestershire bowled out for 269. Somerset 23 for 1 in the 9th over. Glamorgan dismissed for 221 by Northamptonshire, and 94 without loss in the 16th over. That one's rattling along. And Middlesex eventually made 355 at Grantham, as the next delivery is up in the air and over the top of the man at backward point. That's going to go away for 4. Slightly fortuitous off Middleton's bat, but he picks up a boundary. And that was the extra ball at the end of the over following the no ball. So double whammy for Nick Potts. Middleton moves on to 6. Brown has 3. And Hampshire are 36 for 3 after 8 overs. Potts' figures slightly spoiled there. 4 overs for 17 now. Mentioning Middlesex, they made 355 at Grantham, and Notts are 36 for 2 in the 6th over there. There is a game, of course, in the 100 going on. The London Spirit women are 65 for 1 halfway through their innings after winning the toss and deciding to bat first. Ben Aitchison in and bowls. That's through to the keeper and caught. And Brown's gone now and Aitchison's got 4. Simple catch for Brooke Guest behind the stumps. And Ben Brown goes for 3, and Derbyshire, well, they've got their foot to the throat here. Hampshire are 36 for 4 now. They need a further 211 to win. 4 wickets for Ben Aitchison, as Kev James said before. He's putting it in exactly the right areas now. And he's getting the rewards. Why is he not playing in the 100? One would ask oneself. One wouldn't, of course. It's been a really good second half to the season, which is exactly what he needs. I think I've worked out who keeps texting me. Thanks, Gary. I must put that number in the phone. Because nobody else could have come up with that. Aitchison, wickets to wicket, 3 for 2 in 7 balls when it's gone up now to 4 for. And Hampshire wicket to wicket, but 3 for 6 in 13 balls. My thanks to Gary just along the corridor, who's obviously listening in. I knew you were listening in, I just didn't realise it was you. But this has been terrific from Ben Aitchison so far. This man is. Since he arrived at Derbyshire, I've always been a big champion of his, and the injuries that he's suffered have really slowed him down. He slipped on a damp wicket end at Durham a couple of seasons ago and did his ankle ligaments out for the season. Was out at the start of the season because of a back issue that he picked up in a pre-season game. But he's come back really strongly. Played a couple of championship matches and now he's got career best figures with power to add 4 for 18 from 4 overs and 1 ball. Kevin Hulls.
Connor's inspired, I reckon. Word got round, going on there, and now they're all fired up. They're all raring to go.
Kevin James made a perfect point. The first couple of overs were a little expensive, but then he found the right area to drop the ball on, and since then he's been terrific. Felix Organ's the new batsman, and he just about managed to keep this one out. A little bit of extra bounce there down to Anuj Dal at backward point.
I talked about it earlier. An important game. Important game.
Must win, I think I said.
I think you did. And I think mathematically, one could have argued against that, but I think in the spirit of the competition, confidence-wise and everything, if this carries on, hey, we were very keen to point out when Derbyshire were in a little bit of bother, there was a long way to go, and we must just...
Derbyshire 58 for 4, so 36 for 4 Hampshire. Still plenty of time for things to change. That's squared Organ up there as he looks to play it into the leg side. It goes down backward and square on the offside to Dahl. Lewis Rees warming up. I think that's Rees. Yeah, it is.
And from that point of view, that's where you look at this now and think to yourself, these are moments that Derbyshire got to make count because they don't want to let it drift now.
No.
Keep this going, because momentum is so strongly with them.
Next delivery is fiddled into the offside like a right-handed Billy Godleman by Felix Organ, picked up by Lewis Rees. He's trying to get his feet moving now, the batsman. They still haven't come to me for my 3:30, so I might have to dash off at some point.
Dash off where?
Well, from that hole there to that hole
there.
I won't be actually physically going anywhere.
Oh, that's all right then. And then at that point I start speaking.
If you wouldn't mind.
Okay.
There's Aitchison in and bowls. That one's driven out into the offside. First aircraft of the day goes past.
Really?
To the south of the ground.
Oh. First of the day?
I haven't seen one earlier.
Oh, the first
today.
one you've seen?
Oh, well, I'm sure there are more up there somewhere, but the first that I've seen, yeah, look, it's going up, look. It's taken off from East Midlands. If only Ed Dawes was around and he could tell me where it was going to and who was on it.
Or has he got one of those apps?
Oh, yeah. Knows where all the trains are going as well as Aitchison bowls. And that one's turned into the leg side by Organ. And that is a wicket maiden for Ben Aitchison. Terrific effort from him. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 18 his figures at the moment. And Hampshire with Middleton on 6 and Organ yet to get off the marker, 36 for 4.
Well, I think my spell here has been short-lived.
Was that it?
I think so.
Well, it's been nice to see you.
I think I overstrained myself, to be honest. But I think I'm supposed to be coming in for you, but you can't go anywhere at the moment.
I can't go anywhere at the moment.
So
no.
I just...
Would you come back in half an hour or something? 20 minutes.
Thanks. See you then. Bye-bye.
Cheers.
I enjoyed it.
Kevin Hulls, everybody. Never knowingly overworked. Kevin James looks confused behind me. No change there. And it will be Lewis Rees to take over from Nick Potts. 4 overs for 17 for young Potts. Bowled nicely. Plenty of pace, but here comes a bit of left arm seam from Lewis Rees, who's in and bowls, and that one's clipped away by Middleton for a single. 37 for 4. Doesn't want to use the contaminated headphones. I can't say I blame him. Oh dear. It's absolute carnage next to me. There's like two I was going to call them middle-aged men, but I think that would be being generous. couple of old blokes with their own headsets. Here's Lewis
It's
Rees
sad.
on his way in, and again it's 2 leg stumpish and turned away for a single. So Organ's off the mark, 38 for 4.
Well, we're not kerfuffle. I missed the Ben Brown dismissal, but I'm just going to have a quick watch of it now. And Aitchison, what a spell from him, mate.
Absolutely terrific, isn't it? Oh, let's drop my pen now. Look. Where's that gone? Here's Rees. In from the city end and bowls, and that one is clipped very nicely up towards the mid-wicket boundary. The chase is on for Potts, but he can give that up now because the outfield is lightning quick, and Middleton picks up a boundary to move to double figures. He's on 11, and Hampshire 42 for 4.
Yeah, well, that's 2 straight, really. I mean, Aitchison was just absolutely on the money, wasn't he? After the first 2 overs, wasn't right. But after that, my word. Is he still bowling? Because I've had a few problems.
But he's bowling from the racecourse end, so we don't
still.
know. Next delivery from Rees is pushed up to mid-off by Middleton. And there is no run. I'm just going to check and see if they are.
5 overs, 4 for 18. Wow, and he had what, none for 11 at one stage, was it?
Yes, potentially. It might have been worse.
Around about there.
Mm.
Just goes to show the new ball on this pitch.
Here's Rees again. In and bowls. That one is down the leg side. In fact, it came off a thigh pad, I fancy. There is a fielder there, but he can't get to it, and it's gone all the way down to fine leg. Very fine leg for 4 leg byes. This hasn't been a great over so far from Lewis Rees. Now 10 runs from it.
Yeah, the line's wrong. It's far too
It's
straight.
just bowling, yeah, and everything's been flicked away down the leg side, isn't it? Or into the leg side.
It's almost as if he's worried about bowling the ball outside off with the ball going across the right-hander and no protection deep.
And he's in again, and this time it's down the leg side and signalled wide. Turns around and looks crestfallen, but it was always going to be signalled wide. Yeah. Quite know why he was so disappointed.
So I'm just looking at his field. He's obviously got a fine leg out there. And the third man, I mean, I'm not sure the third man's in play at the moment, the line he's bowling on.
No, redundant Alex Hughes. As in comes Rees again, and this one is on leg stump and turned away down to fine leg for another run. He looks at the ground. Middleton moves on to 12. Hampshire to 48 for 4 after 10 overs. And that wasn't the kind of over that you really wanted to see, with the pressure having been applied by Potts, who bowled really nicely, and by Ben Aitchison at the other end, and Aitchison is going to continue. And it hasn't necessarily relieved the pressure, but that's the end of the power play at 48 for 4.
Yeah, I mean, when you're bowling left arm over and the ball's not swinging at all, which it isn't for Rees, the worst thing you can do is bowl a sort of a leg stump line. Well, actually, at times it's outside leg stump, but it's absolutely a let-off ball for the batters. There's absolutely no way are you going to be doing anything bowling that line as a left arm over. Here's Aitchison, bowls, and that's flicked away by Middleton. That's a lovely shot. That's going for 4 through square leg. And Middleton will move on to 16, is that? Am I behind? 48?
Yes.
Yeah, 52 for 4. 50 up for Hampshire. It's been a struggle, mainly because of the man bowling now. Aitchison, and that's probably the worst ball he's bowled for a little while. And, comfortably his best figures, as Dave Fletcher mentioned, in this competition. Mind you, it's only his 10th, but even so, still got the 2 slips in.
Yeah.
52 for 4 as he bowls to Middleton. Length ball, Middleton in behind that, punches that up to mid-on, fielded by Alex Hughes. So, wow, this is really testing Hampshire out here. Come here with 3 wins from 3. Were top of the league until Lancashire won that match against Derby at Old Trafford. They went back at the top. Hampshire will do well to go back here as that's pushed out square on the offside by Fletcher Middleton. going to have to play an innings probably a bit like his dad used to do all those years ago, sort of anchor the innings and just bat through. And Hampshire need desperately now somebody to bat through the 50 overs.
Yeah, but as we said, when Derbyshire were 58 for 4, it's such a long time, 50 overs, isn't it?
Isn't it? It is. Here's Aitchison again. Bounce outside the off stump, but Middleton able to leave that one alone. So this is Aitchison's 6th over. I'd still give him another one after this.
Would you?
Well, you'd have to, don't you? I mean, now we got. I mean, you either keep Rees on, and he has to change his line. But if he doesn't, it's kind of a let-off over. You're then waiting for Aitchison to come back on, aren't you?
Yeah.
You know, with Hampshire struggling at 52 for 4, you've got to at least be attacking one end. Ideally, you want both ends. It's down the leg side, quarter wide. Maybe Aitchison's just tiring a little bit now.
It is exceptionally warm. And that effort from Barker was remarkable. The ball 10 overs on the spin. If it had been cold, I could have understood it because you can go away and stiffen up, but I can't imagine he's stiffened up. Although that attempted catch that that he fluffed suggests he might have done a touch.
I think Barker took a few overs to get into his rhythm, didn't he, really? Aitchison bowls outside the off stump and Middleton leaves alone. It was only in the middle overs where he started to find a bit of shape and bowl a little bit more consistently. You know, he picked up 2 quick wickets, didn't he, in the 13th over, so that would have been his 7th. You know, and it took him not far away from there to really get into a nice little groove.
Yeah.
Aitchison did it in his 3rd over. Bowls Middleton forward, out towards backward of point. That's the end of the over. So that's the first power play done. 10 overs gone. Hampshire 53 for 4. Derbyshire at the same stage were 33 without loss.
He's taken drastic action here, Shan Massoud. He's got rid of Lewis Rees. Thanks for coming. And here's Anuj Dal from the City end.
Well, that's a good move.
Ruthless captaincy from Shan Massoud. I think it had to be, though, because it was a poor over, wasn't it, from Lewis Rees.
You've got to keep in this situation.
Only 8 against him, but there was buys and leg buys.
Well, there was just nothing in that over, really, was it, to suggest that.
Terrible.
But you know, the attack has got to be at both ends. I mean, it might have almost been worth keeping Potts on for another over or two. You know, another wicket now, and Hampshire are just about out of it.
Oh, I know what you're trying to do. I've seen people like you before. You're swanning here, saying your team's out of it.
Well, I didn't get a chance in 2017 with a 3D opening the
We
batting.
were never out that. No. I think I predicted that one after 10 overs. Yeah, that was horrible. So it will be Anuj Dal. Then he'll be bowling to Felix Organ. In from the City end, and Organ, well, dabs it down the backward square leg. There's a shot at the stump from Potts, and he threw it into the ground. So as a result, it would have gone over the stumps had it been going to hit them in any case and missed them. And they go through for a single. It's 54 for 4. Organ on to 2. Strange looking throw that from young Potts.
Yeah, another wicket now will start to put Hampshire under pressure. It's Toby Albert to come, still only a youngster, but has been playing some first-team one-day cricket.
Bowls wide of the off stump, not too wide, so it's signalled wide, but wide of the off stump nonetheless, taken by Brooke Guest.
But then you get into the all-rounders, Keith Barker, Scott Curry. But, you know, at the moment, Felix Organ opens the batting in the championship. So, you know, still some really good batting out there at the moment. But, as I say, another wicket really does put the pressure on. Derbyshire have to keep it on.
Middleton waits and pushes that out into the offside. That's good running because they go through for a quick single and Tom Wood, put under pressure, couldn't pick up cleanly. Out in the covers. 55 for 4. Donald for 4, Prest without scoring, Govins for 18 and Brown for 3. The men out so far, all to Ben Aitchison. 4 for 23 in 6 overs, and Dahl's next delivery is turned into the leg side by Organ for a single. It's fielded by Matty McKiernan out there, coming in off the mid-wicket boundary. Kevin Howells is wandering around with his headphones on, but they're not plugged into anything, I don't think. That's remarkable.
Now, my box next door it's just gone a bit funny for some reason. I think Kim is trying to help me out.
Do you need another one? There's one behind you there if you need another.
Yeah, I'm hoping it won't be that, because I've got a real problem if it is, because that's the second one I've used.
This one's pushed out to the outside. It might be you then. Single taken by Middleton. He moves on to 18, 57 for 4. 4 runs off the over so far.
This is a fascinating game at this stage, isn't it? Really, I mean, Derbyshire are in a really strong position here. Probably a position they wouldn't have expected to be in, but now, of course, it's making the situation work in their favour.
Dahl is in. That's beaten the edge of Morgan's bat through to the keeper, Brooke Guest. Decent first over from Anos Dahl. 4 runs from it. 12 gone. Hampshire 57 for 4, so they need a further 200 and then 190 to win.
Yeah.
And Lewis Rees is merely swapping ends.
Wow.
Perhaps he's going to be happier from this end. Who knows?
Yeah. Well, it's a tough call for a captain, isn't it, in this situation? Do you keep your main bowler going? Do you hold him back, which they're doing for 4 overs? I would say 6 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 23. The ball's still relatively hard and going through nicely. I might have given him another one, I think. I just think as the ball gets a little softer, and as we saw in the Derbyshire innings, it still bounces and it will still go through, but I don't know.
He has to bowl a better line though, doesn't he?
Yeah. Comes in left arm over and bowls. That's a better line. That's pushed by Middleton just behind square on the offside, past a diving Dahl at backward a point. And that is a single, but that's a much better line there from Rees. 58 for 4 in the 13th. Hampshire from here need 189.
The East Midlands Demolition Stand is very popular at the moment. It's the only place with any shade inside the ground, and there's people using the hedges and the old scoreboard, which was the commentary box, for shade as well.
Rees runs away from us and bowls full, driven up to mid-on. No run. Yes, it's not the biggest stand, is it?
No.
I mean, how many would that hold? 150? 100?
Oh, maximum 150, I thought, yeah.
Few seats there, but not many. All in the shade. Perfect. I think the top 2 rows at the back, aren't they, at the far end of the ground?
Yeah,
That's
they're in shade.
semi-pavement, that's in shade.
Yeah.
But that seems to have been the case for quite a while now. Is that Rees again bowls? Looks like he's getting a little bit of swing there as Organ plays that out on the onside. Just get a bit of shape into the right-hander. Rees into his second over. It's none for 9.
Greg's trying to be funny. I wish I'd thought of it though.
Rees bowls forward his Organ, pushes that up towards mid-off.
You'll have heard it before, I'm sure, a million times. He says, great bowling by Ben Aitchison. Organ will have to pull out all the stops to keep Hampshire in the game. Good to see Connor's picking up 4 for 25 for the lads. Thanks, Greg. Regular contributor. And Gary next door, who's doing the stats, says 6 overs for 23. Barker bowled, and then 4 overs, 2 for 11 after that.
Yeah. Bowls, that's a thick inside edge. I think Organ was trying to drive that a little straighter. It goes out to wideish mid-on. He'll pick up a single, though. Moves on to 4, 59 for 4. That's a good stat, that. I like that. That illustrates it. Just took him a little while.
Took him a while to get into his...
Yeah.
Because he wasn't expensive in those first 6 overs, but he wasn't as devastating as he was once he dismissed the Rees and Massoud.
Just get the ball in the right area on this pitch. There's Rees bowls. It's worked away on the leg side by Middleton. That'll be a single. Moves on to 20 in off the boundary rope. Harry Kane. That'll be the end of Rees's second over. Much better over than his first. 12 overs being bowled, 60 for 4 Hampshire. 7 runs off that. Oh, no, it wasn't 7 runs. No.
2.
2 runs, yeah.
Excellent.
Sorry, I missed one over out.
I do that. I mean, I'm nothing but admiration for somebody who can maintain the number of runs after each over, because I usually stop at about 15 and then miss a couple and think, I can't be bothered anymore. So I don't do it anymore. There's so many things that I don't do because, well, quite frankly, I can't remember to do them. And his Dahl into bowl to Middleton, who leaves alone outside the off stump. Ball goes through to Brooke Guest behind the stumps. Just the one slip for Dahl. That's Ben Aitchison. He's got a man in pretty close at cover. I think he's Tom Wood. But I thought Matty McKiernan was Tom Wood earlier. It isn't Matty McKiernan. He'll be somewhere else. He'll be on the boundary somewhere, I imagine. In comes Dahl and bowls. That's clipped into the leg side, and here is Matty McKiernan coming in off the mid-wicket boundary, and he's in quickly and keeps them down to a single. That's good work from McKiernan. Middleton moves to 21, 61 for 4.
Just noticed Dahl's yet to take a wicket in this form of the cricket.
At all?
Wow. This day.
Yeah, I didn't realise that, I must admit.
His first one in the next couple of overs would be mightily handy.
Certainly would. He's in now and bowls. That one is driven very pleasantly towards, or to the left of Massoud. Ooh, just hops on his ankle. Oh, now he's gone down. I don't like the look of this at all. Left ankle / Achilles. Oh dear. Just moved to his left and there was a hop. I'm sure I heard a gasp from the crowd. He certainly heard one from the commentary box, and now he's sitting down, and this doesn't look great at all for Massoud, who is only in his second game back for Derbyshire after that international break, and he's going to require the man who we think is the physio to come out and have a look at him. And this man is got a bit of a shift on here, which is not surprising, because this is a very precious cricketer. Perfectly innocent little piece of fielding, really remarkable when you can pick up a problem, isn't it? He just hopped to his left as he picked the ball up. He did go through for a single, 62 for 4, incidentally, but Massoud is down, and this is not what any Derbyshire supporter, and certainly not the coach Mickey Arthur or the rest of the team, will want to see at all. Physio gets to work. Oh dear. A lot of cricket to be played. 20 balls left in the London Spirit innings, just to show how magnanimous I am. 123 for 3. Sussex 81 for 1 in the 17th over in reply to Warwickshire's 310 for 6. Leicestershire, well, Somerset are now 43 for 2 in the 15th over. They need another 227 at Grace Road. Durham are 72 for 2 at a very warm Chesterler Street. They need another 296 from 35 overs. Notts are 76 for 2 in the 13th over. They need 280 more runs to beat Middlesex, and Northamptonshire are cruising, absolutely cruising against Glamorgan. They're 138 without loss in the 24th over, and they only need another 84 for victory at Wantage Road. So it looks like Northamptonshire are heading for a victory. At the moment, Massoud is flat on his back with his left leg in the air, and it's being manipulated by the physio, and he gets up and he walks around. I like the look of that. He's got his shoe off, or his boot, and now he's balancing on his left leg, and now he's hopping up and down on it. Now that's good. That's a good sign. Anybody who can hop up and down on their left leg is fit enough for me. But if it is something that might be aggravated, then if I was him, I'd go off and get it strapped up, or whatever sportsmen do with injuries. Is he going to stay out there? Is he going to... No, he's going to go off. He's going to go off, and that is not a good sign. Although the way he's walking, it looks more of a precaution than anything else to me.
Let's hope so.
Well, it's the last 3 championship matches that are really going to count, because Derbyshire are at home to, so it's going to be Archie Harrison is the 12th man. The last 3 championship matches in September, 2 at home against Durham and Leicestershire, and then the big one in between those 2, away to Glamorgan, who are currently second in the table, And Mickey Arthur still has his sights very firmly set on a top 2 finish. Nobody knows what that would mean, of course, because they haven't got around to telling us what's happening next season. But it would be better to finish higher up the current second division than anywhere else. And Massoud has finally made his way off the ground. It's a complete silence. I think it's disbelief. Here's Anuj Dal on his way in and bowls. That one is guided down a backward point and fielded by Nick Potts. And there's no run.
Who's going to be the captain out there now then?
Terrific question. Absolutely no idea. Alex Hughes, potentially, mainly because he's skippered the seconds a lot this season. Even though it's his first game of the season, it's who else would want to do it. I don't think you can give it to Brooke Guest because he's got everything else to do. He'll be taking the kit home to wash it if he's captain. Dahl is in again. Oh, and that's into the ground and almost into the stumps and just dribbles out into the leg side, backward as square off the bat of Middleton. Could you do the honours for a moment?
Of course.
I do my 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock. What time is it? 4 o'clock.
Yeah. So Dahl's doing a good containing job here. Into his second over here. He's conceded just 6. Absolutely ideal after Aitchison carved through the Hampshire top order with 4 for 23. Here's Dahl bowls. Wrapped on the pad there, Middleton, coming forward. A little bit of bounce, probably. Got Fletcher Middleton out of trouble there. But Dahl's keeping it right on the money there. Keeping the pressure on at one end. It's down to Lewis Rees from this racecourse end to do the same and just really build on what Aitchison has done for the Hampshire top order. Donald for 4, Prest for no score, Gubbins for 18 and Ben Brown for 3 all succumbed to the tall right arm seamer. 36 for 4 they were at one stage. They're now 62 for 4. Middleton 21, Organist 5. Hampshire having to rebuild here and have a really big task in front of them. They still need another 185. That won't be easy on this wicket that's bouncing a bit. Even with the old ball, it'll still bounce, but it will come through nicely. So if the balls aren't in the right area, the batters will profit. But if you keep it in the right areas, it's going to be very difficult from Hampshire from here on in. Here's Rees, left arm over, bowls, keeps a little low, that one. There's another variation we haven't seen.
That's the first time we've seen one keep low, isn't it, really?
Bit of width, though, but even so, kept a little low. Morgan not really in a position to be able to play that one. It's going to be tough. To the 15th over here. After 14 overs, Derbyshire had 50. So even though Hampshire are ahead, Derbyshire had lost. Derbyshire about to lose their... Well, actually had lost their 3rd wickets. They were 50 for 3 at this stage. Well, that's a bit of swing there, full, and it's worked by Organ down towards deep square leg, where Harry Kane fields. 63 for 4.
I've got a thermometer. Oh dear, that's not good. A thermometer appearing on my Raspberry Pi, which suggests it's about to overheat.
Yeah. You're right in the sunshine there, aren't you?
Yeah, it's glorious.
I'm on the right side at the moment. Does it come over this side as well?
Yeah, a little bit.
Rees in again then to Fletcher Middleton. Bowls. Middleton on the back foot, steers that out to deep cover. Just a single. Got the field in the right place there. 64 for 4. I don't think we're going to see too many fireworks here from the Hampshire batsmen at the moment. Hampshire batters, I should say. As long as Derbyshire bowl accurately, I think the Hampshire batters will just have to be patient, try and build a partnership. Biggest partnership in the Derbyshire innings, one for the 5th wicket between Guest and Anuj Dal, which realised 101. Rees bowls. Oh, it bounces outside the off stump, and Organ beaten outside on the outside edge. Good delivery again. Just get the ball in the right areas. The ball does something.
He's bounced back well from that disappointing first over, hasn't he?
He has, yeah. He obviously prefers this end.
Yeah.
He looks a lot happier.
Yeah, he does. He's got a smile on his face and everything.
Yeah, sometimes it is like that at grounds.
Yeah.
Some ends just feel a lot easier than others. He's obviously clearly enjoying this racecourse end. Comes in and bowls again. Bowl, that's down the leg side though, that's a wide. to the Hampshire total, 65 for 4. In the 15th over here.
I should know better than to say that he's bowling better, shouldn't I? Really?
Well, that's always the way, isn't it? The very next ball, it's always different, isn't it, really? But he has, on the whole, he's bowled a lot better from this end. A lot more consistently. As he comes in again, runs away from us. That's a better delivery. Morgan quietly plays that out on the offside, can do no more than that. 65 for 4. Yeah, what a anxious. I have to say, that was very, very impressive, wasn't it? You take away those first 2 overs.
Yeah, no,
That's an impressive spell, that.
Just something about him that says he's virtually halved his run-up since he came back from injury.
Got nice easy action as well, isn't it? Not too much to go wrong as Reese bowls. Organ's on the front foot, punches that up to mid-off. That's a good over again. 15 overs gone. Hampshire 65 for 4.
Yeah, it's good from Derbyshire, this. Really good. The only blot is that injury to Massoud. Which is always a concern. Mark Wood doing some ridiculous exercise. Tom Wood, rather, doing some ridiculous exercise at cover. Yep, I'll be down there for the duration now. He's up on his feet again as Anuj Dal comes into bowl to Middleton, who, well, he looks to pull that into the leg side and gets a toe end of the bat on it, and it goes straight up to mid-on. Well, Lewis Reese is fielding and there's no run.
Ralph Brooker on the tweets at Silent Sports says, have developed a quiet confidence in Hampshire winning from any position, any format. Well, I tell you what.
This will be a good one.
They will be. They will come through a stern test here if they win this.
Is it 19 out of 21?
Yeah.
Dahl bowls off the back foot. It's pushed out into the offside by Fletcher Middleton, out towards Harry Kame on the cover boundary. They go through for another single. Middleton moves to 23, 66 for 4.
It's always difficult to speak too soon about players as well, isn't it? But Fletcher Middleton playing just his 5th List A game. That's all he's played in the first team. Played 1 at Durham last year, the rest this year. I have to say, quite like the look of him.
Yeah. Dahl's in and bowls, and Hogan a little squared up by that one. Leading edge into the ground, back to Anuj Dahl.
Yeah, he looks totally different from his dad. You'll have seen his dad play, Tony?
I think so. I think so, yeah. I think so.
Totally different. A little bit more, I don't know, there's just something about him that's... Well, there's nothing wrong with Tony. He played a bit of England A, but... Well, went on an England A tour, but...
Dahl's in again, and that's... again, off the inside half of the bat this time, out into the onside where it's fielded by Reese, coming around from mid-on.
But for me, at times, he has a touch of the Tom Prests about him. Fletcher, which isn't a bad thing.
Indeed not. The man from slip, Ben Aitchison's now moved into a short mid-wicket. He does that quite a lot. And goes Dahl and bowls. That one is dabbed backward and square down towards third man where Archie Harrison does the fielding. I think it's Archie. Looks tall enough to be Mitch Wagstaff, but oh dear, now he needs to turn around so I can sit there. I think Mitch Wagstaff's got a number.
There's 2 players in this game without numbers.
Yeah, but if it's Archie Harrison, he hasn't made a first-team appearance though, so I think that's sort of excusable. Yeah, I think that's Harrison. In goes Dahl, and that one is driven up to mid-on by Middleton. And there is no run, end of the over. Just a couple of runs from it. 67 for 4, Hampshire now. Middleton has 23, Organ has 7. They need a further 180 runs at 5 1/4 runs and over to win this one.
Dahl's doing a good job, isn't he? He's not expressed pace by any stretch of the imagination, but he's getting the ball in the right areas. 3 overs, none for 8, keeping the pressure on.
It's the great irony about how quick he does everything else, that when he comes to bowl, he's relatively pedestrian, but very effective.
Yeah, that's what it needs here. In this situation, it just needs 2 seam bowlers just to bowl accurately. And don't let Hampshire start to get some momentum. Here's Rees, left arm over again. Bowls. It's down the leg side. That's a good diving stop from Brooke Guest, but he won't stop the wide. But that is a great take. Very agile behind the stumps there.
Right in the middle of his glove as well, wasn't it? It was a perfect, perfect take.
No problem.
I was completely wrong about that umbrella at the far end. It's still there, and nobody's even spotted it out there in the middle. So, shows you what I know.
Well, I think you're right. I think some players would notice it. Obviously, the two out there at the moment, don't, as that's driven up to mid-on. A couple of them could have used that as an excuse who got out earlier. Maybe they already have.
I was going to say, when you speak to somebody that said, yeah, well, of course, it was the umbrella at the far end of the ground that was putting us off. Yeah, we spotted that.
It's very weird, isn't it? You're right. The fact that half of it goes over the sights, black sheeting to the sights.
The whole point for that sheeting there being there is so that the batsmen have a clear view of everything.
Rees again. Bowls always playing a missing outside the off stump there. Felix Organ trying to drive through the covers. Just a little bit wider of off stump, angled across him this time.
Just a product of not bogged down. They're not bogged down, but they haven't scored rapidly, have they? So if you, in any one-day game, it doesn't matter how many overs it is, the batsmen seem to need to get on with it. Yeah. 5 and over is next to nothing, is it?
Shouldn't be. 179 needed from here. As Rees comes in on bowls, that's punched up to mid-off, but that is fielded there by Aitchison. Obviously very pleased with his spell this morning, or this afternoon.
So pleased, he's just given the ball a polish. Nobody does that anymore. Nobody polishes a white ball.
They just go horrible. White balls, they really do. 68 for 4. Here comes Rees again then. Bowls. And it's on the line of leg stump. And it's whipped away. And there's going to be caught at fine leg. And he goes there, Organ. He stands there. He can't quite believe it. Just flicked it away. And the ball was in the air. And it just stayed hit at catchable height. Right down to fine leg. And Organ goes for 7. And Hampshire are 68 for 5.
Nick Potts, I think, down there in the distance with the catch. And Lewis Rees, all of a sudden, has himself a wicket, which is a little unexpected, I think it's fair to say. But that really does put Derbyshire on top now. It'd be a disappointing game to lose from here. Which is pretty much what Northamptonshire was saying on Tuesday down on the Isle of Wight. So you can't be too careful. 26 deliveries, and again, the shot was on, but he had to make sure the placement was right. But it's that product of wanting to get on with it. Oh, this is a bad ball. I know. I'll just smash it somewhere. Unfortunately for him, it went straight down Nick Potts' throat.
Yeah, and also it's flicking it away without really a lot of thought.
Yeah.
You know, it's in the air. It's catchable height the whole way. You know, if you want to be slightly harsh about it, you would say, well, look, you know, what are you doing? Are you flicking it away in the air, or are you flicking it away along the ground? You're kind of just flicking without really thinking about what you're doing. And, yeah, whilst he might consider himself to be a little bit unlucky because it's gone straight to the fielder, but, you know, even so, in this situation, you've got to really know what you're doing. You know, Hampshire are in trouble at 68 for 4, let alone 68 for 5. So you've really got to take responsibility, and everything you do has to be right on the money. That, for me, that's just flicking it away for flicking it away's sake.
You've got to stop the flicking. That's what I've got to do. Toby Albert's the new batsman. He's got a job to do here.
Yeah, another youngster, just 20 years of age.
Yes, young Toby's got a job to do here, along with Fletcher Middleton, Keith Barker, Scott Curry. Next 2 in, as Rees is in and bowls and beats him outside the off stump. A very tentative push forward. First ball from Albert.
Played 9 games in the T20 for Hampshire this year, right in the sort of middle of the tournament. Didn't start and then didn't finish off. But 9 games in the middle.
Went all right, didn't it, this year?
The tournament as a whole, well, it was all right.
Yeah, went okay.
Well, at least we got to finals day and actually won it, rather than get to finals day and lose the semi-final.
Bizarre finish, but yeah. Watching from afar as Reese's. Oh, it's you, isn't it? Sorry. It's a wide ball down the leg side.
Yeah, apologies,
No.
Yeah, 320s in his knocks Toby Albert in that T20 competition this year. Just lost his place in the end. But he's another good little player, good young little player. Playing only his 4th List A game, though. Getting inexperience out there, but that's what this tournament's all about.
Nobody plays many anymore, though, do they? Nobody plays many anymore.
It doesn't seem to.
No.
Reese bowls, Albert drives, finds the gap through extra cover. It's just pushed it, really, rather than try to hit it too hard. Massoud's back on the field.
Yes, I've just spotted
you
that.
did,
Yes. No, well, only
I don't know
just.
if you mentioned that, apologies.
I know I hadn't.
But he seemed to run after that okay.
Yeah, perfectly fine. We can all relax again. Everybody relax, everybody. Just treat that as a drill. If it gets more serious, I'll let you know.
17 overs gone here in Derby. Hampshire 71 for 5. After 17 overs, Derbyshire were 57 for 3. About to lose Harry Kame in the 18th.
Yes, yes. That might work, look. There we go. Fred Carno's there. What's it called? No, Heath Robinson. That was the bloke I was thinking about. Because the laptop will probably blow up now, but that doesn't belong to me. Here's Anuj Dal. City end, bowling to Middleton, who gets a full-length delivery and pushes it out into the offside. Just got his bat down on that. Tom Wood does the fielding.
Dale's doing a great job here.
Yeah.
He's giving nothing away at all. Absolutely nothing. No angles. Straight, just short of a length. Saying if you want to get after me, you want to force it, you have to take a little bit of a chance. Absolutely no room for the batters to sort of step away and open the face of the bat.
He will also run his fingers over the ball as well on occasion. That one is looked like a slightly quicker delivery from Dahl and pushed out into the offside again. Wood comes in from cover to do the fielding.
It'd be absolutely ideal for Massoud if he can get 7 or 8 overs out of Dahl here. A spell just to keep it really tight. He's going for just over 2.5 and over, which is absolutely perfect from a Derbyshire point of view.
Next delivery, Middleton waits and plays it straight back to him. He's such a good fielder that he does the fielding off his own bowling on one knee down to his right-hand side. He's some cricketer, is the lad.
Quite athletic.
So, Bright has his own coaching company as well. Yeah, no, he's got life sorted at the moment, there's Nudge. Although he didn't have his run-up sorted because he started and then stopped because he'd taken off from the wrong place, and I think his fingers were a little damp, presumably with sweat, because it is warm out there. I don't know if anybody's mentioned it. He comes in and bowls. Oh, and that beats the edge of Middleton's bat. Goes through to Brooke Guest. Who's probably got the longest follow through of any of the bowlers, despite the pace at which he bowls. And he just turns around. He's got a very workmanlike walk back to his mark. Nick Potts is going through some stretches at backward point. Taking that catch to dismiss Felix Organ for 71 for 5 now. Dahl bowls. That's beaten the edge of the bat again. Middleton goes for a little walk into the offside. Fletcher Middleton, it's all the pitch's fault. Look, there we go. I just think he's trying to settle himself down here because he's played and missed at 2 or 3 balls in this over already.
This is great from Dahl. I mean, from Massoud's point of view, you can just say, great, I'll just leave Dahl on.
Yeah.
I don't need to think about it. All I've got to do is think about the other end here.
Dahl in again and bowls, and off the back foot it's punched out towards the cover boundary. Harry Kane comes in off that boundary to do the fielding. Single taken, ruins what would have been a maiden over from Anuj Dal. Just the 1 run from it, 4 overs for 9. Anuj Dal, Hampshire 71 for 5. Middleton has 23 and Albert has 2. It's strange because last season, you'll find this as baffling as I did when I was watching it, Kev, I'm sure. They couldn't find a number 3, so they said, I know what we'll do. We'll put Anuj Dal in at number 3. He went in at number 3 in the first 2 championship matches. Didn't make a run. Dropped him down to 7. Kicked him out the side. And he had an absolutely torrid time until Finn Hudson-Prentice left to go back to Sussex. And he was told, last 4 matches of the season in the Championship, you're going to be our number 7. You're going to bowl. You're the best fielder. Out you go. And his career has just gone on a massively upward trajectory since then. And he said to me down at Lords, which was the first of those 4 matches, I know what my role in the side is now. And you hear that a lot from cricketers, don't you? They like to know what their role in the side is. And he knows exactly what is expected of him, and he surpassed that. He was averaging slightly earlier this season. He was averaging more than 90 in the last 4 games of last season. Coming into this season, his average was 90, which is remarkable.
It is. Nick Potts is going to switch ends. 4 overs, number 17 from the City end. He's now coming in from the racecourse end, our commentary end here in Derby. And this will be a good little combination. 2 or 3 overs of Potts here. Keep it tight, along with Dahl. He's bowling to Fletcher Middleton on 24. He's lost his run-up. So we'll wait another minute or so until he gets back to his mark. Massoud's just having a word. You all right?
Cloud's starting to build now.
3 or 4.
Yeah.
Actually, a few more than 3 or 4.
Oh, yes, yeah.
Just little specks of white fluffiness.
Storm's on the way.
Yeah.
Monday.
Yeah, they're coming in. Here comes Potts. And bowls to Middleton outside the off stump. That's 2 bounces through to the keeper and a wide.
Oh, no, left ankle.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Had problems with that before?
Well, he's been out with injury for a couple of weeks during the Championship, and you just wonder, I don't know exactly what it was. He just flexed his left ankle there. Might just have collapsed on him a little bit. He won't want to go out when he's seen his oppo, who he opened the bowling with a few times. Sam Connors do so well today.
Potts in into Fletcher Middleton and bowls. Middleton on the back foot, steers that hard down to backward a point. One of 2 fielders patrolling that boundary behind square on the offside. Got on top of the bounce there, Middleton. Played that nicely. And he moves on to 25, 74 for 5. Hampshire need another 173.
He looks okay. He looks okay.
Yeah.
The problem that Derbyshire have got is that there's this 11, Mark Watt and Sam Connors, and then you really are into the kids. Mitch Wagstaff, who played a few games last season, and Archie Harrison, who hasn't played at all.
Potts to Albert, keeps low. It's a no ball this time. Through to Brooke Guest, the ball. Yeah.
So the last thing they want, obviously Billy Godleman is another option, but he's out at the moment with the COVID protocol. It's a free hit, of course. Front foot no ball. First one we've seen in the match.
Yeah.
Thank you, John. And they just can't afford too many injuries. Small squad players play all formats. Don't have the luxury of you big boys.
That hasn't always been the case at Hampshire, I can assure you. It's only recently that's happened. Potts then, free hit. Bowls to Albert. That's way outside the off stump. It's got to be a wide. So I presume we have the free hit again?
Yeah. Still be a free hit, won't it?
Trying to bowl the full ball outside the off stump, just overdid it. It's only recently. In fact, when after the T20 finals day and the team were certainly at Scarborough in the last championship match, if it hadn't been for Joe Weatherly coming back into the side and took the place of Anara Donald, there would only have been 3 players in the championship side that played in the T20 finals.
Wow.
So, but as I say, that hasn't always been the case at Hampshire. It's only recently that they've got into that situation. It goes for the huge hit over cover, and that will be 1 bounce for 4. There's nobody out there in front of square. It's gone for the full delivery outside off stump again, but it's not full enough. Lovely hit there, Toby Albert, who moves on to 6, 81 for 5.
It's an unhappy return to the bowling attack here for Nick Potts.
It's a bit all over this, a bit all over the place this over, isn't it?
9 off it so far. We've only had 3 legitimate deliveries, I think. Yeah.
It's not an ideal over this. Comes in again then. And bowls to Albert. Length ball. Albert crashes that away down towards backward a point. There is a fielder down there. It'll be a single. Again, there's width outside the off stump. Potts. 82 for 5. Albert moves on to 7. The batter's out already. Onari Donald for 4. Tom Press for no score. He lasted just 2 balls. The man in form. Nick Cummins for 18. Ben Brown for 3. All falling to Ben Aitchison. Felix Organ out for 7. Lewis Rees picked him up as that's again wide of off stump. That's very close to being a wide.
Must have been. Must have been. Just on the, I assume there's a blue line out there.
Yes. Difficult to see from here. I think I can just about see him at this end. But it looks like the bat of Middleton may just have gone over the top of the ball. Didn't bounce very high.
Second aircraft of the day, blimey, they're flooding through now.
Is that East Midlands Airport?
Yeah.
Here comes Potts again. Bowls outside the off stump, slightly closer to off stump this time, but left alone. Yeah, there was. I come up late last night. There was an aircraft. Went very low over the motorway. So we were looking around, thinking, "Gosh, where's that come from?"
Yeah,
they're low there.
The runway is quite. Yeah, all the lights to the left as you're coming north are really low where the aircraft. Yeah. So the aircraft missed them.
82 for 5 as Potts comes in again. I think this is the last ball of this over, finally. Cut away by Middleton. Again down to the man at deep backward point. And Middleton will keep the strike. Moves on to 26. Oh, it's not the end of the over. Thought it was.
Everybody thought it was.
Yeah. Even
the scoreboard suggests that the over should have finished by now.
The over goes on and on. 83 for 5. Yeah, even my scorecard on the computer had 5 balls before 83 was put up. Anyway, here's Potts again. It must have felt like 2 overs bowling this one, as that's played late by Albert. Off an open face down towards backward of point, and that will be the end of the over. Albert moves on to 8, 84 for 5, Hampshire. And we have most definitely had it's 19 overs, isn't it?
Yep. Yeah, I think that was a 10-ball over in the end. Not necessarily, of course. Either way, it's finished, thankfully.
Finally. Probably none more so than young Mr. Potts.
Yes. Yeah, quite.
Is he going to bowl a bad ball, a nice doll, soon?
No, I don't think so.
No, I don't think he is.
No. Well, I shouldn't have said that because this first delivery of his new over will be a shocker, won't it? Are you ready? Watch this. He's in, hand balls, and it's driven away only for a single by Albert out towards the backward point region. They go through 4-1. Albert moves to 9, 85 for 4. Gary has furnished us with some run rates. First 10 overs, Derbyshire 3.3, Hampshire 4.8. Derbyshire them in 4.7 up until the 40th and 7 and over in the last 10. Dahl bowls. That one is skews off an outside edge down into the ground. Backward point, Alex Hughes does the fielding. As a result, there is no run. 85 for 4 it remains. Kevin is on his way. So if you're listening online and you want to hear a full précis from a Radio Solent point of view, I'm going to switch over now. As Dahl goes straight through the crease there and holds onto the ball, dear. Holds onto the ball. He doesn't look happy with something. Walks back to his mark. That's a dead ball, says umpire Ashraf, Naeem Ashraf and Neil Pratt, the umpires today. Neil Pratt at square leg currently. 87 for 5. We're in the 20th over, so 30 left after this. 160 more runs required. And in comes Dahl and bowls. That one is turned into the leg side and just beyond the outstretched dive of Ben Aitchison for 4. And there is that ball that Kevin James was talking about. Might even be the first boundary off him. Must be. 4.5 overs for 14 runs. Bowled nicely as Anuj Dahl. I was a little surprised, I have to say, to hear that he hadn't taken a wicket in List A cricket. Felt sure that he had. I never really looked it up. Ben Aitchison on career best at 4 for 23. Dahl is in. That's turned into the leg side by Middleton. He's moved on to 30, incidentally, from 44 deliveries. No run from that one. And it remains 91 for 5, 156 more runs. Duckworth Lewis Stern par scores 142. So Derbyshire very much on top. Question is whether they can go on to complete what would be a much needed victory from their perspective. Dahl is in again to bowl to Middleton, who plays and misses at that one. Ball goes through to wicketkeeper Brooke Guest. My Raspberry Pi's overheating again. That's a computer, incidentally, rather than pudding, which I use to broadcast back to Derby. Dahl turns at the top of his mark once again. Sets off. Fletcher Middleton waits, takes a couple of steps. That's his trigger move, and then he pushes it out off the back foot, out to the extra cover boundary. Nice stop by Harry Kane. 2 runs will be run. And Hampshire move to 93 for 5 at the end of the over. Fletcher Middleton has 32. And Toby Albert has 9. The partnership worth 25 off 22 deliveries. 30 overs left. And they need a further 154 runs to win. Hampshire, Derbyshire need 5 wickets. Another plane. Well, they're commonplace, really, aren't they? And Nick Potts is going to continue after that slightly disappointing previous over. 14 runs off it. And it did seem to go on a while. And he's on his way in now. Bowls, and that one is forced off the back foot by Albert. Backward a square on the offside. They're going to come back for a second. The throw's on its way in, and the bails are not removed. Albert just about made it back into his ground at the far end. .95 for 5. The score moves on to run rate 4.7, required rate 5.1. Nothing between the two. It's that 5 wickets down that's going to be Hampshire's problem as Potts bowls and tries to smash it away. Does Albert. Goes backward of square, and Fielder Banish Darley wants a drink. I think we could all do with a drink. Really warm here at the Incora County Ground. Sun quite fierce now. And in goes Nick Potts once again. Bowls, and that one is turned rather unorthodoxly into the leg side by Albert. Dot ball. Cut-off time 6:31, which if they can't bowl 30 overs in 2 hours, we've all got a problem. Low 20s by Tuesday, I'm hearing on the weather forecast in my ears at the moment. So the sports news is about to start now. There'll be an update fairly shortly. In goes this next delivery from Potts. He's cut away for 4 runs. That's a really good shot from Toby Albert. He moves on to 15, and Hampshire to 99 for 5 now. They were 68 for 5, so these two have added 31 off 26. You wonder what Massoud's next move will be. He's at mid-off. In goes Potts again and bowls, and that one is short and cracked away, but straight to the man on the point boundary, and the 100 is up for Hampshire. 100 for 5. Albert moves on to 16. Middleton, he's got 32. And one more ball left of the Nick Potts over. Potts turns. He's on his way in, and playing a miss outside the off stump. That's a poor shot from Middleton. No need for that. 21 overs gone. Hampshire 100 for 5. Middleton has 23, and Albert has 16. And here comes the update. Yeah, Derbyshire are doing pretty well with the ball as well as the bat here this afternoon, Pam. Hampshire currently 100 for 5. We've had 21 of Hampshire's 50 overs, so 29 overs remaining in which they need to score another 147 runs after Derbyshire made 246 for 9. Thanks in no small part to Anuj Dal and Brooke Guest. Dal making 42, Guest 82, and there was a very nice little 31 from 22 deliveries from Alex Hughes late on that, after Derbyshire at one stage had been 58 for 4, so a really good recovery by them. And then step forward Ben Aitchison, who picked up 4 wickets in his first 6 overs. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 23. Career best figures for him as Hampshire were reduced to 36 for 4. Lewis Rees managed to get rid of Felix Organ when he was caught down at long leg by Nick Potts for just 7. But at the moment, there's just a little partnership developing here between Toby Albert, who's got 16, and Fletcher Middleton. He's on 32. The partnership worth 32 off 28 balls. And Hampshire 100 for 5. They've got 29 more overs to go. Derbyshire need 5 wickets. Hampshire need 147. Change of bowling and a misfield down at long leg by Ben Aitchison as the ball is swung round to deep backward square leg off the first delivery from Matty McKiernan. And the ball goes into the boundary, and that's not the start that Matty McKiernan was hoping for, nor the start out there in the deep from Ben Aitchison that he would have been hoping for either. 104 for 5 now. Albert moves on to 20. Partnership worth 36. That's McKiernan on his way in again from the city end. Bowls, and back into his crease goes Albert. Pushes this one out into the offside, fielded by Kame, and they go through for a single. 106 for 5. I thought Kevin James had brought his passport with him and was on one of those aeroplanes. No, he's just sorting his equipment out next door. That one is driven up to long off by Middleton for a single. 106 for 5. Middleton moves on to 33.
Sorry, Fletch.
Not at all. Blows into his hands, does McKiernan, as he often does. That one's a little bit short and played uppishly into the leg side by Albert, up towards long on, where it's fielded by Lewis Rees, and again a comfortable single. 107 for 5. Albert 22. Middleton 33. Middleton back on strike. 5th delivery of McKinnon's first over that's cost him 7 runs so far. Bowls, and that one is cut out to the cover boundary where Kame does the fielding. Middleton moves on to 34, and Hampshire to 108 for 5 now. Do you want to try that other equipment, or is it?
Do you mind just for a minute or two while I message our engineers, because I've just got a problem.
This next delivery is pushed straight back to Matty McKiernan by Toby Albert. It's the end of the over. 8 runs from it, a little expensive, but it is his first over, so he's just settling into what he hopes will be a lengthy-ish spell. And now Shan Massoud is going to go double spin because he's bringing on the tall figure of Alex Thompson as the emergency services fire engine. They've been very busy in the past few days. I was listening to the news yesterday. The number of call-outs the fire service have been attending have been ridiculous. All the shops have taken those disposable barbecues off the shelves, and people are still setting things on fire. So Alex Thompson to bowl his first over. So it'll be off spin at the racecourse end and leg spin at the city end. No Mark Watt, remember, no Sam Connors either. Derbyshire having to cope without those two bowlers who would have played, no question. The off spin, first ball of off spin rather, is turning to the leg side where it's fielded by Lewis Rees. Middleton moves to 35, 109 for 5. No respite with spin at both ends. Northamptonshire just 20 runs away from victory with 17 overs still left. That's against Glamorgan. That one didn't turn as much as Albert had expected, and the ball drops into the ground. He got career best figures. He got 3 for at Old Trafford, including 2 in 3 balls, 2 in 4 balls, something along those lines. At the weekend, he's in again, and this one is clipped up towards long on, where Alex Hughes comes in off the boundary to do the fielding. I haven't seen Hughes bowl yet. That's a possibility for Shan Massoud. Assuming he's fit enough to bowl. That might not necessarily been the case. I know he has had a bit of an injury. Thompson is in again and bowls. That one is pushed out into the offside for a single by Middleton. 111 for 5. Dealing in singles at the moment. I'll try and give you a rundown of the scores during the break between overs if possible. Thompson is in again, and that one is turned into the leg side. No run this time as Anish Dal goes around to do the fielding. It's quite straight at mid-wicket. There's Dal with those elbow protectors. Thompson to complete his first over. That one's turned into the leg side as well. Dal once again does the fielding. And the 23rd over comes to an end with Hampshire on 111 for 5. Middleton 36. Albert 23. The partnership worth 43 off 40. So I'll do my best with the scores now. Sussex 147 for 2 against Warwickshire. They need another 164 from 21 overs to win. Leicestershire against Somerset. Somerset 82 for 3. They need 188 from 25 overs. Durham 141 for 3. They need 227 from 24 overs. Northamptonshire are 210 for 3 and need 12 more runs. They've got 17 overs in which to get them against Glamorgan, so they've won that one. And Notts 143 for 2. They need 213 more against Middlesex. They've got 25 overs in which to get them. And here is Matty McKinnon beginning a new over, and the first one is cut away out to the cover boundary where Harry Kame does the fielding, and Middleton moves on to 37. Hampshire 112 for 5. Their required rate is only 5. In fact, it's starting to come down. So perhaps Derbyshire could do with a wicket. And goes McKinnon again, and Albert can do nothing with that one apart from dribble it into the leg side where it's fielded by Anish Dal. There's no run. 1 or 2 people appear to be making their way out of the ground. Must have an appointment. That one is driven and touched onto the stumps by McKinnon, was it? But even if it was, Middleton was back in his ground.
I'm back.
Excellent.
You might wish I wasn't, really.
Well, no. You'll be going again in a minute. There's McKinnon once again. In and balls. That one is guided straight to Ben Aitchison by Albert. Aitchison at backward point.
Have I missed anything?
No, I don't think so. Lots of singles. Lots of singles. And comes McKinnon again and balls. That one is pushed out into the offside. It's a much better over from Matty McKinnon. Just the 1 run from it so far. 8 off his first. As he tries to settle in. It's always important for leg spinners especially to settle into a spell. Tosses himself a catch, blows into his hand. He's in and bowls. That one is pushed out into the offside. They're going to scamper through for a quick single. However, just 2 runs from it. 113 for 5 at the end of the over. 24 gone, 26 to go. 24 to Albert, 37 to Middleton. Partnership 45 at just slightly under a run of ball.
Well, they are ahead in terms of runs. Hampshire. 82 Derbyshire had at this stage. 82 for 4. So you would think that run rate isn't a problem, but I don't know. It's Hampshire feel a long way away from things at the moment. As the start of a new over. Sees the ball turned around. Alex Thompson with his off breaks from this race course end. 113 for 5. Hampshire need another 134. As Thompson comes in again and bowls, and 4 defensive there from, that'll be Fletcher Middleton actually. I think the scoreboard's got it slightly round the wrong way.
We just need to keep the squeeze on here, don't they? The Derbyshire spinners.
They do. Doing a good job at the moment. It's a length ball played back to the bowler by Middleton. Scoreboard's got it right now. I do think with some of the Derbyshire fielders have got their blue sort of arm guards, haven't they? Really, protecting the elbow when they drive. They look like baseball pitchers, don't they? Looks like they're in the baseball.
Yes, they do.
Like here, just below us.
Yeah, Alex Hughes.
Alex Hughes. It just looks like he's ready to do some baseball. 114 for 5.
Dahl wears them, but takes the one off his right arm when he's bowling.
That's bizarre. Albert faces. Albert's on the back foot. Turns that to mid-wicket. No run again. Keeping it nice and quiet, Derbyshire, aren't they? Even though Hampshire are well ahead at the corresponding stage. That's driven up to mid-on. Hughes again will field just below us. Albert moves on to 26, 116 for 5. We are halfway through the Hampshire innings.
We hadn't read those scores out now. They're all having a break because it's halfway through the innings and they're all going to have a drink, and I can't say that I blame. I think we could all do with one. Northamptonshire, have they won that game? Well, not quite yet, but not far off. So they will pick up a victory over Glamorgan, which is a decent victory. Glamorgan are, I don't know if anybody mentioned it last week when we were playing them. They're the reigning champions, of course, in the One Day Cup. I think it might have been mentioned once, but they got away with it. And if it had been Derbyshire, I'd be mentioning it every 30 seconds. So I'll let Nick go. But Glamorgan will be moving on to 3 wins from 4 matches and up to 6 points, joining Hampshire currently and Yorkshire. Lancashire on 7, of course, and Northamptonshire would remain on 2. It sort of explains why it's such an important game for Derbyshire to win. Because if they can move on to 4 points along with Glamorgan, well, they're going to be on 6, but they'll be 2 points behind Hampshire, Yorkshire and Glamorgan. It's only the top 3 who go through to the knockout stages. Derbyshire go to Worcester on Sunday.
Should beat them.
Well, and then it's Kent here next Wednesday. And then I think the game after that is Yorkshire at Chesterfield a week on Sunday, I'm fairly certain, without checking my diary. So, even though there aren't many games, they seem to come quite quickly in the Royal London One Day Cup, because then after the Chesterfield one, it's down to Northampton on the Tuesday. So I think that's how it works out for Derbyshire. That feels about right.
Yeah, those well, if you finish 2nd or 3rd, those playoffs are on the 26th of August.
Yes, it's very quick, and then the semi-finals are at the end of that week on the Friday, I think.
Semis on the 30th, finals on the 17th of September.
Yes, yeah, well, yeah.
At your favourite place?
Yeah, I'd go for a final, as long as it didn't involve Notts. No, I'd go if it was Derbyshire against Notts. I would cry, but because Derbyshire never win there. But I've never seen Derbyshire win a T20 match against Notts. Even getting to the quarterfinals this year, they lost both home and away to them. Yeah, it's just bizarre.
You never know with that T20, do you? It's. I always say now that the most predictable thing about T20 is it's unpredictable.
Yeah. Well, Derbyshire generally beat Yorkshire twice a season, but lose twice a season to Nottinghamshire, and it makes no sense to me.
So 25 gone, 116 for 5. Hampshire need another 131. Here's McKinnon's you, isn't it? Just remembered.
Is it? Yeah. Well, McKinnon bowls. That one is pushed backward a square on the offside by Toby Albert. Straight to Ben Aitchison, and there's no run. Warm out there. Alex Thompson just mopping his brow before replacing his cap, and McKiernan's in again. And that one is driven up to long on. It's all the way back, so there's no temptation to lift it down there. But if you push it down there, you'll get a single. And that's exactly what Albert did. He moves on to 27, 117 for 5. Keeps blowing into his right hand. Must be freezing. That one is played off the back foot out towards Harry Kane by Fletcher Middleton. He moved to 39, 118 for 5.
So was McKiernan sort of McKiernan? Was he sort of? I don't know. You would have spoke to him, I guess, after that quarter-final, where he's the world's most expensive four-over, isn't it? 82.
I've never mentioned it to him.
No, I shouldn't think.
No. We only spoke to the coach after the game. This one is defended by Albert. They all looked very shell-shocked, standing on the balcony of the pavilion down at Taunton. I have spoken to him since, but I can't bring myself to
I know.
stick it back in his mind, really. That one is driven up to long off by Albert. Perhaps at the end of the season, it might be a nice little piece how he bounced back from, especially now that he's got a new contract in his back pocket as well. 119 for 5, Albert on to 28, Middleton back on strike. Final ball of the McKiernan over, and it's pushed straight out to Shan Massoud, who's filling an extra cover. End of another reasonably good over from Matty McKiernan, just the 3 runs off. That's 3 runs off each of the last 2 overs. The run rate from the last 5 overs is down below 4, 19 runs off the last 5 overs. Hampshire 119 for 5.
You know, because there are certain sides that you don't see too much of, so you don't really follow, a lot of the players. But I guess, for a lot of people, the name McKiernan suddenly became prominent because of those figures in that quarter-final. But he seems to be bowling quite nicely here. Doesn't seem to be a lot in the pitch for him, but he's bowling accurately. And, here's Alex Thompson with his off-spin. That's swept away behind square on the leg side, and that'll be 4 runs. Nice shot there from Toby Albert. Fairly straight as well, but got a nice bat on that one, and he moves on to 28, 119 for 5. Partnership building, 123 for 5. Partnership of 55 now, and scoring fairly well, 59 deliveries.
Yeah.
2 youngsters starting to get confident out there as that's played out on the onside. And there is no run. Hampshire need 124 from here. That run rate from here on in is just over 5 and over.
It's been around that for a long time, isn't it?
Yeah. It's a steady batting between these two as Albert drives up to mid-on. Hughes Fields, 124 for 5.
Ben Aitchison warming up again. I think Shan Massoud thinks he needs a wicket.
Yeah, well, that's about right, isn't it, really? Don't want to be leaving it too long. It's driven wide of mid-on. Now, Hughes probably won't be able to stop the 2. Gets the throw in quickly, but can't really get a decent distance on the throw as he was off balance. So 2 comfortable runs there for Fletcher Middleton, who moves on to 41, 126 for 5. Comes in again, Thompson. It's on the line of leg stump and just wide of mid-on, who gets half a hand on it. Sorry, mid-wicket. Single again to Middleton, who moves on to 42. Hasn't hit a half century in this competition. Was so close against Worcester. Was out on 49. Spoke to him after the game. He was so disappointed. Has a chance here of getting another half century, but it's Albert facing. Drives up to mid-off. He's going to take a quick single. I think that's Aitchison there. He could have had a throw. Not sure if he was more content on picking the ball up cleanly, but anyway, it's a single. Keeps the ball in his hand. 127 for 5.
McKiernan's going to continue for now, even though Aitchison is warming up. He's warming up with some purpose as well, it looks like to me. So wait and see if he replaces Alex Thompson at the racecourse end. At the moment, from the city end, it's going to be Matty McKiernan. He's just having a conversation with Shan Massoud, the skipper, who's very involved, as you would expect. Northamptonshire have won 6 wickets with 85 balls to spare against Glamorgan. That's a big win.
Well, kept it together this time.
Yes, managed to get over the line.
I think they had a few players back. I think Lewis McManus would have returned, wouldn't he? Because he couldn't play against us because of the loan.
Next delivery is, well, the first delivery of a new over from Matty McKinnon. He's pushed it off the back foot and out to the covers. They go through for a single, 128 for 5. Yeah, McManus was playing. He was there at the end. McKinnon on his way in again. This one is aerially out into the extra cover region. That's going to run away for 4 runs. That was a nice shot from Toby Albert. He moves on to 38, just lifted it into a fairly safe area out towards the extra cover boundary. A couple of bounces and over the rope.
Yeah, quite a deliberate shot there. Deliberately aimed it into that area. There's a big gap to fill.
It wasn't Albert at all, it was Middleton. Apologies. He moves on to 46. 133 for 5. Next delivery off the back foot up towards long off. Potts does the fielding. Single taken. 47 to Middleton. 134 for 5.
You know what? This is what this competition's all about, isn't it? 2 20-year-olds out there in the middle, and
on his front, the umpire's going out to have a little look to make sure, or to check on him, Neil Pratt. But he has moved. He's sort of got his face up, but he might have a shiner.
you know that's another thing, isn't it? About the dry spell that we're having in these hard outfields. The bounce is unpredictable. One thing you can always say about county ground outfields is they're like carpets fielding, and there's almost no excuses for missed fields. But that's in normal weather conditions, even in the summer. But things are just so hard now. The ground is just so hard around the country that actually, when a shot is hit hard and the ball's bouncing towards you, you actually don't quite know how it's going to behave.
No, the outfield at Chelmsford is very rough in patches, very rough indeed. The one down at Sussex, it's a while since we were there, but that was absolutely beautiful.
Yeah.
This is a little patchy in places, but understandably so. That's also the side of the field where they had the concert a few weeks ago.
Who was here?
Bublé.
Oh, right. Wow. A few people here?
Oh, I believe so.
Was it?
Yeah. I think they've had a Queen thing here as well more recently, I think. I won't swear to it. He's just receiving the attention of the physio. He's still on the field. He's sitting up now, though, is Nick Potts. Alex Hughes has gone off for a drink. He brought the drink back on so that the 12th man can take it off again in a minute. Ben Aitchison's removed his cap to mop his brow, and it's very warm out there. There's 26 degrees that it says on my computer. That's nonsense. It's clearly warmer than that.
Yeah, some of these games have been out at outgrounds, and you kind of understand the outfield's being a little bumpy. Even in normal weather conditions, they're quite bumpy. But say even the county grounds now are starting to find a problem, and I think that's just a perfect example there of the fielder not quite knowing how that ball's going to behave when it's hit at pace, when it's bouncing in front of you.
And it's not really good form, is it, as a groundsman to go out and start spraying water all over the outfield when there's about to be a hose pipe ban.
Have you not got one up here yet?
No. No. He's leaving the field, is Nick Potts. So Archie Harrison may well be called into action again. He's removing his yellow bib now. Unfortunately, he's going to have to take his yellow bib off because he's the only one. So he's taken his yellow bib off and now he's going off with the drinks. Could do with a bit of help from Mitch Wagstaff, unless he's gone home. So another casualty. The last casualty came back on though, which was Shan Massoud, so that was good.
Well, that was nothing to. Well, I presume it was nothing to do with the outfield. Just a standard bit of fielding, wasn't it? Where just just one of those things. But
this over will get finished at some point.
that's good.
Dear, oh dear.
There's been a few stoppages during this game, isn't there? The oversized bats we had in the Derbyshire innings, which caused a few problems. And
2 balls left of the over. 138 for 5. It's the 28th over.
And Dahl got injured, didn't he? Running his batting.
Yes, yeah. 109 to win. McKiernan is in, and that one is driven into the ground and out into the offside. Massoud will trot round to do the fielding. 139 for 5.
71-run partnership now. Coaches will be
just 69 balls.
Excited, won't they? 2 youngsters out there batting in a pressure situation.
Middleton on 47. McKiernan is in and bowls to him. That one is driven up to long off for a single. So Middleton move on to 48. Albert has 40. And Hampshire 140 for 5. They need 107 more to win.
See an example there. The ball hit firmly up towards deep mid-off. That wasn't picked up cleanly. Just don't normally see that on county ground outfields.
Aitchison's back and I'm off.
You had enough. So 28 gone and 22 to do. That rate required from here on in has just dropped below 5. It's been hovering just above 5 for quite a while. But again, the benefit of 2 batters getting in. They might be young, they might be inexperienced, but having 2 batters that have been batting for a while now, just finding it easier to push the ball around and find the gaps. Middleton 48 off 62, Albert 40 off 39. Came together when Hampshire was 68 for 5 in the 17th. But Aitchison is back, having done the damage at the top of the Hampshire order, picked up the first 4 wickets to fall. He has 4 for 23 from 6. Back into the attack. Hampshire will be hoping he doesn't quite get the same bounce that he did when he opened up with the new ball. Runs away from us. Bowls to Middleton. Middleton gets a length ball, which he turns to mid-wicket. And quickly in there is Alex Hughes. As Aitchison starts his 7th over here. Just needs to find that same rhythm that he did. Well, you take the first 2 overs out of his opening spell, and it was quite devastating. Looked like he was going to take a wicket in every over, and he virtually did. Comes in and bowls. That's full. That's driven by Middleton up towards mid-off. Throw comes in. He's on 49, which has equalled his best list day score from the first game of the season. I'm sure he's thinking about that right now, thinking how disappointed I was at the end of that game against Worcester. I had 49 and got out. He's 49 now. I bet you he makes doubly sure this time round.
Could be vulnerable.
He could be vulnerable. It might take a good ball to get rid of him, but I'm sure that's all he's thinking about. But it's Albert facing, plays that late, not quite late enough though. You could see what he was trying to do. But the ball goes out in front of square where the fielder is, and there's no run. So Hampshire from here need 105. They are slowly getting that total down. They were looked out of it at 68 for 5 when Organ went in the 17th for 7. Here we are in the 29th. So Aitchison comes in again, right arm over, tall, and bowls. That's turned away towards mid-wicket. There's no run there, no gap there for Toby Albert. He's currently on 40. I'm just going to double check with Toby Albert, because he's only playing his 4th list day game. So comes in the game. It is his high score. I thought it would be a good short delivery there as Albert ducks underneath here. I thought it might be. 35 is his previous ties. That's always good. I'm loving this competition for youngsters who are sort of fringe players, play a bit of first team here and there, but can't quite hold down a regular place. What a great competition this is for them to be playing a whole tournament. They know that unless they have an absolute nightmare or get injured, they're going to play at least the 8 matches. And that's a nice drive there through the line of the ball by Albert. It goes quickly down to deep point. That's a good piece of fielding there. Get the ball in quickly to the keeper, which he does. And that's the end of Aitchison's over. And that is 29 completed. Hampshire 142 for 5.
Yeah, a good bit of fielding from the player I assume to be Archie Harrison. Out there in the deep. On in place of Nick Potts. We're going to see Alex Hughes for the first time in the 30th over. Often a finisher with the ball, but more often, certainly last season, season before, and the season before that, used to bowl in the middle overs and just bore batsmen to death, really. Him at one end, Matt Critchley at the other. In T20 cricket, and the batsman couldn't get them away at all. I need to arrest the flow of runs. There's Alex Hughes has a couple of practice deliveries. I know he was practicing his what he was doing then. He's now practicing his run-up. He's happy with that. And as Dowell's come in to offer him some advice, the 2 medium pacers. And Hughes is finally ready, I think, to bowl his first ball. He will be the 7th bowler used by Derbyshire as they go in search for this elusive 6th wicket. He's in and bowls. That's cut away by Albert for a single. He moves on to 42, 143 for 5. It brings Fletcher Middleton onto strike. Up to the stumps goes wicketkeeper Brooke Guest. He's ready. Fletcher Middleton's ready. Hughes is on his way in. Bowls to Middleton, who can't get the single that he's looking for his half century from that delivery as he pushes it out into the onside. And it's fielded by Anuj Dal. Just being kept back in his crease by Brooke Guest standing up. And Hughes turns at the top of his mark. Middleton on 49. Hughes is in. He pushes it out into the offside, and there it is. His maiden List A half century. Fletcher Middleton of 66 deliveries with 5 fours. He acknowledges the applause of the crowd. It's been a terrific innings. He's put on 76 from 79 balls with Toby Albert. Middleton 50 not out. And Hughes is on his way in again. Bowls to Albert, who pushes this out into the offside. No run. Round from behind the stumps comes Brooke Guest to do the fielding. The first 50 runs of this partnership came in just 55 balls. And Hughes is on his way in again now. Bowls to Albert, who just pushes this out backward of square. Aitchison on the offside is there, does the fielding, dot ball. And now Hughes needs to get out of this over. Couple of deliveries left, 1.1, in fact 1 delivery left. Couple of dots. If he can concede just 2 runs, that would be a massive bonus for Shan Massoud and the rest of the Derbyshire players. He's in again, is Alex Hughes. That one's a bit short and it's in the air. Just to the left, a backward point. Around the boundary comes Alex Thompson to do the fielding. They pick up a couple of runs. Albert moves to 44. And Hampshire to 146 for 5 at the end of 30 overs. 20 to go. 101 runs required from those 20 overs with 5 wickets in hand. Alex Thompson takes a couple of tablets, presumably salt tablets, something like that, down below us. From Darren Smith, who's head of pathway, helping out with the first team while Ajmal Shahzad is away. Aitchison begins a new over from the racecourse, and that one's tucked into the leg side by Middleton. They've run the first one quickly. Kames in off the boundary quickly. Keeps them down to a single. Middleton moves to 51. And Hampshire to 147 for 5.
So I just had to talk to our engineer.
All sorted?
Yeah, well, I've obviously got a game Sunday, so I can't use what I'm using. So anyway, sorry about that.
Not at all.
Here we go.
Aitchison in again and balls. Oh, that one just leaves Albert. Perhaps he's found that spot again, Ben Aitchison. Got like a decent delivery. 147 for 5 it remains.
He still looks a threat, doesn't he?
Yeah, good ball. Unfortunately, he's in his 8th over. There's only 2 more available to him after this. You'd think he'd bowl out. He's on his way in again. Albert drives him handsomely out into the cover region, but Archie Harrison's out there, the subfielder, keeps them down to a single. Albert moves to 45, 148 for 5. That target now less than 199 to win. Well, there is a slight difference of opinion. No, it's right now on the scoreboard. 99 to win. Aitchison is in, and that one is, well, he drove at that one, Middleton. Wasn't in control of it. And it dribbles up to Shan Massoud at mid-off. And again, there's no run. Another good over this so far from Ben Aitchison. Just 4 runs off the first over by Alex Hughes.
He's been really good today, isn't he? I mean, maybe Potts aside, but even with Potts, I think he stood head and shoulders above everybody else.
Oh, no question. He's on his way in again and bowls. That one's turned into the leg side by Middleton. Straight to Alex Hughes. Of course, the longer Potts is off the field, and if he was hit on the head and he'll undergone the concussion protocols, no doubt. If he's failed that, that would rule him out of the rest of the game, and almost, well, it would rule him out of Sunday's game as well. Sam Connors will be back for that, following his triumphant appearance for the England Lions. They beat South Africa. His next delivery is pushed out into the offside by Middleton. They go through for a quick single. Dahl just picks up and makes sure that they don't go for anything more than one. It's the end of the over. 3 runs from it. Hampshire 149 for 5 now. Middleton has 52. Albert has 45 in the partnership. 81 off 88. Starting to rival the Dahl Guest partnership. Get more applause now as well with Fletcher Middleton. And quite right too.
Yeah. Apologies to Hampshire fans, just being off commentary for a few minutes there while Middleton passed his half century.
Were you away?
You probably wouldn't have noticed.
I never noticed.
No, I know. Well, most people don't really. But yeah, I know his family would be very pleased about that. Always playing a missing outside of the off stump. It's Hughes bowling his medium pace. Alex Hughes, the 30-year-old. Bit like Anuj Dahl from that City end, although the keeper is standing up. Hampshire 149 for 5 as he comes in again, right arm over, bowling to Middleton. Middleton cuts that away, slightly aerial, but just past the man at backward a point. It's gone quickly down to third man. Just a single. Middleton moves on to 53, and that is the 150 up for Hampshire. And it has come in the 32nd over. After the 32nd over, Derbyshire had 124. So again, Hampshire, in terms of the corresponding number of overs, are still ahead, but they still have a lot of work to do here as Albert pushes forward, and that this time does go to the fielder at backward point. That's Anuj Dahl. Probably see him again soon, won't we?
I'd have thought so. 70 off the last 10 overs was what boosted Derbyshire, wasn't it? It
was a good spell, wasn't it? Anuj Dahl, 5 overs, none for 16. Definitely we'll see him back As Hughes comes in the game, ball's very similar. As that's edged, that's gone quickly and it's gone fine. And that'll be 4 runs down to third man, just below us. Again, because of the pace and the pitch and the bounce, any edges go very quickly indeed. And Albert moves on to 45. Both these 20-year-olds there in the middle are on career bests in List A, and how Hampshire have needed them. And they still need them. They need them to keep going.
The keeper standing up, those edges are going to go all the way to the boundary, aren't they?
Oh, definitely. 154 for 5 as Hughes comes in again, and that's quite deliberately cut down to a third man. And that is a single. Takes Albert onto 50 as well. Raises his bat to the Hampshire dressing room. To our left, raises it around the ground as well. And that will feel good. The man just locking horns with him there, or locking hands. Fletcher Middleton will know what that felt like just a few balls before. So both of them on career bests. Both of them tasting a half century in first team cricket for the first time. 155 for 5 as Hughes comes in again. Middleton works that just slightly wide of mid-on for a single. And he moves on to 54. And it's 156 for 5 at the end of that Hughes over. And Hampshire need 91 here. And there are 18 overs left.
A long conversation going on between Massoud and Brooke Guest, the captain and the wicket-keeper. Apologies, I missed a couple of tweets. Yeah, David McCardle said Chesterfield used to be mobbed 7 nights a week. Its nighttime economy was massive and its decline is very noticeable. Very good Greek restaurant, though, he says. That was a conversation we were having some time ago. Mark Beck, given that Sam Connors blew cold then hot with the Lions, as he has with Derbyshire this season, he anticipates Ben Aitchison may get proper representative recognition sooner. Best of all if both do it, he says. And Mark Bromley, it's been years since I've been this excited about our pace attack, with Scrimshaw and Connors earning Lions recognition. It's going to be Matty McKiernan, incidentally, from the racecourse end. Aitchison showing so much promise. McKiernan is in and bowls a full-length delivery that's pushed out into the offside by Middleton. There's no run. And the signing of Chappell, Zach Chappell, of course, coming in next season. I wonder if we could end Lackmal's deal early and put money towards a top-order batter.
Good signing, Zach Chappell. I didn't realise he was coming in.
Yeah, he's coming next season. They want him here before the end of the season, if possible, but he's currently playing for Notts. There's this next one from McKiernan, played off the back foot by Middleton, out towards the cover boundary for a single.
So he's been on loan at Gloucester because he played against us at Cheltenham a couple of weeks back.
Yeah.
So he wanted to be around this area, did he? Because, of course, originally he was at Leicester, wasn't he?
He was. I don't know if that was the case, but he signed a 2 or 3 year deal. Yeah. The lure of Mickey Arthur again. This one keeps a bit low from... Sorry, there's a spider almost wet in my mouth. Keeps a bit low from Matty McKiernan and is pushed back to him by Albert.
I tell you what, he'd have been a good bowler today, getting bounce. He would have been good on this.
A very useful acquisition, I think.
Yeah, I agree.
Next delivery from McKiernan is mistimed out into the offside off the bat of Albert. Again, good start to this over from McKiernan, bowling from the racecourse end as opposed to the city end where he started. And this one is full and driven out into the onside. It strikes. And it's down on the knee as he goes down to do the fielding. To say how much Hampshire have got back into the game. They were miles behind on Duckworth Lewis not too long ago, and now they're a mere couple of runs behind. This is on a knife edge. That one's turned away down to long leg for 4 runs. There was a chase around the boundary, but the chase was in vain. And 4 more to Albert, who moves on to 54, 161 for 5. The partnership up to 93 at the end of the over. Middleton has 55. 17 overs to go. Hampshire need 86 to win.
Such a good over up until that last delivery. Just the 1 run off it. And then the boundary just takes the pressure off a fraction. But that rate that's been hovering just over 5 and then just below 5 briefly is just a fraction over 5 from here on in. Still needs a lot of work. 2 youngsters out there, but they're playing absolutely brilliantly. That 93-run partnership has come off just 100 deliveries. They are pacing it brilliantly at the moment. Certainly don't want to be giving it away now. So 17 overs remain as Hughes will continue with his right-arm medium pace. It's 2 overs, none for 11. Surely it's got to be time for Dull to come back shortly, isn't it? There's a drive from Middleton into the gap in the covers for a single. He moves on to 56 now, 162 for 5, 94-run partnership.
I bet they've got a plan. Aitchiston's got a plan. He wants a drink. He's down below us.
This is turning into a very, very good game at the moment. A wicket or two, though, will... It won't be a close game, I don't think. But at the moment, if these two keep going the way they are, and that's another single out to deep cover.
They don't have to take any risks, do they?
No. And they haven't done. And I think that's... You know, that's just... I mean, I love watching Brooke Guest and just the way he compiled 82. Never seemed to be flustered. Just backed his game. 82 off 101 balls. Looked a really good player. And these two are the same. It's like there's no problem out there. They're just playing. Although that's hit. Oh, it's over mid-on. Slapped away there by Fletcher Middleton. Just short of a length. I didn't think he'd got hold of it, but actually in the end it cleared mid-on quite comfortably. Just stood there and just slapped across the line.
Well, just for a moment, I thought he'd clothed it.
Yeah, I did.
Absolutely clothed it, but no, he made a good contact.
He did, and it never went that high.
No.
So that's 4 runs. The umpire wants to have a look at that ball, having it as it's gone into the pavilion at the far end. 167 for 5, and Middleton moves on to 60, and that partnership now worth 99. As in comes Hughes again, and Middleton's going to get a quick single. There's the 100-run partnership. Round of applause there from the crowd. Quite a few in that shadowy area in the demolition stand. It's not due for demolition, it's just called the demolition stand. It doesn't look as though it's due for demolition anyway. 168 for 5, quite a knowledgeable crowd in that corner away to our right. So Albert back on strike, he's on 55. 100 off 104 deliveries. As Hughes bowls, he's playing a missing outside the off stump. First time for a while we've seen one of these two do that.
Just pushed that through a bit quicker, I think, Alex Hughes, didn't he?
Yeah. He's bowling accurately, he's doing a good job, just like Dahl. They're very similar type bowlers.
Yes, yeah, very.
Keeping things tight, that's all you can do, but the rate just fractionally under 5 all of a sudden. As Hampshire 168 for 5 is Hughes from that far end again, and it looks like it's just held in the turf a fraction there. Albert looks like he was not quite sure of the timing of the shot as it went out on the onside. End of the over, good last couple of deliveries there from Hughes, and that is 34 bowled, so 16 to do. 168 for 5, and Hampshire needs 79.
Could go to the wire, this one.
Yeah, I think it
could go to the wire. You'd never have guessed it when Derbyshire were 58 for 4. You'd never have guessed it when Hampshire were 36 for 4, but it could go to the wire. Remarkable.
Just shows the new ball, isn't it? Hard work, and then as the ball gets softer, it comes on nicely, on the whole.
McKinnon beginning a new over from the racecourse and bowls to Middleton. That one is driven out into the offside. Harrison runs around and does the fielding, but can't prevent them from getting a couple of runs. Middleton moves to 63, 170 for 5 now. That target 247 is just 77 runs away. McKinnon again. That was a loopy delivery, and it's driven out into the offside where it's fielded by Shan Massoud at extra cover.
Good fielding there.
He's not known for his fielding. Dahl is now warming up at mid-wicket. McKinnon's in. That one's pushed out to the right of Massoud and out towards Tom Wood, who's fielding at mid-off. Single taken. 171 for 5. Middleton on to 64. 64 off 81. Albert 55 off 59. Both have been terrific as McKinnon bowls, and that one is pushed out to Massoud. He didn't have to move on that occasion. Good over so far from Matty McKinnon.
Oh, very accurately, isn't he?
The last ball of his previous over was pulled around the corner for 4 to ruin what had been a pretty decent over up to that point as well. He's in and bowls to Albert, who goes back into his crease and pushes that one out towards the cover boundary for a single. 172 for 5. Albert moves to 56. So the final ball of the over, 4 runs off it so far. Can he get out of it? Blows into his hand a couple of times, 3 times, and then bowls. That's a short one, dragged down, and he's been caught. Well, that's the worst ball that Matty McKiernan's bowled all day, and Anuj Dal has taken the catch to dismiss Middleton for 64. What a way to get out after such a good innings. The partnership ends on 104 and Hampshire 172 for 6.
Wow. I think it's one of those balls that completely out of the blue, wasn't it? It's the poorest
delivery,
ball
wasn't it?
we've seen for a while, and certainly from McKiernan.
Terrible.
I don't think Middleton
delivery.
could quite believe it. And it's a good catch, actually, because Dahl made that look a lot easier than it was.
He did, actually, yes, didn't he? But it was just... It was almost like, I mean, it wasn't in slow motion, clearly, but it just felt, he's dragged it down. He's got to get out of the over, and he drags one down. Middleton's eyes light up, and McKinnon, well, he picks up a very fortunate wicket, but he won't care about that. 64 off 83 deliveries. It's been a really, really good innings. 82 deliveries, I beg your pardon. He's hit 6 fours and added 104 for the 6th wicket with Toby Albert. This innings is mirroring the Derbyshire innings. It's quite remarkable, isn't it? We've had the big century stand, and as soon as they got to the century stand, Anuj Dal was run out almost needlessly. And now, well, that's a pretty needless dismissal for Fletcher Middleton, with still 75 runs required.
Yeah, probably did. It always takes something, doesn't it, out of the blue, really, just to change things. I'm sure this will change the momentum a little bit. Certainly, probably for a while until the new batter gets in. That'll be Keith Barker. Is it Keith Barker out there? Yes, it is.
So, yeah.
But experience out there, which isn't a bad thing from a Hampshire point of view in these situations. Always requires cool heads as you get towards the back end of the game, and it's a tight game. But 18 overs, that 104-run partnership between Albert and Middleton lasted. And probably the worst ball we'd seen for quite a while. That often happens.
Yeah.
And Dahl.
Here's your man.
Yeah. That's Dahl into the attack.
You would have been calling for him to return for the last 25 minutes. So.
Well, I mean, to be fair, Hughes didn't do a bad job. Did he? 3 overs for 18.
No,
It's 6 and over, I suppose, which is slightly over the required weight. So I suppose he isn't going to bowl for too long when they are getting the rate off him. But he didn't let things get out of hand. Dahl bowls outside the off stump, and Albert leaves that one alone. Yeah, what you don't want is a couple of overs of 8 and 9s.
No.
Getting the momentum up again, but steady stuff. But even steadier has been Dahl.
Still miles in front there, 144 for 4 at the same stage, Derbyshire.
Incredible, wasn't it? But they did have a good end, as you said. Dahl right arm over, bowls. Albert just tries to find the angle, but doesn't as he goes to backward of the point where he finds Alex Hughes. Albert's on 56 here. So 64 from Fletcher Middleton. The only other batter that's out that reached double figures was Nick Gubbins, who made 18. Here's Dahl again, bowls. Albert does find the angle this time, plays it a fraction later. Opens the face of the bat a little more as he goes down to third man. He moves on to 57, 173 for 6. Hampshire need another 74.
Mitch Wagstaff is on the front. There's Mitch down here below us. Mitch Wagstaff, 12th man in. Possibly it wasn't Archie Harrison at any point, although I'm fairly sure he had no number on his back initially, the 12th man.
Slightly changing the field because Barker, of course, is left-handed. Got quick fire runs down the innings 3 days ago against Northants as he faces his first deliveries round the wicket here. Dahl works that up wide of mid-on, so he's off the mark straight away. In fact, Barker hit 38 of just 37 balls on the Isle of Wight. I've got to go again.
Not a problem. So 73 required. That run rate isn't going to be a problem. Derbyshire will almost certainly have to take the remaining 4 wickets, you would have thought now. Dahl is in, bowls a full delivery. Oh, and he's been run out, has he? No, he hasn't. I thought he'd been run out for a moment there. Barker did well to get his bat back down over the crease because Dahl dived, deflected the ball onto the stumps, and Albert picks up a single to move on to 58, 175 for 6. That must have been quite close. Travelled just starting on Radio Derby. I think they do the weather next, and then it's the sports desk. Once I should know, 175 for 6. Dahl is on his way in bowls to Barker, who's edged this, but gets away with one just to the right of Alex Hughes at backward point. And he moves on to 2, 176 for 6. 71 to win at the end of that over, which cost just 3 runs for Manoj Dahl. Good over. And it looks like Lewis Rees is coming back, the left armour. He'll be bowling from the racecourse end. 4 overs, 1 for 18, his figures at the moment. So Dahl, Rees in conversation with his skipper, Shan Massoud. Fielders outside the circle are down at third man, long leg, and on the cover boundary. Barker left-handed, Rees left-handed. And Rees is in and bowls to him, and he just guides that down to third man for a single. He moves on to 3, 177 for 6. Crowd absorbed. I think they're probably panned out by now as well, given the heat of the day. The grandstand seating has emptied as people seek shelter, and Rees is in, and that one is guided by Albert down to third man for another single. He moves on to 59, 178 for 6. Lots of running about now for the fielders with the left hand, right hand combination. Single off each of the last 6 deliveries that have been bowled. And Rees is in, and that one is driven back towards him by Barker. The first time he hasn't scored a run off a delivery that he's faced. Lewis Rees on his way in again. Bowls to Barker, who pulls this for 4 runs out towards the mid-wicket boundary. Short from Rees. Poor delivery, really, and pulled away for 4. I'm entirely sure that Lewis Rees can bowl there at his pace. 182 for 6. Barker moves on to 7 from 5 balls. Update for BBC Radio Derby coming up fairly shortly. Umpire Pratt inspects the ball. Gives it back to Lewis Rees. And now he's on his way in again. Bowls to Barker. Ooh, fiddles at that one outside the off stump, and it goes through to the keeper. Nothing between the teams on Duckworth Lewis. 182 for 6 Hampshire. Duckworth Lewis Stern 182. Update coming up. Well, this one's going to be nip and tuck, Pam. I can tell you, Hampshire are 186 for 6 now. They still need a further 61 runs to win in the remaining 13 overs. But it's going to be very tight indeed. Derbyshire recovered earlier from 58 for 4 to make 246 for 9, 82 from Brooke Guest, 42 from Anuj Dal. They put on 101 for the 5th wicket from just 121 balls. 33 earlier run from Harry Kame and 31 from Alex Hughes helped Derbyshire get to their total. And then Ben Aitchison ripped out the top order of the Hampshire batting, taking 4 for 23 in his opening spell as Hampshire were reduced to 36 for 4. Felix Organ went with a score on 68. They were 5 down at that point, but then a century stand between Fletcher Middleton and Toby Albert. Middleton out just a few moments ago, caught by Anuj Dal after the bowling of Matty McKinnon for 64, his high score in List A cricket. Albert is on 59. It's also his high score in List A cricket. He's been joined out there in the middle by the experienced Keith Barker. He's just scored a boundary, and Hampshire, with 12 overs and 5 balls to go, need a further 61 runs to win. They're 186 for 6. Derbyshire need 4 wickets. It's going to be nip and tuck all the way to the finish, you'd expect this one. Dahl is in again and bowls to Albert, who just dabs this down towards third man. Rees does the fielding. And that last over from Lewis Rees cost 10 runs. I'm not sure we'll see him again. I'd be slightly surprised if we did. A half tracker at his pace, bowling to Keith Barker, which he dispatched to the mid-wicket boundary, was not what was required at that point. It was a poor, poor delivery.
And yet, in that over, he still got one past the outside edge,
next
which in the
delivery,
right area, wasn't it? Bounced, left him.
Dahl is in and bowls. That one is guided down to third man by Barker for another single. He's moved on to 12 off just 8 deliveries, 188 for 6. So Aitchison's got 2 overs left. We're not going to see Nick Potts again. He's not on the field. Lewis Rees has got 5. I'd be surprised if we saw all those. Alex Hughes and Alex Thompson have got 7 apiece. Thompson's limping now. And Dahl is on his way in his 7th over now. That one's turned into the leg side by Albert, fielded by Alex Thompson. He doesn't seem to be limping as much now as he was before. He's only bowling spin. You can bowl spin with a limp, can't you?
You would think so, wouldn't you?
Yeah, absolutely. Get on with it.
Hop in.
Get on with it. No mercy in professional sport.
No.
Dahl is in again and bowls to Albert, who pulls this around the corner. This has got half a chance of going to the boundary. McKinnon, I think it's McKinnon, is out there. Yes, it is. And they come back comfortably enough for a second. So Albert moves to 62 now and 190 for 6. 57 runs required in the final 12 overs and 1 ball. And that required rate is down to 4.7 now. It's coming down all the time. Dahl is in and bowls. That one's just clipped into the leg side by Albert for a single. He moves to 63, 191 for 6 at the end of the over. Barker has 12. 56 runs required. 12 overs in which to get them. Hampshire slowly turning themselves into favourites, and we are going to see Lewis Rees again. He bowls his 2nd over of this spell. His first one went for 10.
Well, I presume he's bowling some of Potts' overs, is he? Here?
Yeah, well, that's it. And Potts had another 4 overs to bowl, although he did go for 38 in his 6. So I'm sure he would have bowled.
He is still off the field,
He
isn't
is, yeah.
I thought so.
Yeah, no, I don't think we'll see him again by the look of it.
There's a couple of interesting things for me going on at the moment as Rees comes in, left arm over and bowls, and Albert just guides that to a point that's well fielded by Dahl. He's done a good job there today. One is that I thought that the Middleton-Albert partnership of 104 off 18 overs, I mean, apart from the fact that they're both 20 years of age and haven't played a lot of first-team cricket, they work really well together, didn't they? But I think from a Derbyshire point of view, what you don't then want is when one of them goes and you think, right, that's broken it up. You then get an experienced player, Keith Barker, coming out there, who not only will play the situation, and so that's a good ball actually, plays that late. I think that may just have come back a fraction into Albert as the ball literally just falls a couple of yards on the leg side. Is that Barker can also then speak to Albert,
Yeah.
you know, and guide him through it as well. So I think you've got a couple of things going on, which I don't think, from a Derbyshire point of view, is absolutely ideal.
Welcome back to 5 Sports Extra listeners who've been away at the 100. This one is going down to the wire, I think. Hampshire need 56 runs from 11 overs and 4 balls.
Reese comes into Albert, who's been impressive. Hits it in the air. Dahl gets 2 hands on it at backward point, but can't hold on. It was a difficult chance, diving high to his left. But he got 2 good hands on it. That would have been an absolute worldie of a catch had he held on. But he did take all the pace off it. Single at the end of that as the ball just trickled down to third man. 192 for 6.
Is that the pivotal moment? Is that the pivotal moment? Those who have just joined us are Mr. Century stand between Fletcher Middleton and Toby Albert, which has kept Hampshire in this after they were 68 for 5 at one point. They were also 36 for 4 as Ben Aitchison picked up 4 for 23 in his first spell.
55 needed by Hampshire as Reese bowls away from us. He drives, Barker misses outside of the off stump through to keeper Brooke Guest.
I think Derbyshire would probably like Barker to play like that. It'll give him a chance, won't he? You would have thought. Well, I mean, he might do enough damage to get Hampshire over the line as well.
Well, he will be attacking if he thinks it's in an area that he can hit. But you're right, that partnership of 104 got Hampshire back on track after being 68 for 5 in the 17th. As Reese comes in again and bowls to Barker. Barker tries to flick that away down the leg side. That'll be a wide. Don't want to be giving those away in tight situations.
Well,
54 needed by Hampshire. We're in the 39th over. It's been a good game on a wicket that's helped the bowlers, hasn't it? It's bounced, certainly with the 2 new balls, it's bounced today. And early wickets suggesting that it was difficult against the newish ball as Reese comes in again, and that's played late by Barker, but again finds the fielder at backward a point, no run. But Hampshire in all sorts of trouble, weren't they? 68 for 5. Ben Aitchison, tall seam bowler, finding movement, finding bounce. Picked up Donald, Prest, Gubbins and Brown. 36 for 4. There looked like to be a bit of a recovery. Felix Organ, then the 5th man out for just 7. As I say, 68 for 5 in the 17th. Hampshire struggling, but Fletcher Middleton and Toby Albert, who's still out there, 2 locally born players. That's nice for Hampshire. They get a little bit of stick sometimes playing players that are not born locally, but they both are. That's dabbed down to third man by Barker. He'll keep the strike. And that is 39 overs completed, 11 to do. Hampshire need 53.
3 off that one from Lewis Reese. 6 overs, 1 for 31. His figures. No Nick Potts for Derbyshire. He is off the field at the moment, having tried to field the ball out on the boundary in front of the players' pavilion away to our left-hand side. It bounced up and hit him in the face, and he was taken from the field. He left it under his own steam, it should be pointed out. But I don't think we're going to see him again. I'd be surprised if we did. Anoj Dahl is going to continue from the city, and he's going to bowl around the wicket to Keith Barker, who's on 13 off 11, and he clips that into the leg side. He'll pick up a single as Harry Kame comes racing in off the mid-wicket boundary. Oh, there's going to be an overthrow here. That's poor. That's poor. And they do get back for a second. He couldn't take it cleanly. Brooke Guest, and then the man backing up, who was Alex Hughes, dived to his right, and he couldn't get it either. So they get 2 in the end and move to 196 for 6.
See, it was a wide in the previous over. That overthrow, it's just a couple of runs which could make all the difference.
Could do. Dahl bowls and Barker drives straight up to the man at mid-off, no run. Dahl's bowled nicely. He's in his 8th over. He's only conceded 27 runs. But as Kevin pointed out to me earlier, and it shocked me, even though I've been watching all of his Derbyshire career, Anoj Dahl hasn't taken a wicket in List A cricket. Remarkable.
For a man who bowls as accurate as that. Huh?
He's taken a lot in the Championship. He's in now and bowls, and there's his first wicket in List A cricket. Barker went for the big expansive pull shot, got a bottom edge, and it's crashed into the stumps, and that could be a huge wicket in the context of this game. Barker goes for 15, and Hampshire are 196 for 7. They need 51.
That was an ambitious shot, that, wasn't it, really? It wasn't that short at all. And on a wicket where, as I say, it has bounced, he You're taking a bit of a risk, aren't you? Trying to heave that away through the mid-wicket. Great when it comes off. But Barker there has just put a bit more pressure back on Hampshire and has just given Derbyshire a little bit more hope. They would have been really pleased with Hampshire 68 for 5. Then that 104-run partnership between Fletcher Middleton and Toby Albert got Hampshire right back in the game. But with Barker's wicket, which Fletcher Middleton's wicket preceded it by 4 overs, it's just given Derbyshire a bit more hope.
It's about I think it must be my first wicket of the day as well. Definitely got him there. I know Dahl hasn't taken a wicket in List A cricket. That's his first. It's remarkable. So these are his best List A figures now. 1 for 27. If somebody had told me that, and I hadn't, it wasn't such an authoritative figure like you, Kev, I wouldn't have believed them.
Well,
seriously, I'd have said, no, I'm sure I've seen him take wickets in List A cricket. The way he celebrated, he knew he hadn't taken a wicket in List A cricket as well. And a big wicket in the context of the game, of course. New batsman is Scott Curry, who bowled really nicely earlier on. Picked up 1 wicket, I think. Got rid of Harry Kane for 33, big wicket down as Derbyshire reduced to 58 for 4. There have been a couple of moments in this game when you've thought, well, that's the end of the game. 58 for 4 Derbyshire, 36 for 4 Hampshire, and then 68 for 5. And you're thinking, well, there's no way back. But we've seen some middle to late order runs as Dahl is in to bowl to Curry, who guides this one to backward point where it's fielded by Alex Hughes. A bit more of a spring in the step of the Derbyshire fielders once again. Yeah. A lot on the shoulders of Toby Albert here.
Yeah, I think if there was a win predictor around, there probably is a win predictor somewhere. But I think the percentage has just gone up for Derbyshire here.
To what?
Whatever it is that I can't see.
There won't be one. They just make it up anyway, don't they? Dahl in and bowls. That one is guided straight into the offside and straight to Ben Aitchison, who's fielding an extra cover by Curry. Dot ball, 196 for 7 it remains. 51 of 61 deliveries.
And Aitchison's still got 2 wickets left, 2 overs left to bowl. 4 for 28.
Terrific effort from him.
Yeah, he's looked a head and shoulders above everybody, isn't he? So in the Derbyshire lineup.
Dahl to complete his 8th over. Ball's on, that's whipped away. Fine, down towards fine leg. There is a fielder down there. It looks like Tom Wood, it is. And they go through for a single. That's a terrific over from Anuj Dahl. 3 runs from it and the wicket of Keith Barker. So there are 10 overs to go. The equation's fairly simple. Hampshire need 50 more runs to win. Derbyshire, well, they probably need 3 wickets. And this could be the pivotal moment because Ben Aitchison, with 2 overs up his sleeve, has been brought back on by Shan Massoud. And he's going to be bowling to the new batsman, Scott Curry, who's just got off the mark with a single.
Derbyshire, after 40 overs, were 176 for 5. So at all stages, really, haven't they? Derbyshire have always been behind. They had a good last 10 overs, though.
Yeah, 7 runs and over in the last 10 they went. So they put 70 on.
I thought Aitchison was bowling there for a minute. Nobody was ready.
That's the way to do it, though, when the batsman's nowhere near his stumps, isn't it? I think that'd be ideal. Absolutely ideal.
You would have thought he's bowled all his overs from this racecourse end, our commentary, and you would have thought his run-up is been perfected in the 8 overs he's bowled already, but no, he still needed a dummy run for some reason, and only he will know why. Probably because he doesn't want to be bowling a no ball. He knows the importance of these last 10 overs. That run rate has always hovered around the 5 mark, has done for most of the Middleton-Albert partnership. Sometimes it went just over 5. Sometimes it even came down to slightly below, but it's always been around about there. But it's Curry to face. Aitchison bowls. Curry cuts that away down to 3rd man for a single. Ball bobbles along this hard outfield as it does so, but picked up cleanly. And Hampshire move on to 198 for 7. Am I ahead of the scoreboard?
No, I think you're right.
I think it is, yeah. The scoreboard hasn't changed yet.
Yeah,
so Hampshire need 49.
Curry.
Yeah, it's changed now. Curry's on 2, but Toby Albert with his top score in List A, as was Fletcher Middleton's 64, his top score in List A. But Albert is still there, works that very late. That's another good shot there. Length ball, and plays that so late that off the face of the bat it goes down to 3rd man. Amazing, 20-year-olds doing that sort of thing, working the game out like that. 198 for 7, 48 needed.
It's natural, isn't it? natural.
It's great to watch. That's what this competition is all about. Your fringe players showcasing what they can do, knowing that they play the whole tournament, or at least 8 games. What luxury. As Aitchison comes in, he plays and misses. Scott Curry goes for the big booming drive. And Aitchison gets that ball just to go off the turf and bounce from a length. Nice carry through to Brooke Guest. Aitchison, a feature of his bowling in this game has been the bounce he's got from length.
Tall man.
Yeah. Had a Norman Donald caught in the slips for 4. Tom Prest also caught in the slips for no score. He lasted just 2 balls, the 19-year-old. He's been in good form in this competition already, 180 to his name. He lasted 2 balls. That's turned up to mid-on by Curry, and there's no run there. Nick Gubbins bowled, went between bat and pad, coming forward. He went for 18, and then Brown driving at Aitchison, caught behind for 3. Couple of iffy first 2 overs from Aitchison, but once he got it right,
Yeah.
it was almost, I wouldn't say he was unplayable, that would be slightly over the top, but he certainly looked more than threatening. 199 for 7, Hampshire, in the 41st, as Aitchison comes in short, and it's pulled but not timed by Curry as the ball makes its way down towards fine leg. That'll be the 200 up for Hampshire, which gets a little bit of a round of applause.
Don't be too generous at
Not
this late
too much,
stage.
no, not too much. But enough to mark the occasion. Last ball of the 41st coming up. Hampshire need 47. That run rate just a fraction over 5 now. Albert on 65 faces Aitchison. Turns that away down to fine leg. Goes a little quicker this time, but straight to the fielder at the top end of the ground. And Albert will keep the strike. He moves on to 66. 201 for 7 at the end of the 41st. 2 runs, 4 runs, I think.
9 to go. 46 required. Fairly straightforward equation. Tim's listening. Likes the new kit as well. And both Joe Sakic and Adam New are giving me massive credit for that Dahl wicket.
Were they?
Thank you, boys. You're welcome. I'll mention it to the Dahl family generally listen.
Yeah.
Gary's in Mablethorpe. As he often is.
In Mablethorpe.
Yeah, listening in from Mablethorpe. Here's Anuj Dahl in arm bowls. New over to Albert, who dabs it backward of square on the offside out towards Alex Hughes. And there's no run. Brought us some rock last week.
Did he?
Gary, yeah.
Mablethorpe Rock.
Mablethorpe Rock. Beautiful.
I think I once went to Mablethorpe when I was very, very small.
Yeah.
I used to have some grandparents that lived in Lincoln. I'm sure we went to Mablethorpe.
Lovely spot. Dahl is in bowls. That one is pushed out into the offside by Albert. No run. 201 for 7. With every dot ball, the run rate just climbs a touch.
It does, yeah. Hampshire can ill afford to lose a wicket now because Jack Campbell, I think it's fair to say, is not the best, and
Yeah.
nor is John Turner. So this
Excellent.
really is the last partnership.
Both teams with 2 number 11s. That's good. In comes Dahl and bowls. That one is played off the back foot out towards the extra cover region. Harry Kame races around, tumbles, stops it, and keeps them down to 2. That's excellent work from Kame out in the deep. Albert moves to 68, 203 for 7.
Yeah, there's always pressure in these situations anyway when you're chasing down and it's going to be a tight game. But when you know you really are the last pairing, then even more pressure.
Albert waits. Dahl is in and bowls a full-length delivery to him. He clips that away down to fine leg where Tom Wood will do the fielding. Away to our left-hand side. Albert moves to 69, 204 for 7, 43 to win. 8 overs and 2 balls.
I think the other feature of Albert's innings, as well as Fletcher Middleton, really, is that there's only 7 fours in that innings, and you can't really recall too many shots. 69 off 80 balls, can't remember too much.
Next door, that one's up in the air now. Then is there anybody under? No, there's nobody there. That's going all the way for 6. Is it just dropped inside the boundary? What's the umpire going to say?
I think that's 6.
I got an impression it was 6. We're going to have to wait and see what it is. He's asking. The umpire's asking. And the fielder's giving him up. So it is 6. There we go. It's been signalled as a 6. And Curry moves on to 9. 210 for 7. That eases the pressure a little bit. We saw a couple of 6s towards the end of the Derbyshire batting innings as well. Some big hits. Curry to 9. On strike now, Dahl is in and bowls to him, and he pushes this out into the offside where it's fielded by Ben Aitchison, no run.
Well, Curry has form playing like that. He had a little cameo in the first game against Worcestershire. We're coming in at number 9, 43 not out of just 27
Wow.
deliveries. So he does play like that. You just hope, of course, that every shot that he plays like that stays hit and it goes into a gap. 37 needed, Hampshire. Surely they're not going to win a game again that you thought they were going to lose.
Well, what did you say? 19 of the last 21 wins.
19 in all competitions out of 21 games.
That's remarkable.
It is incredible. Especially when you think that stretches back to a run of, well, right at the end of 4 defeats in a row in the first 4 games in the T20 competition they won. Quite incredible. And they very nearly beat Essex in a championship game, chasing 300 on a wicket that turned and bounced for Simon Harmer. Here's Aitchison to bowl his last over, and that's cut away by Albert down to third man. Quite deliberate. And that is a single, which takes Hampshire on to 211 for 7. They need 36 here, and we're at the start of the 43rd.
Well, there could be 6 away by the end of this over. if Curry is true to form.
I mean, there are gaps again out at mid-wicket. And interesting, actually, having seen what he played in the last over, Derbyshire have moved to at least fill that area as such. As the fielder goes out from slip to short mid-wicket, shortish mid-wicket anyway, as Aitchison comes in. Curry plays and misses outside the off-stump. And there's an example again of Aitchison who gets that kick-off short of a length as the ball goes quickly through to the keeper.
Played that shot because the slip had been moved, presumably, because he thought, well, if I edge it, it's going to go down fine to third man, but unfortunate not to get anything on it.
4 for 33, 4 balls left of his 10 overs. Aitchison striving for another wicket here as he bowls to Curry. Curry pushes forward, finds the gap in the covers, runs the first one quickly. There won't be any more than that. Hampshire move on to 212 for 70, 35. Wow. Albert is 70 off 81. Curry 10 off 11. Came in the fall of Keith Barker's wicket, 15 he went for. Quick fire 15 from Barker. That came off 14 deliveries. Mid-wicket is going out deep this time, away to our right. Massoud, the captain. Didn't see much of him today. Hampshire will be pleased with that.
A rare failure for Shan Massoud.
3-ball duck as Aitchison comes in and bowls. It's Fuller this time, and he's opening the face of the bat there, Albert, but finds Dahl to backward a point. Quite deliberate opening of the face of there. So he's trying to find that gap in front of point. Just got it too fine. Score remains on 212 for 7. Albert is 70.
34 off 44.
Good game.
Terrific game.
Coming up to 6 o'clock here in Derby as Albert cuts it away in one bounce to Dahl, who does well with the fielding, but he's on the floor taking that, so they'll come through for a single. 212 for 7. 1 ball left of the 43rd, 1 ball left of Aitchison's spell.
He's got a bit of a conundrum then, as Shan Massoud, if he doesn't, well, he can't get both of these wickets now, obviously Ben Aitchison, but with no Potts, Rees has gone 6 overs for 31, McKinnon 6 overs for 34, and Thompson and Hughes have only bowled 3 overs apiece. Yeah. Who does he turn to? Dahl's got 1 over left.
Will be a dilemma as Aitchison bowls. Low full toss, and that's driven out towards extra cover. There's nobody there. That'll be 4 runs. Scott Curry again ends Aitchison's spell with a boundary. Probably didn't deserve that the way he's bowled today. But nevertheless, a welcome boundary for Hampshire. They've moved on to 217 for 7. 7 overs left. They need 30, and that run rate has come down to less than 4.5.
Yeah, Hampshire remain in the box seat. But
until a wicket falls.
If a wicket falls, it could change everything.
It will, and it literally will, because then whoever's in out of these two, you can get them away from the strike and put pressure on Campbell and Turner, because without being unkind to them, they won't score too many between them.
He's turned back to leg spin here. Just going to check and see if I'm in the 6 o'clock news. But, an interesting one. This McKinnon's bowled 6 overs, 1 for 34. Bowled okay. It'll be Toby Albert on strike. And McKinnon is in and bowls to him a loopy delivery, and that one is driven out into the offside for a single. Will he want to bowl at the relatively new batsman Curry, even though he's smashing it to all parts, or seemingly keen to smash it to all parts? I am in the bulletin, so I'll have to leave you in a moment.
Yeah, no problems. So was it 29 off 41 deliveries? Is that right? No. Yeah.
Yes. McKinnon in and bowls. That one is defended by, I say defended by Curry, and he gets a single for it up to mid on, so 28 off 40.
Derbyshire need to get this.
Sweat now.
Yeah, they need to get this wicket as quickly as possible. Get those other two in.
McKinnon in again. Oh, and that almost plays on there. Does Albert crashed into his pads? Didn't really know where the ball was. 39 deliveries to go. 28 runs required. McKinnon blows into his hand, as he does before every delivery, no matter what the weather. In and bowls, and that one's turned into the leg side. There's 1 run here. Is there more? No, says Curry. 27 left, 38 balls to go at 220 for 7.
It's tense. Tense. Hampshire won their last game on the Isle of Wight against Northants, a game they had no right to win. Northants losing their last 5 wickets for 11 runs. McKinnon comes in and they're smashed over mid-wicket, and they're only 6. Oh, it's on the roof of the members' pavilion, and it's still on the roof. It's coming down now. It's like a pinball, the ball. Oh, it bounces now on the floor. That's a huge hit there from Scott Curry, his 2nd maximum in his innings of 15. And Hampshire move on to 220 for 7. I think that's 226 for 7. Yes, it is. Scott Curry moves on to 21 now. And Hampshire need 21 of 37 balls. As McKinnon comes in again, leg spinner, and bowls. Curry drives up to mid-off, settles for a single. And Curry again with a cameo towards the end, getting Hampshire towards victory. 22 off 15, Scott Curry. Albert, 73 off 86. And Hampshire at the end of that over, 44 overs gone, are 227 for 6. So there are 36 balls left in this game, and Hampshire now need just 20.
Massive favourites now, Hampshire, I think.
Big striking.
Remarkable.
Yeah.
That was an extraordinary shot. I saw Andre Russell hit one up there once.
There's a game show, isn't it, on a Saturday night that the EastEnders guy hosts, where, you know, where that ball
yes.
sort of comes down and pinballs all the way down. It was just like that coming down off the roof. Where's it going to drop?
Here's a risk, Lewis Rees.
Get a bit mixed, don't you, from him?
Yes. Bowls wide of the off stump, and it's was that straight into the ground, or was it
Not sure.
looping out towards third man? I thought it went into the ground. Alex Hughes has got his hands on his hips. Single taken, 19 of 35. Albert moves on to 73. 227 for 7. There was 68 for 5 at one point, Hampshire. Looking to make it 4 wins out of 4. Derbyshire, well, they'd have 1 out of 4 and would be pretty much out of contention. As Rees goes in and bowls, and that one is pushed into the offside nicely by Albert for a single. 229 for 7. 18 of 34.
Albert's been as cool as you like
Hasn't
out
he?
there. He's just played the same way, hasn't he?
Yeah.
He's played exactly the same way, and he's on 74 as he has when he first went in. Just looking for a little bit of width, always looking to steer the ball square or behind square if the fielder's in front, or just behind or just in front if he's behind.
Curry waits and goes for the big swing, and he misses it. past the inside edge of his bat, 18 off 33. I think if they're not bowled out, Hampshire, they will win this game. I don't think there's any question about that.
For me, 18 runs is still a little too far out if they lose a wicket here.
Yeah?
Yeah, still a little bit too far. I'd be happier with about 10 or maybe
Okay.
8.
8? Blimey.
Yeah, you wait.
229 for 7. In comes Rees again and bowls. And that one is pushed out into the offside, fielded by Alex Hughes. No run for Curry there, 18 off 32.
It's easy to say don't panic here, isn't it? It's easy in here. Just play.
Yes, they don't need to take any risks, do they? They really don't need to take any risks.
But I suppose when you've seen 2 of your big hits go high over mid-wicket for 6, the temptation is to want to do it again.
One off pushed out. He is definitely limping, Alex Thompson. Man down at fine leg has come up now. He's pushed back. Nick Potts is on the field, incidentally. I've just spotted him, and he's just warming up. That's interesting. And in goes Lewis Rees again, and bowls. Oh, and that's an inside edge. They're going to scamper through for a single out. Then is that a run out? No, says the umpire. It was a good effort from Brooke Guest to throw the stumps down. Albert got through safely enough in the end. Curry moves to 24, 230 for 7, 17 off 31.
Tell you what, the umpire had a good look at that.
Didn't he?
He was in the position there looking at that hard, and you think, my word, that finger could go up here at any moment.
Well, it didn't look like the kind of shot that would actually bring a run, but it did. Curry's moved to 24. Albert has 74. This partnership is 34 off 32. And they need 17 more runs to win from 31 deliveries. And Rees is in to complete his over. Bowls, and that one is pushed out into the offside. That's a nice shot from Albert. Sounded really nice off the bat. They're going to come back for a second, and they get back. The ball actually hits Albert. Is it Albert? Yeah, on the way. Curry, rather, on the way back. Albert moves on to 76, and they need 15 now from the last 5 overs. So 15 from 30 balls.
Well, that's fast running from Scott Curry there. Turned quickly. First run was run quickly. The second run just as quick, and comfortably home in the end. It makes all the difference when he can turn 1s into 2s at this situation. But yeah, Potts coming back into the attack. I don't know whether he was due to come back on the field or not, but he bowled. He's gone for 38 off 6. I think he's bowled slightly better than that.
Yes, I think he bowled better than that. But unfortunately, if he bowls similarly, Hampshire will win fairly comfortably, won't they? With plenty of balls to spare.
You just get the feeling that Massoud probably backs Potts at this stage more than his other seamers. Thompson's bowled 3 overs, none for 15. Hughes 3 overs, none for 18. Dahl still has that 1 over to come. He's gone 1 for 37. Got Barker out bowled. So Potts' right arm from that city end comes in from just outside the 30-yard circle and bowls. Curry's bowled! Trying to drive on the upper. It's hit the top of the off stump. And Curry has gone for 24. Another twist in this game. 232 for 8, Hampshire. They're still 15 runs away from winning.
Well, any hands up anybody in the ground who predicted that? Not me. He's batted really nicely off 4 and 2 sixes. And, well, he'd be kicking himself, Scott Curry, if they don't win this game now. Because it was all pretty much in control, wasn't it? Under control. 232 for 8 now. Still 15 away from victory. Absolutely remarkable. And Nick Potts, who's been off the field for a long time after the ball cannoned into his face when he was fielding on the boundary. Is he going to come back and be the Derbyshire hero? With Jack Campbell and John Turner to come. Remarkable. Absolutely remarkable. I was just about to say we haven't done the scores for a while. I hope to do them quickly while the new batsman's coming out. Durham are 330 for 6. They need 38 from 16 balls to beat Gloucestershire at Chester Street. Leicestershire are 174 for 7. Somerset, rather, 174 for 7. They need 96, remarkably, off 42 balls to beat Leicestershire at Grace Road. That doesn't appear that it's going to happen. Sussex, 282 for 6, need 29 off 17 balls to beat Warwickshire at Edgbaston. Northamptonshire have beaten Glamorgan by 6 wickets. And Nottinghamshire are 294 for 6 at Grantham. They need 62 runs from 42 balls to beat Middlesex in what will be a game of, if Nottinghamshire get over the line, of in excess of 700 runs on an outground down at Grantham. I've never been, but I understand it's very, very pleasant.
All those matches on the BBC Sport website and app.
Nicely done.
Now, John Turner has come in instead of Jack Campbell. Now, believe me, I don't think there's a lot in it. Only the fact that Jack Campbell at number, or low down in the order, has come in, has had 2 innings in this competition and has lasted 7 balls.
That'll do.
And not made a run. So he's now dropped down to number 11. And John Turner, who's had 0 and 0 not out in his 2 innings, has been promoted up to 10.
Wow.
So there gives you an idea about where Hampshire are with these last 2.
That not out has done him the world of good.
It's amazing, isn't it? 0 not out, you get promoted. Here's Potts, bowls to Turner. Turner played and misses outside the off stump. There is a slip in, which is a good move. As we keep saying, this ball has gone through nicely to the keeper all day. Whether the ball's been soft, new, it's bounced a little bit more than what's been new, but there's always a chance of catches in the slips and behind, as we've seen. 232 for 8. Hampshire still need 15 here, and we've had 2 balls of the 46th. In comes Potts again, right arm over and bowls to Turner. Edgy, he's dropped at first slip. It wasn't easy. Probably a second slip catch, maybe, but got 2 hands to it, but it went quickly as Turner was flashing hard outside of the off stump. And that is a chance. Ben Aitchison at slip, but it would have been a goodie. But we've seen those taken on many occasions. 233 for 8.
Third drop in the field by Derbyshire. Anna Dahl dropped an Aaron Donald very early. That was a tough chance. That was the first ball that Potts bowled at the second over. Albert was dropped by Dahl when he was on 63. Again, a tough chance. Got both hands to it, diving away to his left-hand side. And now Ben Aitchison has dropped Turner before he'd got off the mark. Well, he's got a run now in the competition.
Yes. It brings Albert back on strike. He was on 76. 27 needed off 14. Here's Potts. Oh, he's playing and missing outside the off stump. That kept a little low. Again, he's sort of playing through the line and opening the face of the bat, which he's done virtually all his innings to great effect. But that kept a little low and at this stage looks a little risky.
Some over so far from Nick Potts, this, for a man who's relatively inexperienced himself. He only made his debut in this competition this season. And this is his second match.
It's bowled well. You can't call this game at all. 26 balls left, 14 needed. With Potts bowls to Albert, he opens the face of the bat, works that down to third man. He runs the first one quickly, not 2 there. Throw comes in quickly. And that's kept down to a single. It brings Turner back on strike. And 25 balls are left, and Hampshire need 13.
Such a good slip fielder as well, Ben Aitchison. He'd be disappointed he didn't cling on to that one that got Turner off the mark. Will he get another opportunity?
It's all about Albert from here, and probably Turner just hanging around, but asking him to hang around is a tall order, and he works that nicely, and it's misfielded at back with a point. Dull lets the ball go through his hands, and Turner will pick up a single. And I don't think Derbyshire might not mind too much, because Turner will keep the strike with 24 balls left. Hampshire 234 for 8, need 12.
Trying to see who's removing their cap. It's Lewis Rees. He's going to continue. 1 over for 5 in this spell. 7 overs, 1 for 36 in total. 24 deliveries, legitimate deliveries of the innings left. 12 runs required. You'd probably rather still be in Hampshire's shoes. They take a wicket with the first ball or the second ball of this over, you'd probably want to be in Derbyshire's shoes. But
and he's got to have a slip in here. The left armour to Turner going across him, he's got to have a slip in. He hasn't at the moment.
Ben Aitchison looks like he's coming into slip, actually.
Has to. You have to gamble a little bit here.
So the man on the square leg boundary is moving round to long leg. There's a third man. And everybody else. Oh no, there's a man out on the point boundary, I beg your pardon, he was hiding. Everybody else inside the circle. As Rees is in and bowls to Turner, who gets a leading edge out into the offside, fielded by Hughes, who just for a moment threatened to throw down the stumps. That would have been disastrous.
That was a good ball first up. It was straight. I mean, if Lewis Rees gets this right, there's only one area of the pitch that Turner's going to hit this. Now, it could be anything from an edge through to the keeper, through sort of the cover area, maybe even extra cover if he gets a little luckier. There should be nothing going through the leg side here.
12 off 23 as Rees is on his way into Turner again. Bowls to full delivery, straight back to Rees. Turner thinks there might be a single there, but there isn't. 12 off 22 now. We've seen a remarkable victory in the T20 here for Derbyshire, where George Scrimshaw, who'd gone remarkably in his first 3 overs for 48 runs, managed to defend 11 very comfortably indeed, as Tim David ran a single off the first ball and then watched as his team disintegrated at the other end. And Rees is on his way in now to bowl to Turner. That's pushed out into the offside. No run. 12 off 21 deliveries. Excellent work from Lewis Rees at the tail end of this Hampshire innings.
It's 4 dot balls, isn't it? 3 dot balls?
3
dot balls.
Yeah.
That's good. He's got a tight line here. Absolutely ideal. Now, John Turner will be thinking, what do I do? What you don't want him to do is have a little thrash at it.
That's exactly what Rees wants him to do. He's in now and bowls, and it's a full-length delivery, and he digs it out, and he only finds Anuj Dal at backward point. 12 off 20. They couldn't, could they? Blimey.
Well, the worst thing that John Turner can do now is have a thrash at a length ball, but Lewis Rees is building the pressure up here. I think Turner might just have to say, OK, if it's a maiden, it's a maiden. Because Albert is the main man out there. He's 77 not out. He's the one that's got to work out how to win it.
Do you think Albert's gone down and told him or shouted that to him? Turner on strike. Rees bowls to him. That's edge down to third man. He'll pick up a single there. Definitely off the edge, a genuine edge, but it was into the ground pretty quickly. I don't think if there'd even been a fall slip, he would have caught it. And it's 11 off 19 with 2 wickets left.
Yeah, but it's also keeping Albert away from the strike, mainly. I mean, Turner's already faced 8 balls.
Well, they need a dot ball here to Derbyshire, and that will leave Turner to face the next over from Nick Potts. The field is closing in. And Rees is on his way into bowl to Albert. 77 off 90. Bowls to him, and he can't get that one away, although it's Potts who gets in to do the fielding. And that's excellent work from Albert. They knew they had to get him on strike. They need 10 from the last 3 overs. Hampshire, 236 for 8. Turner on 3. Albert on 77. It's been a magnificent innings from him, in the same way that Fletcher Middleton, with his 64, was very impressive. Those two added 104 for the 6th wicket.
Yeah. 2 20-year-old local players, something that hasn't always been levelled at Hampshire about having local players play prominent roles. Well, 2 of them have today, and there's still a bit more for Toby Albert to do.
Being bowled to by a local player for Derbyshire.
There we go. That's what it's all about, this competition. Potts comes in and bowls to Albert. Albert gets a length ball, just quietly plays it back to the bowler, and there's no runs. 17 deliveries left in this game and 10 runs needed by Hampshire. 237 for 8. Albert 77 off 92 deliveries. What's he going to do here? I think the old butterflies and the heart will start to pump a little bit more. He's been out there for a while, but as this situation gets closer and closer, so the mind starts working harder and harder about how to win this game. As Potts comes in, right arm over and bowls. It's short, it's pulled away, but not timed. It's gone, trickles out really, out towards mid-on. And 16 balls are left and 9 runs here for victory. Well, the slip will go back in for Turner.
Do you fancy a tie?
I don't mind a tie.
It's a long way to come for a tie.
Well, it's a long way to come to lose. Settle for a tie. Anything's on the cards now, isn't it?
Yeah,
16 balls, 9 needed. What Turner doesn't need to do now is get out. As Potts comes in and bowls. Short, thrashed away, but there is a fielder at deep cover. That's Harry Kane, the former Hampshire man. Picks it up cleanly, but a little too short there from Potts and allowed Turner to free his hands. That was a comfortable shot. 15 balls left, 8 needed, and it brings Albert back on strike.
It wasn't a disastrous ball from Nick Potts, but it was the worst ball he's bowled in this particular spell, in the 9 balls he's bowled since he came back on.
And it was a attempted bouncer. That wasn't quite...
Probably should have been hit for 4. Yeah. Might have been by a more accomplished batsman.
Albert on 78 to face Potts and bowls. Length ball. Albert on the back foot gets it past Dahl at backward a point. There should be 2. Rees comes round for the third man, picks it up and slides into the ball as he does so. But that's 2 valuable runs for Hampshire. 2 more to Toby Albert. And Hampshire move on to 241 for 8. 6 needed off the last 14 deliveries. Shouldn't ordinarily be a problem, but as I've mentioned, and we'll keep mentioning, that John Turner and Jack Campbell are coming in behind him, are, without being too unkind, not the batters that you want to be out in the middle in tight situations. As Albert faces, works that, but this time it is straight to Dahl at backward a point, and that is a dot ball.
13 deliveries, 6 to win. Remarkable.
Ideally, Albert needs a single. Keep Turner away from the strike. Turner's done a good job so far. He's lasted 9 balls and scored 4. The field again comes in. Mid-wicket has come up to try and save a single. There is a gap square on the leg side. But mid-off, cover, backward of point, mid-on, mid-wicket, all there saving 1. As Potts comes in and bows to Albert. It's full. It's length. It's driven down the ground. 4 runs. He went for the Yorker. It was slightly over-pitched. And Albert played a super on drive there. Beat the fielder at mid-on. And that is 4 runs. And Hampshire are close to victory. 241 for 8. 245 for 8.
That's the one. That was the one. Just striving for the Yorkshire then, the Yorker there, Nick Potts. And unfortunately, if you miss it, it could go wrong. And it did go wrong. And it doesn't give Lewis Rees anything to play with here. He's got to get 2 in 2 balls for Derbyshire to win this game. Anything else, and Hampshire will get across the line despite at various points in this game being 36 for 4 and 68 for 5. They're going to make it 4 out of 4. I believe we're in Group B. No idea why. So 2 slips in place now. Call them home, Kev.
Shall I do this over?
Yeah, absolutely.
If there's a wicket, you do it after that.
Okay.
All right?
Yeah, fine.
245 for 8 then. Lewis Rees with probably the last throw of the dice here for Derbyshire. 8 overs, 1 for 37 for the left-arm seamer. He's bowling to Toby Albert on 84. The ground staff are poised ready away to our right with a hose. And that's worked away on the onside by Albert. And this should be the 2. Goes to backward a point. Harry Kane runs after it. But it'll be 2 comfortable runs for Hampshire. And they've won this game by 2 wickets at 247 for 8. Albert finishes 84 not out. John Turner 6 not out. And for the second game running, Hampshire have won a game that perhaps you could argue they had no right to win. They were at one stage 68 for 5 in the 17th with Ben Aitchison running through the Hampshire order with 4 of those 5 wickets. But it took a determined 6-wicket partnership between 2 20-year-olds, very inexperienced, between Fletcher Middleton, who made 64, and Toby Albert, who's 84 not out at the end. They brought on 104 for the 6th wicket, got Hampshire back in the contest, and even then, right at the death, it was never obvious that Hampshire would win it. I think Derbyshire will be disappointed, but Hampshire make it 4 out of 4 in the Royal London One Day Cup.
Yeah, it's 1 out of 4 for Derbyshire as well, and that pretty much means that they can't qualify for the knockout stages. Huge disappointment. They should have won at Old Trafford on Sunday. They should have won this one today with Hampshire 68 for 5, but hats off to Toby Albert, hats off to Fletcher Middleton. Terrific effort from both. And just feel a little bit sorry for Brooke Guest, who made 82, and Anuj Dal 42, and that 101-run 5th wicket stand. But Derbyshire at one point were 58 for 4. Hampshire at one point were 36 for 4 and 68 for 5. But they have got over the line in front of a very big crowd inside the county ground today. They were reckoning It was probably in excess of 2,000 by the time everybody got in, which is a terrific effort on the community day. Let's hope that the disappointment of the Derbyshire defeat doesn't prevent anybody from coming back in future, because they've been royally entertained from 11 o'clock all the way through till 6:30. What has been a fantastic game of cricket. We've seen some really, really good stuff out there. But it's Hampshire who prevail. Thank you very much indeed for your company, Kevin James. Always good to see you. It's only the first time, it's the very first time I've worked with you, which is remarkable. We must do it again in 6 years' time. Thanks to Kevin Howells as well, who's been very conspicuous by his absence throughout the course of the afternoon. He's been busy, obviously, next door doing all sorts of stuff for 5 Sports Extra. You're in action again.
Sunday against Lancashire.
Sunday against Lancashire for Hampshire, and it's New Road, Worcester for Derbyshire. Also on Sunday, 11 o'clock starts for both, I would imagine. And your various radio stations and streams and all the rest of it will be covering those games. Thanks for your company throughout the course of today, and we'll see you very soon indeed.